This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobrano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day number 4 here at the beautiful Vinohrady cricket ground just outside Prague in Czechia, and we have 5 more matches coming your way. So we do have the team on the streak. First up, Prague CC. They have 21 consecutive wins in ECS cricket. Can they make it 22? Although, look who they're running into. United Cricket Club, the last team to beat them. You've got to go all the way back to the 3rd of June 2022. The last time that we saw PCC lose a match in that match was quite amazing. 71-49. United bowled the champions out for 49. So let's go over to coin toss now. We've got Charles Croucher with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Welcome to day 3, match 16 with Prague Cricket Club versus United Cricket Club. Will be United to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tails.
Who would like to bowl first?
PCC have won the toss and will bowl first.
So PCC win the toss and they've decided that they want to have a bowl first. A little bit interesting. I think normally they've liked to bat first, but maybe because it is a morning game, teams are more likely to want to bowl first and chase rather than set a score. I noticed no Wickramasinghe in the lineup for PCC today, so obviously that's a big out for them. Davitsi, I think he's recovered by now for that blow on the foot, and I imagine he'd go back to the top of the order. Sridhar's a new player. We haven't seen too much of him, but I liked what I saw yesterday. I think they've got a strong bowling attack. This is one of the times I think, with Noah Shokin in the side, for example, that their bowling attack might be even stronger than their batting, Prague Cricket Club, and that's why they've decided to lead with that this morning. Let's talk United Cricket Club. They've had a bit of a mixed start to the tournament. They did take all 4 points last time out. That was yesterday morning against Moravians, but earlier on in the tournament, they had a match, I think it was on opening day, where they went down to Spartans. But looking at the United squad, they look pretty much at full strength now. They do have Peter Singh Bagel back in there, and he will be keen to make some runs after a golden duck in his own innings so far. But Gawley's in there looking strong, and Ruturaj Magare, watch out for him. So still maybe 1 or 2 key players missing for United, but a pretty good side. I think there's a real opportunity for them here to do what they did back in 2022 and actually get a win over Prague CC. Let's get ready for the first ball, but before we do, I can tell you about the weather today. I think it'll be similar to yesterday, about 25 degrees. Currently, it's a little bit above 17 to get this one started. Okay, now it is time for the first ball, and I'm going to have Phil G with me this morning, but let's go over to the commentary box now as we get ready for the start of day 4.
Yes, it's going to be a really great day here in Prague. And interesting just to have a little peek at the percentages. United not valued too highly by the supercomputer, but I think they've got a real opportunity, like I said there, at the toss to bring this streak to an end. Prague CC won't want that, though. Looking back at yesterday, obviously we had 5 games there, and day 3 brought some pretty interesting action. United didn't take a win out of opening day, but they did take one over Moravians in match 11, taking all the points in the end, getting there within the 7 overs. Bagoli, Magari and Abhimanyu Singh all contributing. But got to say, Ghanshyam Kumar was a bit of a catalyst to keep things quiet. He took 2 for 2 in the first half of that game. Abhishek Parker's had a good start to the series. It wasn't enough to get Moravians a point in that one. Jaswal also was a good contributor. But then in the second game, we saw the Dominators dominated once again. Unfortunately, it took only 4 overs for Moravians to get back on the horse and take all 4 points off Praha Dominators, despite the efforts of Mohammad Alamin. And I've got to say, Prem Yadav for Moravians had a pretty good morning, picking up wickets with the ball. Jaswal and Parker got the job done. So Moravians kind of, I suppose, getting back what they lost in a sense in the first match of the day. Match 13 always brings a little bit of surprise when we get to match 13. This time it was a record that was set. Prague CC with their 21st consecutive win in ECS cricket over Vinohrady, who aren't quite the team they were a couple of years ago. Remember, these 2 played in the final back in 2021. But Ritik Tomar with a strong 55 off 35 was the catalyst for that 130. Some good late hitting there. And Vinohrady, despite some brave efforts, weren't quite able to get there. And then looking at match 14, Moravians, it was only 1 win out of the 3 for the day for them as the Spartans continue their pretty strong start to the tournament. Joman Dominic's been an absolute star for them, 90 off 34 and then 3 for 17. Dream game, no surprises who was the player of the match in that one, as Moravians did end up scraping to a point. And that was all they could muster in that game. Then last game of the day, Tigers versus Vinohrady. Kind of a team on the rise against a team on the slide a little bit there. Tigers setting 133. Sagor Hussain was brilliant, 67 off 24. Sachimir with a handy 27. And despite the efforts of Modad Nan and Abdul Muiz, Vinohrady fell short, though they did pick up a point again. So yeah, Vinohrady, even though they didn't win a game yesterday, they did pick up 2 points. That's something, but I know they're pretty frustrated that they're not in the wins column yet. You can see they're one of 3 winless teams like Ostrava. It's not their fault. They haven't appeared yet. They'll be here tomorrow for the first time. Dominators finding it tough in their first ECS. Top 5 will go through to finals Friday, which is in just over a week's time. So yeah, these 2 teams, Prague CC 2-0 against United, who are 1-1. We can even have a look at some of the lineups. We'll look at them in a moment. But first, let's bring in Phil G to the commentary box. Hello, Phil. How are you this morning? Great to have you. And what do you think about this this contest coming up?
Good morning, Vinny, and good morning, everyone out there watching here today. This is a really good lineup for a PCC. That looks like it's pretty much almost full strength. There's a lot of good names in there. We all know them. And the UCC guys, I think they've got most of their good players back as well. This is going to be a cracking start to day 4 here at Vinohrady. I'm looking forward to this match. And as you highlighted at the very start, Vinny, there's a bit of history between these 2 clubs in ECS. And, you know, could that play a factor? I think for UCC it will, because they know they can beat Prague here in a T10, and that'll fire them up, and I'm sure they will be well fired up. And of course, Prague CC, well, they're still riding the wave of yesterday's record-breaking effort against Vinohrady. 21 consecutive wins in ECS. Outstanding.
Yeah, how high can they go? That's what they're thinking at the moment. They're building the proverbial house of cards, if you like. Can they get to 30, for example? I mean, they're going to run into some pretty good opposition in this series, no doubt. Starting right here with United, as it's going to be the tank, Ritik Toma, to get us going. And he starts with a ball which is French cut away for the four runs, and it's the first runs of the day. A little bit of luck there as United get moving.
That's right, and Ritik Toma stepping up to the captaincy for this series as well, leading the charge for the team, for the Prague Cricket Club team. Very, very well-known team throughout all of Europe. The Prague Cricket Club been around for some 27 years. First club here in Prague to start cricket, and a great bunch of guys too.
Got to say, well done on the commentary the other day on Tuesday. You and Danny allowed me to have a day off, and
yes, we did.
I was lurking from time to time. I was catching some of the beautiful sights just slightly out of the city, actually. At Karlstein Castle.
Oh, you got to Karlstein. Nice.
Yeah, it was a very nice day.
Yes.
Anyway, Magari starts with 4. He misses the next one upstairs. But yeah, Phil, you've been here for how long now? 20 years?
Here in Prague?
In Prague?
Well, I first came here in 2004, so that was 20 years ago exactly, yeah. But I first resided here in 2007.
Yeah,
so that's still quite
17.
a long time ago there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a beautiful city.
It's my home. Love it here. The city's fantastic. Countryside's fantastic. And the people are awesome too. And that's an awesome shot. That is going to carry the boundary line 6. Big hit. That's a lovely strike there.
Didn't have to wait too long. We got our first Maximo of the day. That's a really good shot. Yeah. So we saw that United obviously were the team that beat Prague CC back in 2022. Only given 12% at the first ball. Ooh. I feel that's very low.
I think it's a bit low
I think a lot of it is how they handle themselves with the bat against what's a pretty strong attack. And right now, they're handling themselves pretty well. Magare pulls to leg and gets 4 more.
That's an authoritative shot right along the ground. Very safe shot, especially here in the power play. Lovely strike through the infield. 4 runs right off the bat. Good hit. Magare looking good here.
Also got to say, big thanks to Danny, who's put in a big stint, did 6 days in a row. He's got today and tomorrow off.
Yes.
Partly it's because he's got quizzing duties tonight at the Down Under.
He
so
does.
Requested these 2 days off.
The famous Danny quiz.
Here's the tank, and he gets this one to leave. The right-handed Megari. It's a really good piece of bowling from Ritik. Seems to be relishing the extra responsibility of the captaincy.
Yeah, I think he is too. He does enjoy it. He steps into that captain's role very nicely. Obviously, he spent a lot of time playing alongside Arun Ashokan, who previous PCC captain, and he's learnt a lot, and his game has matured a lot as well. Obviously, Riddick's a good friend of mine, and I love to see him doing well, and I'm glad he's got the captaincy.
Another good outswinger, but it's just going to swing too much. It'll be a wide. Yeah, Aaron's actually in the lineup for the first time today as well, but still retaining Ritik as the captain. And I think, you know, potentially, yeah, I look at him as a Czech captaincy potential Czech captain. You know, I think.
I think so too. I think
Yeah,
it's a fair call.
if the opportunity arises. Obviously,
course.
Aaron's been doing a pretty good job, and we've seen obviously a couple of other captains from time to time. This is in the air. It's just going to loop away from the aforementioned Aaron Ashokin. It's going to be another boundary to finish the over. It's not quite magical, but not far off. It's 19 for none after one. You've even seen Dylan Stain leading the side in the ECC a couple of years ago.
That's right.
A player that I really love that unfortunately has club cricket in England at the moment. I'll talk about him in a moment.
Yeah.
I think he's a potential future Czech captain. But let's have a look at the stats. And this is after only 3 days. We're over 3,000 runs. We're over it. That doesn't look right. I don't think we're over 1,000 wickets. I think that's a typo.
That's a lot of wickets.
I don't remember that many. But I can tell you that the fours rate actually has been off the chart. 12.6 fours per 10 overs, very high. Sign that the outfield is lightning quick. And we've been saying all week, I don't think we've ever seen the field in such great condition.
I would agree with that. I've definitely that's been on my mind, the fact that there's been more shots along the ground, whether they've been edges or full-blooded drives and pull shots. There's been so many more fours than sixes here, and it's really good to see. And you know what, I've got to say, on behalf of the ground staff, they have done a fantastic job making the ground and the outfield look lush. A new roller was acquired at the start of the year. We've rolled the outfield many times, and obviously people like Venki and myself who get up here every Friday and spend a few hours here, it's paid off.
Now, we've got Lakshmi. He's in the side today. He's going to bowl over number 2. Starts by getting driven out to the perfectly positioned Smit Patel, who does the fielding on his gluteus. Yeah, I just did a quick check. It's 123 wickets, not 1,123 wickets. I tell you what, if we'd seen 1,123 wickets, I mean, how many overs have we had? Probably more or less.
I start to wonder
I could tell you.
how many games have we watched for 1,000 wickets?
We've only had 1,605 balls. So if we had 1,123 wickets,
Wow.
it would have been a scene. In the air, this won't quite carry out to Smith. I think they know Magari likes hitting in that zone, so that's why they've elected to put a fielder out at deep extra cover, which is a slightly unusual fielding position for a power play.
It is. It's a good choice of fielder too, because Smith is a great fielder. He's a good catch. He's quick across the grass as well, and yeah, I think that's a really smart move from skipper to get protection out there.
In swinger this time from Lakshmi. Hit and run, but not necessarily gathered cleanly. I'm a little bit, interested about the choice of Selvin as the opening bowler here. I would have thought maybe you'd go for someone like a Davidson Romani first up. But I suppose you've still got the ability to bring him in the middle. Just think Romani's got that extra kind of zip. Could be a handful with the new ball.
Yeah.
This one swings in, and it's beautifully clipped away by Magari, who started strongly, moves up into the 20s.
Yeah, now that one's just straight on the pads, and that's, well, that was just easy. Too easy just to whip it away like that. You've got to be good enough to hit it, and you're bowling against someone who is very much that person, good enough to hit it away. Lovely shot off the pads, 4 runs.
I say quick good morning or good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is that you're watching from. But Kingston Weatherby is in the chat. I say good morning to you. Hello to Chris Ward as well. To Michael Gustav, good morning to you. And Shohag's in there. Mark Smart, hello Skippy, and he's watching from Bruno. Hello to Rob Thompson as well, watching from New Zealand. So we've got viewers from far and wide as usual. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide. Got Hilal Ahmed once again behind the stumps for PCC. He's been pretty good in the series so far. Yeah, so Shohag from Bangladesh. I think Australia, Bangladesh are going to play soon in the World Cup. That'll be a pretty good game. And yeah, if you want to say hello to us, please do. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Phil G. And yeah, we do have some recent commentary experience together because we did a couple of days in Portugal at the start of the month.
We did.
Feels like forever ago, but I mean, it's still the same. It was June, and it's still June.
It's still
but
June.
so much has happened since then. Obviously, I did the last. You left me, and I did the last week of Portugal.
Yep.
We can maybe even talk about that a little bit, and what you thought about the last week there. And then I spent a bit of time in Cyprus covering that. Cyprus finally finished after 19 consecutive days in the heat.
What a series that was.
Yeah, and it was quite incredible. I actually saw the brand new ground as well in Happy Valley, where we actually saw a bit of history earlier in the week. Sahil Charm with the fastest T20
Oh,
international
yes.
and fastest men's T20 100.
Yes.
A record that was once actually held by PCC player Sudesh Vikramasekaran.
He was a joint holder, wasn't he?
But now it's been smashed. It was already beaten a couple of times, but
Yeah.
27 balls now. I think Sudesh did it in 35. But yeah, crazy stuff, really. Pulled away. This is going to be 4 more. Miguel hasn't faced too many yet. He'll be pretty thrilled to at least get off the mark because Piyush missed the first game on Monday, came in yesterday for the only game, and unfortunately got a golden duck.
He did get a first baller, didn't he?
He's very steady hand at the top as well.
Yeah.
With good instincts. That's the end of the second over. Really good start for United. 33 without loss. Looking at the table, United seem like one of those teams that might be on the cusp. I think the top 3 there, I'd be very surprised if they missed out with the way that they're playing their cricket at the moment. Spartans, I'd also be quite surprised if they missed out. But then you've got a bunch of teams that are fighting for, I think, those final, maybe a couple of spots in the finals. And that's why I think things like bonus points and picking up points in losses, like Vinohrady were able to do a couple of times yesterday, becomes really important.
Those bonus points are going to be absolutely critical when it comes down to who's going to be that 5th or even that 4th team. I mean, we haven't seen much of the Prague Barbarians, and for me, they've had a wonderful T20 League season so far here. If they can convert that success into this series, then they are going to be up amongst that top 3 that you just indicated there, Vinny. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see the Barbarians fill in that 4th position and that 5th position, as you say, up for grabs. Spartans, they're definitely a shout. I like what the Spartans are doing right now. Seen them in a couple of games, looking very strong. Yesterday's game was a great example of that. And yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really good. It's a good series so far. I've really enjoyed it so far. Going into next week, it's going to be really tight. As you say, we get Ostrava back on the charts tomorrow, and that's going to be great to see them in action as well. They're Division 3. They're new, but they're feisty.
That's a pretty good ball first up. They do bring in Davidson Romani. He's a real live wire, isn't he? Coming in bowling over number 3. Yeah, we spent. Sorry, Phil. I was going to
say PCC have got a lot of bowling options here, Vinny. Ravi Kumar Solanki's in the team as well. There's and he's been bowling fantastically in the current league at the moment too. Obviously, can he bowl as well in T10? We'll see.
We saw him in the ECL for the first time, actually. It's the first time we've seen him in the ECS, Ravi. And it's up in the air. Fair bit of bat on this and flying a long way back. Will pace in, pace out, maximal for Magare. Last year's player of the series.
Yeah.
And earned his way into the national team. And I think he's really relishing that challenge.
I think so too.
United are a real success story of a club that are fairly new, aren't they?
They're relatively new. Yeah, exactly. And they've really taken every opportunity they can possibly get their hands on, and well done to them as well.
I was going to say, we were commentating in Portugal last time out. In the end, Punjab CC Amadora won that trophy. Uerash kind of won every game until the last 2. Couple of tough losses at the end. Really swinging this around at the moment. That's going to be 4 or 5 wide.
That is 5 wide.
Oh, Hilly has certainly been struggling a little bit with some of this late movement. Just have a look at this go. And really, it's kind of the pace of it as well. Remember, the wide rules now are slightly different. And so it's pretty close to the line. Probably, if you look at that, it's just outside. Probably a fair call. But
I think so too, yeah.
United made a really strong start.
But yeah, Hilly's just struggling to get across there to cover that one off, wasn't he? Just maybe one step shy of getting behind it, but it did swing away quite heavily.
And the further back he would go, the more it would have swung before it got him. It's really well bowled, Romani's putting on a bit of a show. He's got pretty much nothing to show for it because he's gone none for 11 off 3. That's his format of the game, I suppose.
That's it exactly.
I heard England won overnight in the World Cup as well against West Indies. So to all the England fans out there, you're welcome, because Australia essentially kept them in the tournament. I'm going to enjoy that no matter what happens for the rest of this World Cup. That's gone. Oh, it's not. It's no ball, and I reckon it was plumb LBW.
Yeah, he's kicked the stumps on his follow-through. That's what he's done. He's knocked the stumps. Bale's gone everywhere.
Now, was it off the bat? No. I mean, that would have been plumb LBW, I think.
Oh, look at that.
Straightening down the line.
It's pretty adjacent, isn't it?
But no ball. Good pick up by you, Phil. It wasn't a front foot no ball. It was a disturbing the stumps.
Yes.
No ball.
Sorry, no camera 4.
Yeah, gave it a really good hit there with his leg, and I think instantly, even before the LBW was a possibility, his hands had gone to his head, because I think he knew that was dead on.
Now, it doesn't matter because it's a free hit, but I got to say, you've got to be super careful, I think, on a ball you can get out to, not to hit across the ball in the stumps from Romani the way he's swinging it.
Yes.
And this should get through, and it's going to be 4. So little things having big consequences as United bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership in just 16 balls. What a start today for.
That's incredible. UCC are absolutely on their bike and pedaling as hard as I've seen them. This is a wonderful start against a very strong PCC lineup. And when I was looking at the lineups to start, I thought, wow, PCC have brought almost everybody, including the kitchen sink, with the exception of the Beast. But however, they've got such a depth. I thought that was a good lineup. UCC, they've come out and they've really taken every chance here. Wonderful stuff from the opening batsman.
Just, I think maybe still a bit of movement in the field causes Miguel to back away. And look, he's a good step out of his crease to Romani, who he's right up. He's probably the quickest of the bowlers in the lineup today. No matter Ranga in the lineup today, probably his competition when he's on the field. But yeah, Romani, well, he's got the rock star looks, doesn't he? That's one thing about Davidson. He's always exciting to watch.
He is.
And he's a tearaway as well.
He's a good character. He's always good for a laugh too. Yeah, I like Davidson.
I tell you what, he hasn't got too much to show for his over yet. And still won't, because this will be over the top, and it will get to the boundary. So the third goes magical in the end, and United flying through the power play. 54 without loss after 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, Davidson, he's a good bowler. He's got that amazing swing, but unfortunately, the UCC well, unfortunately for him, the UCC batsmen are just all over that, and they've taken that over magical. And this opening stance here in 3 overs in the power play, 54 after the power play, that is a wonderful start for UCC. Really trying to stamp an authority here on this this first match here on day 4 in Vinohrady, and this is a really good start. I'm enjoying it, and I bet the UCC batsmen and the dugout are equally enjoying it. PCC need to find someone who can dig out a wicket here.
Yeah, they
Have
sure
a look
do.
at the tower block there. Look
I
at
think
that. That's pretty consistent.
I think maybe it might be time to try some spin. And it looks like they're doing that with Ravi Kumar Solanki. They've also got Kea Mehta in the lineup today as well.
Yes.
So I think they've got some good options they could turn to. Even Ashokan potentially can bowl some spin if they want to go down that path.
I think Arun might have been a good choice, actually, because he's the highest wicket taker in the top division in the current T20 league. He's taken 13 wickets, and the next nearest person's taken 9. And he's very economical too, so he might even get the ball and get a chance to try to slow things down. We'll see how Ravi Solanki can go, though.
I think this is a smart first spin option, though, because you've got the left arm spinner turning the ball away. You've got 2 right-handers at the crease at the moment, so it does seem like a good matchup. And PCC need a turning point. Magari faces up, drives down the ground, first ball, but can't get under it. Hello to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. I noticed Netherlands women just completed a 4-0 series victory over Hong Kong. And
oh, yes, saw that
something
too.
I know that Corey has been helping out with some of the commentary on those matches. Pretty comprehensive stuff. But, I think Corey, next time we'll get him on ECN. I think he's in Hungary next month. He's a good bowler, isn't he? Solanki, he's hit his spots. First couple of balls. And now we're out of the power play as well. So he just has that extra protection on the boundary. So we've got 3 outfielders on the leg side. You've got long off and deep point out on the off side. Manoeuvred away. They'll take a tight run. And they'll get there. Shows you the importance of running between the wickets. And I think, just watch Magare here. He's already got a couple of metres, no hesitation. And even though it's hit pretty much straight to the fielder, they get through easily.
Yeah, that's really good running. Really, really good. Solanki had 1 over on Monday, I believe it was. I think he went magical. And after that, he came over to me and he was a little bit down about it. Didn't know whether he would get another game. Took it really personally, but so far these first 3 deliveries, it's 1-1-1. This is a good comeback from him, and a bit of confidence. That's all he needs, and yeah, he might be able to turn it around in the next 3 deliveries. Let's see how he goes.
Magare, 31 of 14. Now he gets knocked over. Change of pace, and the game changes with the introduction of Solanki, who gets Magare swinging across one, and his bowled all ends up for 31. Score is 56 for 1.
Well, there's the breakthrough. We were thinking about this as a breakthrough. You called it as well, Vinny. It's time to bring on some spin, and you're right. This was a very good choice to bring on Solanki, and he's gone straight through the offensive, not the defense, but the offense of the batsman who's on his way. That's a cracking good delivery. Hits the stumps, and well, UCC have taken the first blow, but it's still a cracking start for them, and PCC will be very happy to see the first wicket on the board.
It's Brahman Bagoli who is coming out number 3. I think just look at that shot there. I think that Ravi tempts him into going across the line into the kind of, so-called easy option of just swinging across it. But if he had his time over, he could still attack that ball, but he'd maybe back himself to drive down the ground a bit more kind of in the arc. But, yeah, like you said, it has been a good start. And let's see if they can continue on with it. I want to say hello to, we've got a lot of viewers, I'm sure, that they were kind of in the habit of watching Cyprus, because that was a 19-day tournament, and it finished with some really good T20 internationals, both men's and women's.
Yeah.
And they might be experiencing a kind of full day of Prague for the first time in the season. So welcome to all of you. You've got a great game first up to watch. Really well bowled by Solanki, kind of lured Bagoli forward, but he couldn't quite get to the pitch, ends up just kind of pushing at it. It's been a really good over.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for Ravi because he started helping me out recently here at the ground as well during the week. So he's chipping in and helping out Czech cricket as well.
Bagoli gets one that slants into him. And I don't want to. Bagoli was at least feigning that he wanted to. But in the end, it'll just be a single. He's off the mark and retains the strike. It's the end of 4 overs, and the score is 57 for 1.
Well, that is a really good over and a really good change-up for a PCC to bring on the spinner, the left-arm spinner, who comes in with a bit of a good curved arm and put it on the spot. His first 3 balls were just 1, 1 and 1. Have a look at the run rate there. It's got off to an absolute flyer for United. Look at that, bang, straight up to a magical start, and then just bobbed along. And with that wicket in the previous over, things have sort of dropped off just a little bit there. Only a handful of runs off that over from Solanki. He's delivered a wicket and a very tight over for PCC. And, well, UCC, well, they need to rebuild again. Another good partnership here to keep that momentum going. They're 57 for 1, 4 gone. Potentially get to the 130s and 135 might be looking for at the end of the 10th. We'll have a look.
Okay, Mehta comes on now, and so they go twin spin options here. I think it makes perfect sense. You've removed Magare, who's been the main threat, but Bagoli saw him a little bit hesitant against the spin in the last over when he first came out. So there's a kind of general thinking that it's a bit more difficult to start your innings to spin. Also just kind of forcing United to put the pace on the ball. Yeah, so just going back to Portugal, that last week, what did you think of the last week of the tournament? I know you were following along.
Oh, I was following it, definitely. After being there for 3 weeks watching the first 40 matches of the group stage, I couldn't possibly let that one go. I was like a Rottweiler with a bone on that one. Really enjoyed it, though. Absolutely enjoyed it. The teams were fantastic. I got along so well with them. And the cricket was amazing.
That one's cut off by Shokin in the circle. He's a big in. They lose the beast, but they get the baby bull back.
And, of course, when we talk about the pitch,
I love the pitch.
That could be a long conversation.
probably
the unnamed character of the ECN.
Player series.
Of the whole series. Absolutely. MVP, possibly.
In all seriousness, it did give this kind of this constant spectre of any ball could get the batter out.
Yes.
So I think there's so many pitches, even this pitch, which I think has a bit more of a balance than a lot of pitches in Europe.
Yeah.
But I mean, once you're in, it's pretty hard. You almost have to wait for a mistake. But there were these kind of act of God dismissals that kept everything interesting. And I don't think we saw 100 in that whole tournament, over 50 matches. That one's hit pretty well, but straight at the fielder. Does well.
Yeah, we had a 98 from Amandeep Singh.
Oh.
It was close.
Geez, pushing a 2 there.
Well run.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit surprised. Piyush just maybe senses the opportunity and perfect throw, I think, would have had him gone. Back to live action now. This is hit in the air. Fielder comes around, knocks it up, can't get it on the second opportunity. That was absolutely banged out there. And that's Raj, Nanathiswaran, who actually does pretty well, I think, in a sense, because I think he probably saved 6.
I think he has, yes.
But obviously, you would have loved the opportunity to catch it on the second attempt.
Oh, yeah, if
Maybe
that.
4. Maybe it wasn't going all the way, but it was kind of like a flat tracer, wasn't it?
It really was. It was a hot chance, and I think he's done really well just to knock it up and save the boundary. Yeah, if he'd pouched it, sure, would have been fantastic. KO Meta would have been the second speed bowler to come on and have that. But, yeah.
So that's the end of the over. 63 for 1 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box for the first time today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Phil G with me, filling in for Danny today. Rico is actually arriving. In fact, he might be arriving exactly as we speak. So,
fantastic.
Hello, Rico, if you're tuning in. And he'll be here for the first time tomorrow, for first ever time commentating in Prague. So I'm really excited that Rico gets to experience it as well.
That's going to be awesome. It'd be wonderful to have Rico in Prague for the first time. Really, really looking forward to that. And just keeping the headset warm for you, Rico. So you're welcome to back here when you get off that plane and check yourself in. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Let's have a look at this one first up. Yeah, it's coming wide of the crease. For me, it's very close, maybe just drifting down the leg side with that natural angle and movement that Ravi tends to get. This one's got a bit of length on it. It's going to disappear. Just a small drag down, but big consequences. Bagoli goes Maximo, his first of the morning.
Well, the boundaries have sort of dried up just a little bit in the last couple of overs. And, well, finally, Bagoli, he breaks the shackles. And UCC will love to see that Grizzly flying a little bit higher and a bit more often in the next 2 or 3 overs just to get the momentum back that they had in that power play.
Goes again, takes it on, but doesn't get too much of this one. A slight fumble. United have shown that they're willing to take some risks with the running between the wickets. Probably the only key member of their batting lineup missing today is Ayush Sharma, who's not on the side, but
Yes.
But they're looking pretty strong. They back themselves with batting still to come. Abhimanyu Singh is listed to come in next. Goes after this, doesn't quite get it. Hanging in the air. Should be caught. They don't drop too many catches, PCC. They don't drop this one. And so Solanki doubles down. He has a second wicket. He's bowled really, really well. And Bagel, who's leading United today, is going to have to walk for 16. The score, 72.
That's really good bowling from Solanki. He's returning the favour to his captain for letting him come over for that second over, and he deserved it too after that first brilliant over, and he's picked up another one. So well done him, and well done PCC for persisting and for trying to change things up. They're a smart unit, and that's what they've done. They've seen, okay, we went for 57 in the power play, we can do better than that in the next few overs, and they've done exactly that. And so the boundaries have dried up a little bit for UCC, and the momentum has dropped. Next time we see that run rate graph, I'm sure it's going to illustrate that perfectly. So 70 for 2. We've still got a couple of balls to go in this, the 6th over. Solanki's still got a couple more to add to his 2, possibly. 2 for 10 he's got. He's bowling quite well.
He sure is. Nice catch as well by Aravind Sridhar, who looks like a really well put together cricketer. We only saw a glimpse of him with the bat yesterday, but a powerful left-hander at the top of the order. They could have a double left-handed order. PCC at the top with Davitsi potentially going back to the top, having recovered, I think, from that blow on the foot a couple of days ago.
Absolutely, yeah. Aravind, he hit a 4 and a 6 and didn't bowl the scorers anymore, but he looked good.
Bit of turn this time for Solanki. That, again, I think it's important that he occasionally does actually put some of that side spin on rather than just drift it in to the right hand. It certainly makes him more difficult to play. This is one I might be considering just playing out, not taking too many risks. Manu does pretty much that. Aaron Ashokan is a very good fielder. That might have been really close. Now they're going to take on an overthrow. Well, it's good cricket all round, really. But Abhimanyu gets off the mark with a deuce in the end, and it's 72 for 2 after 6. Let's have a look. If this had hit, would it have been out? It was a great pick up and throw. Ashokan's a very good fielder. It would have been out. It had to be direct. But how about the quick recovery from Abhimanyu to get up, come back for a second? That kind of exemplifies the hustle that UCC cricket's all about, I think.
Yeah,
72 for 2 after 6.
That sort of alertness was really, really quite something, because he was flat on his tummy, and he was up like a shot, saw that it was running out. It was slowing as it was getting to the backup fielder, and he knew he was on for a single there. Have a look at the chart there. Look at that. The openers had a pretty good stance before they lost their wickets. That was Piyush who went first, but Rudraj at the top there, 31, and now Pramod and Abhimanyu Singh taking over duties. Look at that for a shot. What a good hit.
What a way to start the over. KMH is a slightly different proposition with the spin that he is imparting normally. He's kind of into the right-hander, kind of into the hitting zone. If he's not careful, that first one goes maximal out of the ground.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. KO with that different sort of angle, and it was picked up very early and into position. And well, Pramod Baguli, he's a very strong hitter around the ground.
Takes this on, but he's beaten in flight. This should be out. Fielder's capped under it, and it'll be 6 and out for Baguli. Well done to Mita. I think he's a very canny bowler. Okay, everyone's going to get hit sometimes, but he kind of played on Pramod's confidence in a way. Gave him one that looked quite hittable, but it wasn't quite there for it really. It was a little bit shorter, and yeah, simple catch in the end. So yeah, productive 18, I think, from Pramod in the end, but he'll have to go. That's 3 wickets down now, 78 for 3.
Yeah, fantastic comeback from the bowler there. You've just been taken across cow corner for 6 runs, and you come back with a very smart delivery that, as you say, really did play on his confidence when it was sort of looped up, waved hello and said, where do you want to put me? And that miss hit. And another good outfield catch to the PCC fielders here.
Yeah.
They are a good catching team. They spend a lot of time working on that.
And that's Ravi Kumar Solanki. Can't keep him out of the game. Just chipped in with a couple of wickets and takes that catch. Yeah, hello to Kushi Mendon as well, who is saying hello. And also, yeah, hello to Kevin, who's saying, let's just say, loyalties are, or attention spans are split between the Euros and the Cricket World Cup at the moment in England. Understandable.
Okay, I get that.
Well bowled by Mehta. He's come back really well after that 6. Ganjam Kumar. He had a brilliant game yesterday. Took 2 for 2 with the ball. Has a job to do with the bat now at number 5. Remember, no Ayush Sharma in the lineup today for United. It's a wild kind of swing to leg though. This is where you can learn a lot about where batters want to hit. I mean, cover's open there on the boundary. He still tries to go to leg. This time it jumps a bit on him. Might have taken something on the way through, or might be a bye. Let's have a look. It's a leg bye. He just took a little bit of Kumar's body on the way through.
It's good bowling by KO. He's hustling through his deliveries, not trying to sort of like it be sort of too quick, but just methodically getting through it, ball after ball. Let's go.
Now it's a great shot, and you see a slightly different approach from Abhimanyu Singh. So one thing that you need to do when you're batting in limited overs cricket, when the field's back, know where the gaps are in the outfield. And there was a gap at cover. The ball was in that zone. He goes for it all the way along the carpet. Another 4 to the total, and United are 83 for 3 after 7. Missed it to 112. I mean, it's kind of middle of the road score. Well, actually, 112 is the average score batting first. Right on cue there. But the interesting thing in this series for me is the amount of successful chases we've had. So 10 matches out of 15 won by teams batting second. We've seen 131, the highest successful chase. But there's been a fairly even grouping of the scores, I think, for the most part. And there's been a couple of exceptions, but yeah, one thing that we noted earlier as well is that the run rate's been going up here across the board. Although this is it's going to be a throwback. It's going to be 2 runs in the end. That was a great effort by Ramani. It's actually been called 6. All right, so he must have been over the boundary. It's a bit hard for us to see.
Yeah, we were just blindsided there, just slightly. Couldn't quite see, but maybe his heels were rocked back on the rope.
I think he probably threw it away when he realised he landed outside. So Ashokan comes on, and I like this kind of decision to stick with spin, because spin has been pretty useful in retarding the scoring.
Definitely.
And so they're just sticking with it.
I mean, before the spin came on, we were talking about, well, I was talking about like a 135, 140 potential top score for the team. And now that expected score, as you said before, Vinny, was down around the 112 at the start of the over. Now it's looking around 117. If Arun can get this over nice and tight, might be chasing a smaller score than they expected.
Really nice shot, no fine leg. That's going to be 4. That's the risk. Ashokan basically trying to cramp him for a room. And if you do get bad on it, we know this field is so fast. This is one of the fastest sections as well, I think, down the hill there towards the groundsman's shed.
It really is down there. Yeah, balls fly away very quickly when the right-hander gets a little fine little edge or a little sort of just off the pad. It will fly away really quickly. Even if you've got protection, the fielder on the boundary will still struggle. If it goes 3 or 4 meters to either his left or right, it's just one of those parts of the field. It's quite astonishing how quickly it runs away.
Yeah, run rates have been rising across the board on ECN, but yeah, before today it was 12 and over. So 120 per 10 overs. That's up. It was 114 last year, I think. Going back further years, it was kind of more like 9 and over, even kind of high 8s. So it is a bit of a trend, but yeah, I think this pitch, because it's not quite as crazy as the Miranda de Corvo pitch, but there is something in it for the bowlers. I think you get that little bit of variable bounce, natural variation, which means, for example, we've only ever seen 100 here. It was Jagger Neveson last year, where some places that are very, very flat, we're seeing an outrageous amount of centuries.
It's quite incredible when you think about it. Just 100 here on this pitch. Amazing.
In ECN cricket we're talking about, of course.
Yeah, of course.
As Aaron Ashokan slides this across the right-hander. It's going to be a real interesting chase. There's a few key weapons in that Prague CC lineup. Going to be keen to fire and take the responsibility. This is well fielded out there. They do field well as well. That's something that I think is one of their maybe under the radar things that makes Prague CC such a good team. As once again, this one will find the sweeper. It should be the end of the over. So at the end of 8 overs, it's 96 for 3. So okay, 12 and over pace. I have kind of 120 as the par here. Maybe it'll go up to 125. I kind of said that at the start of the week.
Yep.
At the moment, it's exactly 120. But obviously, Prague CC, they're a better than average side, so you feel like you need to score more runs than average to beat them. But Dominators United, they've got some good bowlers in there. I think about the ability for Amandeep Singh with his left armers to make an impression. You got Ali Sitar is in there now, of course, former PCC player. Probably, I would say, has been underbowled so far. We got Ghanshyam Kumar coming off 2 for 2 yesterday. They're going to go back to pace now, and it's going to be the tank, Ritik Tomar, to bowl the 9th over. Goes upstairs first up.
Good lift there from Riddick as well. Bend the back a little bit harder and got a little bit extra piri-piri sauce on that and pushed it through at a good height. Batsman swipes under it. Be interested to see who they're going to get to bowl the 10th. I mean, whether Arun will get another shot, having gone for a few off that previous over. Not sure if he will.
I think they might. Probably. Oh, no, this is up. It's in the air and it's disappearing. Maximo. Yeah, Kumar. He missed the first one. Didn't miss the next one. Lifted up and out of the ground.
Big hit, that one. A little bit of fielding practice for one of our ball boys out there, camped on the other field, the neighbouring field, the Banks field next to this one, which is Scott Page field.
The other bowler I might consider bowl the last over is Ramani.
Yeah.
But depends kind of what you want to do. And also I think depends how they go against the pace this over.
Yeah, it'd be interesting who they choose.
Sometimes people shy away from spinners in the last over. I don't really see why. Often batters will try to overhit against a spinner. Quite often we see, when batters go completely uber aggressive with nothing to lose, and you get all these little edges that are flying away off the fast bowlers.
That's right.
4s and 6s behind the wicket. This is a genuine cut shot down, and that's a really good example of how the fielding has been solid. That's Raj down there. Okay, doesn't take it cleanly, but he deals with a very awkward bounce. We've seen a few of the less experienced teams, kind of trying to use their feet all the time and all that. It's just practicing, showing how to do it. Get that body behind the ball, get those hands down. Goes after it's right off the end of the bat though from Abhimanyu.
Yeah, just didn't really get that proper at all, did he?
Early call though. United and Golden Ball go hand in hand.
Yes.
All 3 Golden Balls that we've had here in Czechia have been involved United.
That's right.
Abhimanyu Singh was involved in a Golden Ball. It's the one against Brno, which was a crazy one. And do you remember what happened there? I'll tell you what happened. But it was an intense golden ball. and strange. Last ball of the ninth here. It goes up in the air, sliced away. It should be caught. It is. And so Ghanshyam Kumar will have to go for 15. The Tank gets a wicket with his last ball of this game, 104 for 4.
Yeah, very good catch there. Another good catch in the outfield. This time, K.O. Mehta holds his ground and holds the catch really well. They've caught well here, the PCC guys. I don't think we've, apart from maybe Raj on the boundary line, who preferred to punch the ball down with 2 hands rather than take the catch. It did go like a tracer bullet to him though.
Yeah.
But, that is another wicket down though at the end of the ninth. So one more over to come. All eyes on Arun Ashokan, who's going to get the duty.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my instinct is that it just spins a better matchup, even though Romani is quicker. But maybe the opportunity was there for him to bowl out earlier. But then again, I suppose they seem to get on top of the pace.
Yeah.
And that move to spin did work. So it's just one of those things. It feels strange to have a bowler like Romani in your side and not to bowl him too. But I suppose it just shows they've got a lot of options. And I feel like this is the right one. 104 for 4, then 9th over is finished. Over to the 10th. Again, that kind of shows you what I'm talking about. Ashokan will have a pop, miss. He's got the backup though. It's good team play from Prague CC. They don't get the wicket, but only concede the single. Yeah, golden ball 48, 22nd of July last year. Brno versus United. Abhimanyu hit it out to deep mid wicket. He was on strike.
Yeah.
And he would have gotten 2, but he basically turned for 2, started running the second, realised he hadn't touched his bat in the line, so he had to go back to touch it again.
Now
and
I remember that
we were
one.
trying to work out what's going on. Why is he not trying? But he just realised it was going to be 1 short. That's going to be 4. That's just a bit of perfect placement, Mustafa Nawab.
That's great placement. Look at that. Straight between the two. Nawab, who's only just joined us recently, and he places, well, have a look at this. Might be more out of sort of, maybe not quite design, maybe more accident, but he's placed it really well. And 4 in the last over. Good shot.
Yeah, runs and runs. Yeah, and that golden ball 48, keeper fumbled as well. So yeah, Abhimanyu definitely would have got in if he just run a regular 2. Heartbreak for United. They've only won 1 out of their 3 golden balls, but they're only one of 5 teams to play 3 golden balls on the network. It's out of hundreds of teams in the air, and simple catch. And if it's not caught, it's going to be run out. So, yeah, Arun Ashokan, good old-fashioned double play, basically gets Nawab out twice, and the score now 109 for 5.
Oh, Arun loves his cricket. He really does. He's a good character too. Big smile on his face. He says, well, I've caught it, but I'll just do that just in case. Gives him a little beaming smile.
Yeah, right idea from Nawab, but he'll have to go 109 for 5. And the decision to bowl Ashokan last over at the moment, it's working out pretty well. I know he got hit for that boundary, but he's a guy, he's not really going to bowl any extras or anything like that. He's going to make you work for your runs.
Yeah, but as you say, it's the last over. The batsmen go out there with an agenda, and the agenda is simply runs. Any way you want to get it. And they do overhit. And so you have someone like Arun, who's a very smart player, smart bowler as well. He knows what's in the batsman's mind. It's 6 balls to go. They just want runs.
Goes after this, offside, sliced in there. Could be another wicket, should be. And Ashokan's on a hat-trick. It's a golden duck for Amit Grover. And United finding it hard to get that final push at the moment, 109 for 6.
They are, aren't they? They're kind of stuck there in this last over. There was one good hit for 4, and then everything else has been a single and a couple of wickets. So, Arun, can he finish the game? He's got still a couple to go, I think.
Good morning to Derek, who's looking very nice, as always. 24-carat version. Ashokan is hoping to join this list. It's a bit thin this year. We've had a bit of a drought as well. Rutul Chowdhury, you called that one back in match 16.
That was the last hat-trick?
That was the last hat-trick. And tomorrow, it's the 21st of June, so it's almost 1 month. And I've got to say, this has got to be a good chance, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure.
He's not going to bowl a wide. You got the batter coming out trying to absolutely just murder it because there's only 2 to come. Could even be a chance of 4 in a row here. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick ball. In the air and just over the top.
No.
Oh, and it's going to go for 4. Doesn't get much closer than that. Raj was up in the circle. Joshi comes out. Well, he's going to swing for the fences no matter what.
Yep.
Bit fortunate, but 4 runs. Action aplenty.
Well, that was as close as a hat-trick can get, I think. And so the hat-trick list stays as is.
The hat-trick jinx continues. We've had some famous kind of droughts. One was the start of the 2022 season where we went all the way pretty much deep into ECL, I think about 4 weeks before we got one. at the start of that year. Anyway, last ball coming up. There's a bit of a game of chicken between Aaron and the umpire who's signaling dead ball, but here we go with the last ball, the 10th. And little Eds, that's going to fly away for 4 as well. So handy runs coming at the end. And Shokin probably shaking his head wondering what happened. The last 5 balls, there's 2 wickets, there's 3 fours. And they're all kind of in the same region. But United, when it's all sliced and diced, they're going to finish with 117 off their 10 overs. Pretty much a pass score. I think Prague CC, I think they'll be confident of continuing their winning streak to 22. But United certainly have enough, I think, to bowl at and pull off an upset.
I think so too. This has been a pretty good effort from United. They started really well. The openers came in and their power play, 57 off 3. And you see here some big hitting right at the start there from Ruturaj Margo, who really got amongst it very quickly and early. And Piyush as well, lusty hitting here in those first 3 overs. And I thought, well, we're on for a big score here, Vinny, at this point. I was thinking, well, we could be going 140s here.
Yeah, but 50
score.
54 in the first 3 overs, but then they switched to spin, and the next 3 overs only went for 18. And that's just how quickly things turned around. Solanki is a really good bowler, isn't he? And he was able to get Ruturaj just misjudging one, trying to hit across the line. He was out for 31. Meter at the other end did a very good job, I thought, as well. United had to hustle. I mean, they had that belief, I think, that they can beat PCC. Of course, they had that famous victory over them back in 2022, which is actually the last game that Prague CC lost. But, yeah, I just think that Prague CC, they're going to have to bat well. They've got the batters to do it. But, yeah, it's a good challenge for a team, I think, that needs a challenge in this series. Solanki then took a catch after taking a couple of wickets. And I think it was smart captaincy as well from Tomo. Stuck with the spin while it was working. Aaron Ashokan was brought on as a third spinner. So they've got all these different levers they can pull, can't they, the PCC lineup. And United, well, they had the right approach as well. They had to work pretty hard for their runs, but found it pretty hard going towards the end. Although they did get a few away, 3 boundaries in the last over, carrying them up to 117. We got that almost hat-trick. Shamal Joshi, he was a golden ball hero back in 2021, if you remember that famous one. Yes. Came out and was able to manufacture 2 boundaries in the end of the innings. Looking at the scorecard, all top 5 reached double figures for United. 31 for Magari, the top score. And yeah, bunch of teams there for batters 2 to 5, 12 extras, about par for the course, 117. Looking at the Prague CC bowlers, yeah, I think obviously it was pretty hard going in the power play. United made that strong start. I think that Prague CC, if you offer them 118 to chase after the power play they had, I think they would say, yeah, we're thrilled about that. And the fact that they've got so many bowling options, I think, obviously is pretty important. Looking at the bowling, 2 for 12, Solanki best for me. Went to only run a ball, picked up those 2 wickets. Wickets also for Ritik Tomar, the tank. 1 to Meter and Ashokan with 2 on the spin in that last over. He took 2 for 26. We'll take a break, back soon in a few minutes. Can PCC make it 22 in a row? Or are United set for another famous victory over the Prague Cricket Club? Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. Back soon here in Vinohrady with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Vinohrady Cricket Ground in Prague, where we're watching the first game of day 4 in this European Cricket Series. 11 clubs from around Czechia coming together to compete for the ECS trophy over 12 days of action. And right now we're watching United versus Prague CC in match number 16. 117 United Cricket Club have put on the board off their 10 overs. Means that 118 is the target, of course. If PCC could do that in 7 overs or less, they would take all 4 points, as far as the other bonus point number, 81 or less. If United could restrict PCC to that, they would take all the points. This time yesterday, United did take a 4-pointer against Moravians. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on day 4, and I'm joined once again by Phil G today. And yeah, Phil, pretty interesting game so far. United with something to bowl at, but PCC, I think they'd be pretty confident they can get these runs.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fantastic run chase here. What we saw in that first innings was United Cricket Club come out with a proper positive attitude, and the openers put on a wonderful stance. And then PCC fought back with their spinners in the middle there, and a bit of a rush of blood towards the end. And yeah, 117 on the board. It's not bad. It's a good, tasty little target for the PCC batsman to chase after. And I think this is going to be an absolute cracker of a run chase.
I think that when you're on such a big winning streak, obviously PCC are at the moment, you need challenges, and this is a challenging total, I think. You've got Amandeep Singh, who's going to open up. He likes to swing the ball around, and it looks like he's got a wicket first up. Oh, he doesn't. Well, if this isn't hit, I'd love to know what it's missing. Check it out in the replay. He's so deep in his crease, though. It is climbing, I will say that. Just looked very out. And, yeah, no, that one actually gives you a good idea of the height. Don't you see the umpire? Anyway, here's the next one, and it's going to get whacked away. So, big moment early. And, yeah, Amandeep then gets charged at and gets whacked by Davids. He goes, Maximo. What a start to this one.
Oh, that hasn't got the blood pumping of the players out there. Nothing will. That's a really exciting start. That was a proper good shout on that first delivery.
Well, in the air, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo. Oh, Davids lived to tell the tale, and he's making inroads. There's 12 off the next 2 balls.
Yeah, look at that for a big hit from Sabo. Just says, nah, I'm not having any of that. Let me put that back over your head, he says to the bowler, and he does so. The bowler needs to regroup. Indra, he just needs to regroup now after that big shout, that big opportunity on that first delivery. Turned down by the umpire. Maybe felt it could be in height.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think height was questionable when you look at it. Maybe bounced a bit more than you would have thought otherwise. But just one of those ones that looks straight on. It looks pretty close. Now, he likes to get deep in his crease sometimes. Gets quite proactive, trying to mess up the length of the bowler and get one. And Aravind Sridhar will get to face up for the first time. Play we saw for the first time yesterday, and he looked pretty good while he was there.
He does. I like Aravind. He's a small stature, but he's got a big heart and he's got a big swing as well. And I can also say that he's also helping me out up here at the ground during the week for the T20 League. Very helpful man.
Left-handers everywhere, actually. This isn't a good ball, though, from Amandeep. That's going to disappear. Maximo! Wow. And, well, what a start this has been. Now, I thought we might have wicket first ball instead. Now, United staring at 19 on the board.
Yeah, Aravind has very quickly picked up on that one and dispatched it over the boundary around behind square for a good 6. But he got onto that quick smart, saw it was full, and said, thank you, goodbye. Bindra, yeah, that first ball of the over is looking like a long way away now, isn't it?
Cricket's such a funny game. Butterfly effect.
Yes,
the little thing making a big difference. And like I said, when you looked at the replay, maybe you can make a case for it going over. I think that's all it could have been. Last ball of the first over. It's a good one. He gets rid of just pushing at it. So from memory, that's how the first over went. 19 came off the first over in the first innings, and it's 19 for none after one in the second innings. 44 matches since a golden ball. And, well, United, we know that they're kind of golden ball magnets, aren't they?
They sure are. They've played in a number of golden balls here during the ECS here in Vinohrady here in Prague. And I just want to give my also a shout out to everyone in the chat and say lovely to have you here. This is Phil G on comms. You might remember me from a few series in the past, and hopefully this will be the day where maybe I can even be on comms for a golden ball. We tried to get that happening in Portugal, myself and Vinny, and it didn't come to fruition. So didn't happen on Tuesday with Danny either. So maybe today could be the day, Vinny.
It's that kind of a target, isn't it?
Yes,
just toughen him up. Gets the new ball, and he is going to be clipped away effortlessly by Davitsi. 4 more. But Davitsi copped that blow on the foot a couple of days ago. And, yeah, saw him batting down the order yesterday. Wasn't quite himself. Kind of almost making up the numbers, but today he's kind of back and doing what he does best.
Oh, yeah. He does that so well. It was a lovely good shot again. They're just trying to have a look for that strange-looking white potato stuck there in the field somewhere.
And there's a few balls that are capital G-O-R-N-E gone here.
Are.
My favourite thing, one of my favourite things, I've got a lot, but in ECS cricket is when one ball gets hit into the bushes and multiple balls come back that are found, and they have to try and work out which one's the right one.
I think yesterday there was a shot that went down to fine leg, and I swear I heard you yell out, "Is that the same ball?" Because they seem to be searching in a different location where the ball went into the bushes. And I was venue managing here yesterday, and I thought I heard you say that, and I thought that's a really good point. They probably pulled out a different potato.
Now up, pushes this one wide, just a little bit too wide to Davitsi. The thing is, looking at the batting to come, you've got Ritik Tomar listed at 3, Ashokan at 4. A very strong top 4. Smith Patel at 5. Obviously, yeah, he's a decent bat as well. Nice little clip away again from Davitsi. Just pure timing. That one's going to go to the journey. Maximo! And, well, hopefully it doesn't lodge on the back of that. Have you heard Corey's story about playing a club game in the Netherlands and a ball bounced into, obviously bikes are very big, that bounced into a cyclist's backpack?
Into his backpack.
And they were yelling and just never got the ball back.
He just kept going.
It just got. That was proper G-O-R-N-E gone. Just think of that with the golf buggy over there. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty tough to Davitsi. If you get on his pads, he's going to hurt you most of the time. This is actually a smart shot, I think. You can afford to defend the good ball and go after the other one. United desperately need a turning point.
Well, this has been a cracking start. There's 9 legal deliveries have been bowled, and there's 30 on the board already. And Davitsi, 23 from 7, setting this place on fire at the moment.
One's going to be chipped and run. Interesting they go to the long end there. And Davitsi's running between the wickets was much maligned for a long time. I do think it's improved a lot in that area. Even this, you can see he's actually putting in the effort between the wickets, which I think makes such a big difference. Takes the pressure off his partner as well. Sridhar able to hustle in for the single. Yeah, Taylor's 2 power plays have been very similar. I wonder if United are able to curb the scoring. I suppose that's the issue with United. They probably don't have quite that depth or the amount of options that PCC had to call on to swing the game in the first innings.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that's the thing about PCC. They've always had that depth as far back as I can remember when I played against them, 17, 18 years ago. They always had that depth, and that's one thing about this club that people will always know, that the PCC, you think you got them on the ropes, you haven't.
Yeah, this is going to be a chase for the keeper because they often play without a fine leg. I've noticed United just backing themselves to not stray into that zone. So Upamanu Singh will have to do the fielding there, running around from keeper.
Yeah, that's a really good illustration of bowl to your field, as I'm sure every cricketer has heard his coach say. His or her coach has said that over the years, always bowl to your field. And that's a great example there.
Sometimes we see it literally, though, with some of the wides that we see in the European Cricket Series. But anyway, 33 without loss after 2. Prague CC 2-0. United 2-1. If they could conjure a win here, against the record-setting Prague CC. I think United will really feel that they're up and running in the tournament. Obviously, not the start they wanted, going down by, I think it was 35 runs to Spartans in match 2.
Yeah, it was. It was a pretty heavy defeat, actually. Bit of a demoralising defeat. They were heads hang low when they were leaving the ground. Had a chat to a couple of them when they left. They were felt like a real body blow.
Slightly undermanned, though, I think, in that first
yeah.
game as well. So now we've got over number 3 coming up. And Pramod Bugoli, I think he's a really handy bowler. He can move the ball in interesting ways. Has kind of unpredictable late movement. Pramod gets a bit out of the pitch. First one, though, isn't a good one. It's short. It's into the pads and smacked away. Maximo to start the over. It was a really nice shot. Just picked up, but yeah, Pramod would know that's not the place to bowl to Sabah.
He's so quick on that shot, isn't he, Sabah? He gets in position. He's looking for it, and he gets in position so quickly and swivels, and he can get really proper good power.
There I've called for it, and we've got multi-ball. I think they might have sent a new one on thinking it was lost, but they've found it.
Multi-ball cricket. How far away are we from ECM
I always just think it like in
cricket?
pinball.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm not quite sure how it would work, but I like the idea of it. Anyway, Pramod will have another crack at Duvitz. He's taking this game away pretty quickly. That one to me looks like it's just going down the leg side, but you can see that late swing that Pagoli gets.
Yeah, have a look at this one again. You'll see it going, yeah, late swing, yep. Could see the middle stump as it was swinging away. Definitely get down the leg side.
Yeah, look, a 7-2 field at the moment, United, which you don't see very often at all. So they're really backing Pramod to be able to get outside the off stump. He's bowled a bit straight for that field. Anyway, he still go to one of those 7 offside fielders. I think the idea being that they might even want to tempt Davitsi to go fetch something from outside off stump and try and hit it outside, hit it to leg. It's a huge gap, really.
Yeah,
they've got on the leg side.
Maybe they get him with like a misjudged shot, the leading edge that pops off onto the offside in the air, that sort of thing.
Got a bolt there in the first place, though.
Yeah.
Wow, pretty close. And that's kind of exactly what we were talking about. Srida, yeah, you can see that only 2 fielders out of the 9 available, if you take out the bowler and the keeper, are on that leg side, the left of screen. You've got 7. It's very crowded offside. And that's what they're trying to do, I think, to tempt Srida to play the wrong shot. Almost lost his stumps on that occasion. Come back well, Bagoli, after a shaky start. Again, risky because it's kind of into the body, but Srida can't get anything on it.
It's a risky bit of bowling, isn't it, doing this 7-2 field? Because if the right arm bowler is bowling it and it's swinging into a left-hander, if he gets his line wrong, he's going to be put over into the boundary on leg side all day. So he needs to be really, really on here, getting it sort of outside off and let it swing in. So it's just on maybe that 4th stump channel, maybe off stump.
Or even wider, I think.
Even wider,
given
yeah.
the field. He bowled him, and it's a classic bit of temptation getting the better of Srida. Had absolutely nobody back there. So he gets bowled. I don't mind the option even, but he's trying to play it on the move. That makes it tough. He's actually kind of still walking away when he's trying to attempt this ramp. And Bagoli knocks out the leg stump. It's bowled, but it works. And at the end of the 3rd over, it's 40 for 1.
Yeah, good persistence there from the bowler, from Bagoli, to keep that line and to keep that that almost like setting up that little tasty little trap on the leg side and saying, look, if you think you're good enough, I'm opening up the field there for you if you want to put it there, but only if you can hit me. And yeah, unfortunately for Aravind, he's shown all his pegs in a ramp shot, which maybe wasn't on. And like you said, Vinny, he was moving at the time, just didn't really have proper control and didn't really get behind it.
Kind of an execution error. So if he'd stayed still, he could have. Basically, the key with the ramp, I think one of the keys, having not played it much in my career because it wasn't that cool back then, but is keeping your head still and keeping your eyes behind the line of the ball. So if you're moving and his head ends up a long way, kind of outside the line of the ball, and then it just gets a lot harder to make contact. And you're only just trying to make contact. You're just trying to let the ball hit the bat. Put it on an angle that it'll deflect away. But anyway, Aaron Ashokan comes out number 3. Won't be facing because it's the end of the over. Ali Sitar is going to bowl over number 4. XPCC. This will be a good battle. Davitsi straight away pulls and pulls pretty well. Finds the gap. This outfield is lightning. 4 runs to start.
That's a really good start there. Obviously not for the bowler, but for the batsman in this over. Subber there puts it in. Nice shot over there, sort of a very sort of straight deep mid-wicket area, almost more of a deep mid-off. Sorry, mid-on. And yeah, Ali Sitar needs to find something here. Come back.
Now carved away. Davitsi loves to open the face. That'll run away for 4 as well. So yeah, Davitsi has set up PCC in really strong fashion here. Dominated the scoring. Gets 4 more. Nobody back there at deep point.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the comeback the bowler was looking for there to be hit then on the other side. Lofted over the infield, very safe. There was no one out there patrolling the boundary deep on the in the extra cover area. And they've now got protection there. And if he tries that again, maybe he'll come undone, but we'll see. There was 40 off the power play too, by the way, and that was a pretty good power play in this run chase. And Subber is he's all over this innings at the moment.
Yeah, got to get him. If United have any chance, he's scoring so quickly at the moment. Davitsi, 4 Maximos, 3 4s, and his 39 faces up again. It's deep in his crease, and he loves this one. He's going to go Maximo over backward point. And that's the thing, Davitsi, one of the things he does is he will from time to time just pre-do his footwork. So he's there, he's back, he's set, he's deep in his crease, looking for something to work off the back foot, and he got the perfect delivery there from Ali Hassan Sitar.
He certainly did. It's funny because Danny and I were talking about this kind of shot, this uppercut shot that you see being played now by some real quality batsmen. It's as opposed to some of the batsmen who will try and swing across the line and go for cow corner. This kind of shot, the ball sits up, it's already got a bit of pace, it's heading in that direction that's going away from you on the offside. Play the uppercut. It's a great shot. Looks good.
So often. And if you actually, we do some analytics on Davitsi, if he goes back one ball, he goes forward the next. So maybe that's something as a bowler maybe you can kind of put in your memory bank. But what you actually bowl to him, that becomes the question. I think that if I saw him charging me, I'd bowl a slower ball. I think just to try and get him feeling for it, maybe pop one up in the air. But yeah, he's a really difficult player to bowl to. Speaking of difficult players to bowl to, here's Aaron Ashokan, batting for the first time in this series. About to face up.
Yeah, Aaron, who's recently happy to step down from the captaincy of the national team and also the Prague Cricket Club team, which I think is not too bad, rotating responsibilities around the organisation. I think it's a really good idea.
And just casually works one away for a single. So yeah, for United to have a chance in this, they've got to crack this partnership. They've got to then get through. Imagine it'll be the tank batting at number 4. Davitsi survived a really confident shout for LBW first ball. And the jury's kind of split on this. I think when you looked at the side on, even though he's quite far back, height was maybe a 50-50, maybe an umpire's call on that. If it had been given out though, I think you also would have said it was a fair enough decision. He's on 46 and he brings up his 50 with a monster. And Phil, that one is capital.
G-O-R-N-E, gone.
Sure,
that's a great hit.
And yeah, he went on the charge and brings up his 50 off just 16 balls. Now Sabah Davitsi back at the top. And yeah, I suppose that's the thing with Sabah. He's so enigmatic, isn't he? He has 3 T20 international hundreds.
Yep.
Sometimes I think his kind of tactics against next level bowling, he's not quite look the same player. But right now you can see they're ahead of that red line and on track for a 22nd consecutive ECS win, Prague Cricket Club.
They certainly are. They're looking very sharp. And with Subber there swinging the blade the way he is, this is, well, they could be up for grabbing that bonus point as well, the way they're marching at the moment. This is an absolute textbook illustration of carnage coming from the bat of Subber Davitsi and Arun Ashokan at the other end. He's only faced 1 ball. He's only got 1 run, but he's been at the other end just watching a bit of this and thinking, well, I don't have to do too much because we've got somebody on fire at the other end.
Aaron is super smart. I think he's just looking to looking to push, unless it's in his zone. This one, he is able to get a good clip on it, and he'll get 4 to his own score. As Gancham Kumar has come out. He's kind of like a dibbly-dobbly, really. Does move the ball like Gancham, coming off a good performance yesterday. His first ball disappears to the boundary.
Yeah, I think that first ball, that loosener, was a little bit too tempting then to just sort of push it around the corner for a single to get Subba back on strike, and Arun quite rightly dispatched that over the boundary. To the boundary, 4 runs, good hit.
Prague CC, don't forget that although they're on an ECS winning streak, they did play the ECL in the middle, where they had some success, ended up with a 2-3 record. They had good wins over Huddinge of Sweden. They chased 123 against them with 4 balls to spare. Then they had that memorable win against Wimbledon.
Oh yes, oof. That was that's absolute bragging rights for the rest of their lives for the PCC squad who had that win over Wimbledon.
Yeah, quite an amazing performance, Lala,
Wasn't it?
with the late heroics. So it looks like it's climbing a bit. The Shokin misses out.
Quick shout out to Shobit Bacha, who's one of our umpires here, is in the chat, just saying hello to you and me, Vinny.
Hello to Shobit.
He's done a great job this week too.
Yeah, it's always great to catch up with so many friends when we come back here in Czechia.
We always look forward to seeing you coming back here, Vinny, and the whole ECN crew. We love to host you and all the players when they all sort of come here, but always good to have the ECN crew in town.
Driven, but straight to the fielder. So just a single. Yeah, that bonus point probably not seeming that likely at the moment. They have to get kind of 25-25 off the next 2 overs, but I mean, who's to say they can't? I think United, they still feel they're a chance here with a bit of a gap between runs required and balls remaining, but you've got to get the batters at the crease, I think, in fairly quick succession to have a shot.
Yeah, that's a fair call. Well, with Subba there, he's on 52 from 16. He's been striking it beautifully. What's he going to do here?
Well, he's just going to flick this away dismissively, and that's going to be more runs. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximo! Subba, no sign of that discomfort of the foot injury that he copped the other day. But yeah, just eases that one away for 6, and that'll take us to the end of the over. So it's going to be 74 for 1 after 5. Yeah, kind of like we said a couple of overs ago, United don't have the same levers they can pull that PCC did. They don't really have those kind of genuine spin options to bring on, and so there's a bit of a sameness with some of their bowling. This is our calendar, and Phil, you've been following ECN for a while.
I have.
Tell us some of the locations that kind of stick out to you on that list. Anywhere you'd like to go?
Oof. Well, obviously, we love it here in Czech Republic. Romania is a place I love to go. I used to go to Romania quite a lot many years ago. I've worked out there for a little while based actually here in Prague. Italy, love Italy. Everyone loves Italy. And Austria, just down the road as well. And Croatia, so there's a fair bit. Look at that. That's a great summer of cricket right there, these series coming up. Good shot down the ground from Arun, but it is cut off from the boundary line there. It's Pioche back there at the long on position. Saves a certain boundary.
Yeah, where's this change going to come from? Magare is going to bowl now on the 6th. And Davitzi's lighting it up at the moment. Single first ball.
Yeah, it's interesting they turn to Magari to try to wield some magic, but they need wickets. They need them in a hurry. They need to really start to, remove Sabah for starters, and then keep removing these PCC batsmen, because they'll run away with this if they're not careful.
Yeah, PCC, I'm just looking at their draw as well in this European Cricket Series. They started with a win over the Dominators and a win over Vinohrady as well. Great shot, but might have found the fielder. Oh, and he's dropped it. It's gone for 4. It's a frustrating one. Condolia was in the hot spot here, but you see he's not actually set. He's still moving, and he didn't need to be moving in. He could have set himself and kept his head steady, kept his hands in the right spot. He'll be frustrated. Got a feel for him, but Davitzi gives life on 58 and then gets a full toss, which I think might be a no ball. And that's going to disappear as well. Maximo! That one almost on the fairway, but let's have a look. It's real deep in the crease. We'll get a good look. Look at the top of the tee.
Oh, what do you think?
I think they'll call that. I just think that's the way they umpire here. Hits it from waist high. They have a very good look at this. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at it there, it definitely seems waist high. But again, that's not really. I think they've just said it's 6 in the end, so gets away with a borderline one. And now he's going to slash away. Still no one back at deep backward point. Yeah, well done by Gondolier. I think he does make the stop here.
I think he did too. That's pretty good work.
I'll get back for 2. Loves that. That is a kind of, it's a strength and a weakness though, that shot. He loves to play it. You can put a fielder back there. He'll normally still play it. Don't think that foot quite hits the rope.
Yeah, have another look at this.
I don't see the rope move. Oh, surprise, Derek. Is this on the rope? I mean, or not? I don't think that for me is conclusive enough.
It's hard to tell whether he's
I
on
don't see the rope
or not.
moving. So
Yeah.
I don't see enough evidence there. I mean,
Yep.
the camera can lie to you a little bit there.
Yeah.
And kind of got to be aware of those things. So I think it's a good decision in the end. And benefit of the doubt, and those goes to the fielder anyway. Yeah, so Prague CC, they play United here. They play the Tigers next, then Barbarians, Brno, Bohemians. So that run, I think, particularly the kind of, they have this 4-game run of, come back to it in a second. And now, great timing. That's going to take some stopping. It won't be stopped.
Ooh, yep.
So, yeah, you can just see United haven't had the answers so far. Magare, it's not a bad ball by any means, but when Novitzi's in, he's powerful. And well, poor Gondolier, he's getting a working over out there. But yeah, there's a 4-game run where they play Barbarians, Brno, Bohemians, Spartans. And I just think, will the streak survive that? That's a
test.
they're 4 really tough games in a row starting on Saturday. No disrespect to the Tigers who they'll play before then. Up in the air, guess who? Dropped as Gondolier. Well, he might need a prescription for some medication to cure the leather poisoning that he's had because he has had so much of the ball. But unfortunately, that one goes down. Davitsi to 75 into 6 overs. It's 93 for 1.
Oh, I got a feel for Gondolier. He's dropped that one, but in the previous shot, it smacked him on the shin. We tried a bit of fancy footwork. And you have a look at that scorecard there. It's all Sabo Divisi at the top there, 75 from 22, leading the charge for the Prague Cricket Club, who look like they're on a pretty easy run here to overtake this total from UCC that they set from just to score 118. Not too many more needed. That's only, what, 25 more runs needed.
Yeah, 25 off the last 4. I mean,
Yeah,
if they get a 25 run over here, then they're looking at the 4-pointer. But I think they're happy to just kind of get the win, I'm sure. It's worth a thought, though. I mean, 9 wickets in hand and plenty of batting to come. I just think that the Prague, they're pretty determined to keep the winning streak alive, and they won't necessarily get greedy. Bagoli's coming back in the 7th over. And the first one is short and is absolutely smashed. Maximo!
Wow, what a start. So, Sabo, do you think he's thinking he could get those 25 himself and maybe pick up the ton? I wonder if that's on his mind, or he's just thinking, I just want to hit everything as hard as I can, and I'm going to take this bowling attack apart just to stamp my authority on this tournament. Having missed out a little bit because I took that nasty blow on the foot in the first game the other day.
Yeah.
And it was quite a nasty blow as well. 81 not out from 23. Fantastic hitting here from Saba.
And now you're talking kind of 19 off 5. Miss hits. I think he's frustrated with that, although he might get more than he bargained for. He'll just get the 1. It's Root Rush down there. You know, shin fielding. Might be an important shin, though, because it might actually get United a point. If that goes through for 4 as well, then you got trouble.
Yeah, I think Sabo definitely mishit that one. Unfortunately, it did go straight to the fielder, and there was a massive gap there as well. So he's missed that one. 100 up, though. 100 for 1. 6.2 overs gone. So 18 meters. The wind picking up ever so slightly here, but we Haven't hit the 2021 issue of holding down shelters just yet.
Well, Shokin is going to pull this one away. Case of what might have been, though. Davitsi 82 now. And look, there's still a way that if he hits the next 3 balls for 6, then he can bring up his 100. And he'll bring up the win as well. And he'll bring up a 4-pointer. So, hey, the stage is set for some Saba magic.
Let's see what he can do here.
Needs to be perfect, though. There's one of them.
Wow.
He goes back and he smashes it over cover point. Fielder back there. He don't care. It's Maximo. Davitsi to 88.
That's an incredible shot. Look at this. Lofted with pure intent, but it was there to be hit. It was quite wide. There was not a lot of swing in there, and he's middled that, and he's gone straight over the boundary. That's one of the 3, as you say, Vinny. If he gets a couple more of those, well, they'll be dancing in the streets, definitely. It's going to be massive if he can do that. Only 11 from 2 for the bonus point. 11 needed for the win, full stop, and plenty of time for the overall win. But for the bonus point, 11 from 2.
Needs to be perfect again if he wants to bring up the ton. In the air, how far is it going? Not far enough. Well, at least now, it looks like, barring a 7-up or something like that, that United will get a point out of this. And again, United, I can kind of see them being in the middle mix somewhere. Yes. Just the fact that they get a point out of this, take a point off PCC, I think could make a big difference. They're trying to work out a strategy here for how Davitsi can bring up his 100. So I think Ashokan's blocking this one, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I think he probably knows the situation that he can then go 6 and 6 and still bring up his ton. So if I could bet on a dot, I would. Ready?
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
Let's take that money to the bank. It's the end of the 7th over, and it's 108 for 1. And don't forget, coming up next, we have a pretty interesting game, I think. Another Prague derby, if you like, between the Barbarians and the Dominators. I know you have a Barbarian from way back, Phil, right? But they're playing some good cricket at the moment in the league, trying to take that form in. They had a good win over the Tigers to start their campaign. Vandrasi leads the side. Devendra Singh's a very good keeper behind the stump and a very good bat. Dominators have had a tough time so far. We know that. But, just like I look at United, they had to do the hard yards early in their ECS journey, and look where they are now. That game's coming up in around about half an hour with Barbarians winning the toss and bowling first. What do you think about that one?
I think the Barbarians are looking pretty good. They've only played 1 game in this ECS so far. I think they're looking really good, though.
This one's pretty close. I think it just pitches outside the leg stump. And Davitsi can still bring up 100. We'll see that bounces just outside. Even that ball probably is going to hit the stumps. But can't be out because of where it pitches.
Pitched outside.
There's also a chance of a 99 not out here if he goes 6-4 or 4-6.
That's true.
All right, goes cowboy style, up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the tank drops it in his batting gloves, but history potentially in the making here.
Wow.
Because we could have potentially our 2nd ever century, only our 2nd century in Czechia.
Wow, this is quite fantastic. This is didn't see this coming. 95 not out off 28. Don't worry about that. 1 more 6, and he joins that list.
Oh, and he misses out. Well, he's been given out.
Oh,
So it must have been LBW. That's all I can think because, or is he? No, sorry, because it definitely bounces. He must have got an edge on this. It does. The umpire was unsighted, and that's actually very good sportsmanship. Manu Singh is very quick to say, no, that hasn't carried.
That's very sportsmanlike.
It hasn't missed the stumps though. All right, here we go. Again, another chance. 6 for the ton. Lifted up and out of the ground. It's 100 to Davitsi. And he is going to be thrilled with that result. It also brings up the win, but he brings up a 30-ball ton. What a performance from the PCC opener. Survived a scare first ball, but a little bit of history as well for Saba. And PCC make it 22 in a row, Phil G.
Well, big congratulations to Sub 1 Divisi for that ton, and obviously congratulations to PCC for another win to add to their consecutive list. The UCC guys, they'll get over and they'll give them a pat on the back because they've just seen an absolute destroyation of their bowling attack here by that one batsman. Magnificent stuff there. The dugout over to our left was erupting when that shot went up in the air. I think straight away when it came off the blade, Vinny, you and I were looking at it and I could tell it was going to go for 6. It did. He's done that really well. I'm sure towards the end there he knew he was getting close because in the previous couple of balls I think he missed one. And when he hit the single and he put his hands to his head, he was gutted, and you could see things, oh no, what am I going to do here? I really want to get that ton. He did, and quite rightly, he's walking off first towards his teammates who are going to give him a very generous hug. Firstly from his skipper, and then from everyone from the PCC lineup, just giving him a very well done. That's an outstanding innings.
Yeah, it really was. And the target was only 120, and he scored 100. Amazing.
Exactly.
Here's what's coming up as we will be back in 25 minutes. Barbarians take on Dominators. Barbarians bowling first in that one. Can the Dominators bring up even their first points in the series? They need to start somewhere.
Yep.
Maybe someone like a Wrongdi can get them going as they have found it tough going so far. Barbars, though, they'll be pretty keen to make it 2 out of 2. Let's go back. This was a big talking point. Was it going over? Wasn't it? Umpire had a good look. He just had doubt there. And Saba cashed in 2 sixes off the next 2 balls. Never looked back, although he survived a couple more scares on the way to his first ECS 100.
Exactly. I mean, most of these highlights, okay, there was poor old Aravind who played the ramp and just got nowhere near it. But the rest of these highlights, this is going to be a pure Sub 1 Divisi highlights package coming up for you right now as he just carted the ball to all parts of the ground. There were so many capital GORNE gone shots here. It's going to be wonderful to watch this highlights package. He'll watch this over and over again. I'm probably going to watch it again as well because this was a magnificent ton that he's put together here. This sort of big hitting offside, leg side. He's very strong square of the wicket, hit a few good down the ground as well. When he plays that shot though that goes, very square over on his hips, he swivels quickly. He's got a master at that stroke. Those uppercut shots as well on the offside. That shot there, that was a monstrous 6, absolute monster. And he's a well-deserved. A couple of moments there towards the end where it was a bit sort of, what am I going to do? How can I get this? But then that shot at the end, bang, and he takes his helmet off, and that's a very well-deserved 100 to Sub 1 Division. Congratulations to him from us and also from his team. They all line up to give him a good pat on the back. Well-deserved. Exciting stuff. Great entertainer.
Yeah, well, it's quite an amazing scorecard because only 8 for Sridhar, 8 not out for Ashokan. By the way, Ashokan, give him credit. He played his role in that. He worked it out perfectly, blocked that last ball of the 7th over, which allowed Divisi the opportunity to hit 2 sixes to bring up his ton. It's exactly what he did as he hit 12 sixes and 5 boundaries, striking at 337. His first ever ECN ton. Samuel Divisi, and it was something to behold, wasn't it? Looking at the bowling, well, Bagoli, 1 for 22. He was able to get the 1 wicket that fell as he tempted Sridhar into a ramp that went wrong. But I think what we really see there is that they didn't have the same options available. They didn't have the variety in their attack that PCC had. Divisi ends up with the ton going past his previous high of 74 not out. That was against the Barbarians last year here in the European Cricket Series. So it's the 83rd century of the year, and I'm sure we're going to hit the 100 hundreds. It's going to be history.
We will get 100 hundreds, Vinny. Really feel it.
Yeah, actually,
for sure.
Obviously our first century of this series, and breaks the run of the Chow back-to-back centuries, which includes that record-breaking T10 International 100 just 3 days ago. But congratulations to Saba. He's a worthy addition to that list with century number 83 of the year. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 25 minutes. It'll be Barbarians versus Dominators here. There's still 4 matches to go. And what's already been a very entertaining day for Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll see you after this short break here in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of the day. It's match number 17. This one will see Prague Barbarians take on the Praha Dominators in a little bit of a challenge, obviously, for the Dominators. Their first ECS Barbarians. And they look pretty strong, to be honest. They've had a strong start domestically and had a good win last time out. Let's get ready for the coin toss now. Charles Croucher has the two captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 17 with Prague Barbarians versus Praha Dominators. Dominators to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We're going to bowl first.
Barbarians won the toss and will bowl first.
Barbarians won the toss and elected to bowl first. And so, look, I think Barbarians, they're building something pretty special at the moment, and they'll really be hoping to take some of that domestic form into this European cricket series. Murali Vandrasi was brilliant with a real haul last time out. He's also a very hard-hitting batter. Watch out for him. But yeah, Barbarians, I think they're a team that have been a little bit under the radar so far in this series. We're only the one game, but I'm sure they're wanting to make a mark here. Dominators, okay, they've had a tough start to their ECS journey, but we have seen teams, I'll give you an example, like United, for example, here in Czechia, and numerous others around Europe that have had to kind of do the hard yards, I suppose learn a few tough lessons, but then kind of use those to take their cricket to the next level. So let's see if the Dominators maybe can even get their first point of their ECS journey. Also, I'm sure they'd love to come up with the win. Someone like Rongdi, if he can come good, then he's able to win a game off his own bat. He's also very handy off spinner. Phil G is in the commentary box. Really enjoying working with you today, Phil. Let's get ready for the first ball of match number 17. Barbarians, I know you know that club very well. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Phil, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And it's been a pleasure working with you as well. I don't get many opportunities to have a chat with you during the comms, but when you're in town, it's always wonderful to get next to you and have a bit of a talk about the cricket and about the competition. And yes, I do know the Barbarians very well. Played with the Barbarians back in 2007. Played all my cricket with the Prague Barbarians. I've still got a very strong place in my heart for that team, and we're going to see them in action very shortly. This is a big match coming up though, isn't it? It's the Prague Barbarians and the Dominators, as Vinny just explained there. The Barbarians look like that's a pretty good strength team right there. A lot of their Division 1 players are in that group, a few Division 3 players as well. And the Praha Dominators, well, look, you know, you can't take them lightly. They are a very strong side. We haven't seen them really fire in all cylinders at the moment in this competition. They've struggled with a few injuries, and it is their first ECS, so they are adapting to this style of play and this quick version of playing. They're a new club, and you can see their supercomputer is well and truly putting the favourites as the Prague Barbarians 91% to 9%. It's probably a bit harsh on the Praha Dominators. Not Prague Dominators, they're the Praha Dominators, and they are quite a good team, a very talented bunch of players there, led by Himur Rongdi, who is one of the best players in our T20 league going on at the moment here. For Division 3. Got a lot of time for him. I think he's a fantastic player. As is most of their players, all the guys here, they are a talented bunch. And this is going to be a great game. We're only moments away from the start, and obviously you saw there at the toss, the Prague Barbarians, they won the toss. They want to have a field as well, have a bowl, which is similar to what happened in the first game when the Prague Cricket Club, they won the toss and want to have a bowl. Interesting conditions. The sun's sort of breaking out a little bit more here. It was a slightly cloudy start. There's a bit of a cool breeze coming across. It is swirling. We did see a number of balls go in the air in the previous game and catches held by the PCC team when they fielded. For the United team in the previous game, all the balls that went in the air pretty much went over the boundary, where we saw Sub-1 Divisi absolutely tear the bowling apart with a massive 100. Big congratulations to him. Hope you all enjoyed that. And welcome to everybody in the chat as we're about to start this innings, about to start this match today. Match 2 of the day here on day 4. So yeah, just want to say thanks again to everyone here in the chat joining us. This is Phil G on comms, the same Phil G that you sometimes see lurking around the chat doing the moderating duties with the rest of my Blue Spanner crew. And also, I was, you might remember me from the Portugal series at night, which finished a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic series that, Miranda do Corvo. Nice shot played out there, and the Praha Dominators off the mark there. Rongdi just plays that to the covers for a single. It's ProHit is starting proceedings here from the southern end, as we always do here in Prague. Got the tower fixed at the southern end of this Scott Page field. And now Azad faces his first ball. It's been pushed quite wide, but not wide enough for the umpire to penalise him. So, interesting game here. It's a very, I call it an interesting game because these two teams have got a lot to play for. Both have a lot to play for. Praha Dominators want to prove that they are indeed worthy of being here. And for me, they absolutely are. They are a quality team. They're just coming up against ever so better quality opposition. And of course, the Barbarians looking to get another win on their belt. That one's been skied in the air. It's going to clear the infield. It's going to run away from the fielders, and that's 4 runs. Good hit. Lovely hit from Azad. Puts everything behind that one, and it goes backward a point to the boundary for 4 runs. First boundary of this match. Lovely strike. This is match number 17 in this Prague ECS, the ECS Czechia 2024 edition. Conditions are pretty good for cricket right now. There is, like I said, a bit of wind around. You can see a bit of cloud there in the background. It's nothing to worry about. I don't think we're going to get any weather or any adverse weather. Of course we'll have weather, but we won't be any adverse weather. Shot just played down the ground. So yeah, the Barbarians got a bit to play for. They've only played 1 game so far in this ECS, and they looked really good in the run chase that they played a couple of days ago. So this is only their 2nd game. It's been hit up in the air, miss-hit, or 1 bounce, shy at the ball at the batsman's end. Questions asked, and they're going to go to the replay and have a look. I think there could be a bit of trouble here. It was not a bad throw. Very good awareness for the fielder to get it to Devendra Singh, who was hovering over the stumps at the batsman end. Barbarians think they've got him. Ooh, that's really close. Let's see that again. He's going to be... Oh, is the bat grounded? Is there any light between the bat and the ground? I think they're going to say he's in. But that is perilously close. Ooh. And he's given out. So, there's something interesting for you. The decision is out. Maybe they felt that the bat looked over the line, but maybe they felt the bat was in the air. But that's how it is in the book. So that's devastating for the Praha Dominators to have that decision go against them in the first over. Not the start they'd want. They need a solid start here to the batsman. Yep, that's what happened. The bat has bounced up off the ground. That is absolute gut-wrenching for the batsman there. He would have been home, but the bat has actually bounced as he's gone to the ground. If you watch the replay on a fluid follow-through, you can see the bat does bounce up indeed. Wow, that's terrible luck for the batsman, and really good luck for the Prague Barbarians. Have a look at this again. This is slow. So it's down. There is, you can see some daylight, can't you, between the ground and the bat as on that next frame. Oh, that's really disappointing for the Dominators. They have lost their first wicket in the first over. That's a good delivery too, good delivery first up. Well, there you go, that's the first over done. An eventful first over, 6 for 1 on the board. The Dominators and the Barbarians have got their first wicket down. That's really something else. So they've got rid of the very dangerous Himurongdi as well. And well, I'm rejoined now by Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, you've just seen the run out?
Yes, so to have a look at it without freezing it too much, you just see it. There's a little bit of a bounce. So that's what they've seen. So you can see it here because we know that the stumps are gone. So it's super close. You'd never get that with the human eye, but that's what they've spotted, that it wasn't actually quite grounded. If you look at the frame in isolation, it's hard to see if there's a spot between the bottom of the bat and the shadow or not. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's go with over number 2. Interesting, up to the stumps.
That's right, and it is going to be Piyush Bisht is going to continue the attack here. And Piyush has had a bit of success here in in the cricket here in this ECS, and also in league action as well for the Barbarians. He's often the first change bowler. He's coming in to bowl the second over. Just been punched down the ground there.
Poor Dominators can't take a trick though at the moment.
So
Because
I really fell for
to get
Dominators there.
Wrongdy run out that way is the key batter. Yeah, this is where we're at with the events at the moment. I noticed that when you look at all the events, it kind of looks like there's an arrow pointing down there, if you look at the circles. But it's pointing down towards the next event. But yeah, Romania after this and Hungary, Bulgaria, 2 weeks each. We've got a bonus weekend in Croatia, Rome, which will include the Mental Shield for the first time. They've led a cup in Malta. Anyway.
Slide up in the air. No, just bounces safely though, no man's land. Bit of a edgy sort of start here for the Dominators. They really need to find their grasp on this game, and they're struggling. Obviously that run out's maybe shaken the dugout a little bit, but they need to find something here. Goswami and Azad, there's a fair bit on their shoulders now. 8 for 1, halfway through the second. Carved out just to the covers, no run.
What about the morning we've had already with Samuel Davitsi and only the second 100 we've ever seen in Czechia in ECN cricket.
That's right. Yeah, the chat was awash with a lot of congratulatory comments towards Saba and PCC for that fantastic innings he played, and quite rightly so. It was a cracking innings. Well, Divi's asking the question here. He's a sharp wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he sure is. Azad, he's actually the keeper for the Dominators. Let's check it out in the replay. It was a quick bit of work. No worries with the gloves. Oh yeah, this is looking out. That's out. It's not even close actually. It's going to be comfortably out. You can see the stumps are gone. The feet, the heels in the air of that right foot. The other one is going to still be in the air here. No doubt about it. You can see daylight. And yeah, well done to Devendra Singh, who is going to pick up a stumping. Really quick bit of work. There's the decision, and he can't believe it here, Azad, but I think the replay was pretty clear. The ability to have a top line wicket keeper, and Devendra Singh certainly is in that class. He's able to whip the bails off before Azad could get anything behind the line, and so it's another wicket down for the Dominators.
Yeah, Devendra Singh, he's a very, very good keeper. He's a wonderful addition to the team for the Barbarians. He's been a staple there in the Barbarians for many years now. And he picked up a stumping on, was it Tuesday as well?
Yeah.
Really good stumping where it looked like the batsman could have been on the line, but the batter was just rocking back on his on the balls of his toes, and he didn't get enough over the line. But in that situation there was enough of the line. Well, there's all of the line to see very clearly there that it was a really good sharp bit of keeping. Gets another stumping to his name. Well done, Devendra Singh.
Yeah, Danny Hudicek was piping in, saying well batted Saba earlier. Kushi Mendon was saying it was worth kind of paying less attention to his meetings at work and more attention to the cricket. Anyway, 8 for 2.
This is Bish continuing again. 8 for 2 though. A lot of trouble here for the Dominators. They need to get a partnership here together to get something on the board to bowl at when it's their opportunity. But that is the end of the second. And the score is 8 for 2. And just a reminder that the Barbarians did win the toss and elected to field, and that's looking like that has been a very good decision for them to bowl first here. Similar to what the Prague Cricket Club did in the previous game, elected to bowl first as well. Conditions are looking pretty good for cricket at the moment. The wind is swirling a little bit. Let's have a look at the standings. You can see that the Barbarians, they've only played one game, and they have one win. So they're looking very desperate to get a second win and push themselves up into that top 5 area. The Dominators are unfortunately languishing towards the bottom. They played 4. They don't have any points against their name. They'll be really desperate to get a win here, or even to claim a point just to get their campaign up and running. So new bowlers coming in now. That's Tripurari Lal, and Tree's been around the traps as well for quite a while here.
Yeah, he's a really good bowler.
He is a good bowler, isn't he?
He's different. He's a different kind of spinner, really. Yeah, it's quick.
He's a quick spinner, yes. He's sort of got this double windmill action as well, which sometimes I think the first time I saw him, I was a little bit confused whether he was a right arm or a left armer. I couldn't tell where the ball was going to come out of which hand. He's a very effective bowler. He's a wicket taker, and he's a good quick bowler, very economical as well. So yeah, Tree, as we like to call him. So we clipped nicely. Good work in the field though, and the extra cover position.
Yeah, got a good side, don't they?
Stuck there.
Yeah, Barbarians slowly been rebuilding. Had a little bit of an off period, I think, in ECS cricket. There was one moment a couple of years ago where, well, they're on the wrong side of what was the record at the time. They couldn't chase 61 against the Tigers.
I remember that, yeah.
Ended up with 34, I think, for 8 in their 10 overs. And yeah, that was actually on the Tigers' first day of ECN cricket. That was back in June 2022. But yeah, they've got some good players in there. Got Vinohrady, who I rate really highly with both the bat and the ball.
Absolutely, yep. That's going to get through the field, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot through the covers there. Bit of foot fielding, unable to get down to it, unfortunately, and that has gotten past everyone. For 4, good shot.
But if they want to challenge Barbarians for, with the real top teams in the country at the moment, they've got to sort their fielding out. I mean, that's a couple of times already. You wouldn't see that from PCC.
True.
You wouldn't see them offering the foot there. A couple of foot fielding efforts. Pradeep actually kicked one. That one was attempted from Metup, but it's easy enough to go down with the hand for that ball. Didn't even have to dive.
Totally agree. Well, that's a good delivery. Yeah, I think if you're fielding in the covers and even over at mid-wicket, those sort of close in infielding fielders, using your feet in that circumstance, I just don't get that. If you're in the covers, in the mid-wicket position, I used to love fielding in the mid-wicket area. I don't remember using my feet that close. If I'm on the boundary line and it's going fast and you're running hard, I get that.
You're running hard, you can't organise a dive.
Yeah, I get that.
And ideally the ball's not going too fast because it will just smash your foot, as we've seen several times already.
Yep.
As this takes us to the end of the 3rd over, 15 for 2. Yeah, a couple of bits of bad luck there, I think. You had that, what looked to the naked eye like a good slide of the bat that got him home. I think on that micro analysis, probably just a mini bat bounce that was given out, and then obviously quick bit of work from Devendra Singh. That's the other thing, having a wicketkeeper that can feel comfortable at the stumps. You can create a lot more dismissals by putting that kind of pressure on.
Yeah. So Goyle has got the ball. He's going to have the duty for the 4th over. Obviously the power play's done and dusted. 15 for 2 from the power play for the Praha Dominators. They need to rebuild here in these middle overs now. And that's a good way to start the rebuild. That's a really good shot. That's 1 bounce over the boundary line, over the covers, 4 runs. Nice start there. That's Goswami who gets things going.
Yeah, a bit of width there, went after it. More or less end of the bat, wasn't it? But good enough at this stage. Well, we are out of the power play now, so you have up to 5 outfielders at your disposal. There's no one back there. They'll make the change now. The deep point goes back. They're just working out who should come in. I think it's the cover. It's coming into the circle.
I think that makes sense. Always like to see, even in T10, I like to see a regulation cover and a regulation mid-wicket, which I don't often get my wish for. Seems to be that the boundary protection is more important. This has been lofted down the ground. A couple of bounces to that's fielded down here in front of us. Just for the single there. So Goyal trying to keep things nice and tight here in the 4th, and the Dominators looking to get on here in these middle overs, trying to get this score pushed along. The expected score is only 71. Need to improve on that if they're going to have a chance here. It's a wide ball. So yeah, just to your point before, Vinny, when you mentioned about how the Barbarians, they had a bit of an off couple of years there a few years ago, and the rebuild in the last 2 years I think has been very, very good. They've acquired some very good talent, really good players coming through, and they're looking pretty powerful. I'm really impressed with them this year. Oh, lovely lofted shot, but not lovely enough because it's gonna, AFL style goes in the air.
They won't get 3 in the end. I was going to say they might run 3. Well, at that time, Pradeep is forced to go with the hands. I actually liked a lot of what he did here because he makes a verbal and a physical signal to the fielder on the boundary. No, I've got this. And yeah, it's probably slightly more difficult for him. I like that he put his name on it, gets 2 hands to it. Unfortunately, it goes down. Did everything right except hold the catch.
It's that important thing about calling for the ball, and too often you see fielders running in quiet as a mouse, just expecting someone to pull away. But if they're both doing that, then no one's going to take the catch, and the catch goes down here. In this case, though, it's a slightly mishit just into the covers there. They scamper through for a single, though.
Yep. Flip side, the Dominators are still in their kind of early stages, having in essentially an offshoot of the Prague Tigers. So, I mean, that's a game we're really looking forward to. I'll have to check out when that one is, actually. The Tigers versus the Dominators. Let's go out again.
Well, I can tell you now that both the Dominators and the Tigers, they're talking up that encounter as well already.
We need to think of a name for it. It's on Monday. Oh, unfortunately, I'm not doing Monday, but Rico and Danny will have the honours. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, we'll have to dub that something, because that's a little bit of a good mini contest between like the old and the new of the Tigers. It'll be very interesting to see how that goes. We spoke to Abdullah Al Mahmoud, who brought the Dominators together sort of towards the end of last year, and I was working quite hard with him to get their registration up and running to make sure they could get a team together. And when we asked him why he wanted to do this, he gave us a very good answer. Swing and a miss. Yeah, we put the question, so you didn't want to keep playing with the Tigers. Why did you want to create your own team? What was the reason? And he just said, me.
Yeah, I heard you say
Simple as
that
that.
on the commentary the other day.
Quite an amazing response.
25 for 2 here after 4. Again, slick keeping from Divvy up to the stumps. I don't know what we call it. Dominators and Tigers, they don't really have... It's not like when you have like Lions versus Tigers or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe just call it the Rumble in the Jungle. I don't know.
Let's stick with that. I mean, why not? Yep.
Or maybe just the Rumble. I just thought the Tigers kind of... Would they be in the jungle? Yeah. But... Tigers Dominators, that'll be Monday, the 24th of June, coming up in just a few days in match number 39. It's always, I mean, and really Barbarians, didn't they come out of Prague Cricket Club originally as well, with their history? And
yeah, the funny thing is though, with the original 4 clubs that were here, it was Prague Cricket Club first, and then it was the Barbarians, Vinohrady, and Bohemians. That's a lovely shot, lofted 6 all the way, good hit. Well needed. Bit of a good cheer from the dugout. They got something to cheer about now.
That's what you want to see, isn't it? This is Harun Rashid. He plays a beautiful cricket shot, and that's it. Yeah, Dominators, I know they've struggled to even get a point. They don't have a point in the series, but they've had the right attitude, I think. It's important they stay positive, stay on task as a group. We made some comparisons, didn't we, about United and the start they had to their journey. It was a real tough one. Moravians, another club that obviously to do the hard yards.
Good flight there from Murali. Not afraid to flight it.
So tell me about, so the original 4 clubs you're talking about here.
Yeah, the original 4 clubs. Obviously, PCC were the first cricket club here in Prague, hence PCC. And then there was the Barbarians, Vinohrady Cricket Club, and the Bohemian Cricket Club. They were the first teams in Prague. Another lofted shot. This is same result as the earlier shot. Another big 6 over the covers. Good hitting here. Again, a lot of cheering coming from the dugout here. Bit of momentum now in these middle overs. And so for a while there, back in sort of the mid to late 2000s, it was basically 4 teams, more of a social league than really taking it seriously. But it was those 4 teams for many, many years. And then the Barbarians were the first team to split into 2.
Right, okay.
And we called ourselves the A team and the B team.
Okay, creative.
There was definitely a lack of creativity. I had a few suggestions because I got put in the A team, and then I had a few suggestions about different names. They were all turned down for many reasons. You can imagine me being who I am. I came up with some very creative names.
There's proper moon balls here from Van Drassi, right? He's been effective in his bowl with control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really. So yeah, we just.
Do you remember any of the ones that were rejected?
Oh, they're probably names that I probably can't sort of reveal too much on here.
If you can't say them on TV, then please don't.
The things that I do remember though, I did coin the phrase Vandals. I did say Vandals very early on. I wasn't happy with Visigoths, and of course they're the names that end up sticking. Yeah. And I remember that also Terry O'Connor was also helping with the names as well. Hello to everybody there. This is myself, Phil G, with Vinny Sandu here, and wonderful to have you with us in this fantastic game. And Vinny, how are you enjoying today? This is a wonderful game we've got going right now.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying today. Look, I'm really happy to see Davitsi just batting the way he did. Okay, had a bit of luck in there, but he's a player, I've got to be honest, sometimes he frustrates me because of all the talent he's got, but I've seen him get out in some ridiculous ways, not really running and getting run out, and just what I'd call lazy cricket. But not everyone's blessed with the talent he's got.
Yeah.
So if he can harness that, he's still a fairly young guy as well.
Yes, yep.
I was really thrilled for him, and only the second century we've ever seen here. Really excited to see Barbarians live for the first time. They played the other day when I was off. And I think for the Dominators, love to see a bit of noise coming from their bench. I know it's not easy when you're kind of thrown into the big pond and there's a few sharks around.
Exactly.
But yeah, they find themselves at 38 for 2 after 5, with a bit of a recovery after, don't forget, I think they were.
Well, for the Dominators, this is their 5th game, and they don't have any points in their points column just yet. So they're desperate to see something, just to get a little bit of a spark back into their campaign. And so we're hoping to see something from them as well.
Yeah, so Pandya coming on for the first time.
Now, Neil Pandya, he's had a bit of success in our T20 league. He took a 7-fer, so he's had a bit of luck there. Well, all the luck going there with the Dominators. That's a massive strike. Good hit for 6 down the ground. That is Rashid continuing on his merry way there. Lovely strike.
Yeah, I think also, speaking of the Dominators, just to try and stack up a few small wins. Even this innings from Harunur Rashid has been brilliant so far. He moved to 27 off 14 balls. Okay, they lost wickets early, but they didn't waste a lot of time. They were 8 for 2 at one point.
Yeah.
But now coming back 44 for 2. I don't know, Dominators, I can see them getting a win somewhere along the line here.
Definitely can, yeah. It's been hit very nicely. A lot of work for the fielder there, and he has spilled it over the line. He got to the ball, but it was travelling quite well, and he just couldn't handle it and fumble it over the line for 4 runs. Good work here from the batsman here. Maybe the Dominators have found something here in the middle overs then.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good pull shot. He waited on it, watched it, didn't get up that high, but was able to swivel. And it was just a bit too spicy for the outfielder.
It was. It's gone a bit straighter now. Still a bit of work for the fielder. Gets down to it. Keeps it just to the single. Better work there. Yeah, no, I agree with you. The Dominators, they will come away from this this competition obviously a lot wiser and a lot more aware of what's needed from them. But they will come away, I guarantee, with at least a win and maybe a couple extra bonus points. They are the kind of team. They're plucky, they're feisty, and they will snake a win out of someone who maybe you won't expect. I just get that feeling. There's something about them.
Good slow ball there for Pandya, rounds out the over. End of 6, and it's 49 for 2. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. If you'd like to drop his comment or a question, please do. ECN European Cricket Network.
So who have you liked so far? What have you seen out of the entire last couple of days that you've thought, ooh, that's really going to excite me?
Probably the team that's impressed me the most. Okay, there's always teams that are kind of highly fancied rather than others. But if I want to go compared to expectations, I think Bohemians look like a really good unit to me this year. They seem to have gotten it together. I know that they've had some good pickups in there. They just seem to be well balanced. And we haven't seen too much of them on the park so far. Spartans, I've liked the way they've played their cricket as well. Again, these Spartans and Bohemians and even Barbarians, they've kind of been much maligned, I think, the last 2 or 3 years. It's maybe not quite living up to their reputations, but I think there's been some improvement across the board as Tree comes back for over number 7. So yeah, probably, but if I had to just pick a standout so far, I'd say Bohemians compared to expectations.
Yes, I would agree with that as well. Trifurari back in the attack, as you say. A couple of dot balls in a row, sort of slowing things down now.
Because it always comes down to, with Prague CC winning the last 3 European Cricket Series here, who can take them down? That's basically what it comes down to, right? That's well bowled again.
It's a good over.
Tripurari Kanyalal. So, yeah. And there's several that could. I mean, sure, United kind of went with them a bit this morning, but couldn't quite pull it out in the end.
Ooh, sharp chance there. Gets through the bowler. They'll take a single. Really sharp chance there. Came really well straight towards head height. And probably more of a defensive move rather than a catching mood. But lucky to get away with that one. 50 comes up. 50 for 2 in the 7th. That's a lovely shot. All the way along the ground. There is protection out there on the boundary line. And they just jog through for the single. Yeah, I just want to echo what you said about the Bohemians. I think they're looking much more cohesive this year.
Yeah, it's a good word.
They can be a little bit chaotic. They can be. They've had a history of having a bit of chaos within the team. But so far, the games that I've seen them play, I think they're looking really good and really tight. This is lofted. It hasn't got the legs. And player under it and takes a good catch overhead. Well caught. And that is the third wicket to go down. And it's time for Rashid, who played a really good innings there. 33 from 20-odd deliveries. He's on his way now. And that's a very good catch there. That was Pradeep who took the catch at in the deep cover position.
Yeah,
Third
well
wicket down.
taken. And end of a promising partnership there. But yeah, I think for Rashid, he'd be pretty proud of what he put together there. Brought up the 50 as well for his team. And it's 51 for 3 after 7 overs. These ECC groups, I know you've been to the ECC before. Maybe you came in 2021, I think
21,
it was.
yes, it was
to the
21.
Cardamom Oval. And
That's right.
yeah, how do you feel about Czechia in their Group 2 and the fact that it is actually a 2-tier ECC this year?
I love this new approach. I love this two-tiered approach. I think it's going to be really exciting to sort of group teams who are more like. And looking at that group that Czechia is in, obviously Greece, Luxembourg, Cyprus, and Serbia, that's a very tasty group right there. I love the look of that. Even Group 1, Isle of Man, Estonia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Turkey, and Slovenia. The Challenger division looks really fun to me. I think that's going to be a really good competitive couple of groups. And when you look at the Premier Group as well, I mean, look at some of the names there and some of the really, really good games that's going to be called during that 4-week extravaganza. Start with a wide here in the with Van Drassi on his second over. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that one. We did visit ECC in 21, and I'd love to get back this year. It might be next year, and I might drag a few of my cricketing friends from Prague along as well again.
We'll say the weather in September, October is fantastic weather there.
It is.
February, March, sometimes we get lucky with weather. We typically have on the Costa del Sol. It's called the Costa del Sol for a reason. It basically means Sunshine Coast.
That's right.
But yeah, it's something about that September-October period, which is really nice.
Oh, nice hit down the ground. It's not got the legs for a boundary though. One bounce and cleaned up there. That's Mataschetti, who's patrolling the boundary down there at long off. We saw him the other day take a couple of good catches down here actually when Danny and I were on comms a couple of days ago. Madrassi continues. It's another straight hit and Mataschetti cleans up yet again. So the spinners here in the middle here sort of starting to slow things down. Good over before from Tripurari to get a wicket and slow things down. The Dominators need to get a partnership back up again. Big shout. Umpire says, yes, you are absolutely right.
Yeah, my only issue here potentially is height. We saw one from Saba earlier when he was pretty close to being LBW, but so full, you can't imagine it's going over. Actually, I think it hits him on the foot, and I think that might be why it looked like it jumps.
Let's have a look at this side.
Yeah, it hits him right on the foot. So all you're really looking at, that's why it surprised me where it then kind of goes straight up, and then it gives the impression maybe it's going over the top.
Yes.
But that's because it doesn't bounce on the ground, it bounces on the foot. So I think if you look at this, you carry it straight on.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt that's going to crash into the stumps.
Yeah, it's a good decision by the umpire. You're absolutely right. I think on the first, when you look at the first time, you do sort of wonder, well, that bounced in front of him. It didn't bounce in front of him, hit the foot, and it was going to go straight on for mine. So Murali has had a breakthrough, and the Dominators lose another wicket just to stall their middle over charge. So hit down the ground, just a single there.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision. The other thing is when you hit on the full, people get this confused all the time, but the umpire has to assume that the ball's going to go straight on.
Yep.
But people get confused because they mean like straight on, like middle stump to middle stump. But assuming that the ball wouldn't like spin one way or the other, it would just kind of bounce and continue on that trajectory.
Yes.
And I think for me that was pretty clear.
Oh, that's pretty clear. That's going to carry the boundary line for a big 6. Nice strike there. That's Goswami, who's been out there for a little while. He has been down at the non-strikers end for a few overs, though. Unfortunately, he's missed out on a fair bit of strike. He came out earlier on, and that's a good hit from him down the ground for 6 runs. He moves to 17, and that will be the end of the 8th. 62 for 4 after 8. Goswami on 17. Alamin, who's only just joined him, only faced 1 delivery for that single. So 2 overs to make an impact into their run rate here. Have a look at the run rate graph. It's taken a bit of a dive after the first over, and a good partnership there from overs 2 up to 7. Really got that run rate up and going. They started to find their strides. Rashid started to really hit the ball quite hard, all parts of the ground. Now with him gone, the run rate needs to be resurrected yet again, and they need to have a bit of a charge in these last 2 overs.
Bisht comes on to bowl. Good start. Gets it in, and Krabs actually might have got deflected up off the bat or the batter into his body. Have a look.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Yeah, the batsman a little bit unsure about that, but the bounce on that one. Well bowled by Bisht. Come in again. Gives him a slight little charge.
Uh-oh.
Where is he going? Where is he going? They're asking each other, where are you going?
I could see that happening a mile away. Because he dotted up last time, he's really keen to get off strike, right?
Yeah,
so he takes the charge. He doesn't really look at his partner. His partner's saying, you know what, I really don't think there's a run there.
No.
And I think, was that end a wave goodbye?
I think it might have been.
So we'll see that one again in a second.
Oh, no.
I think it was just more just have a look. To be honest, yeah, I mean, there's just not a run there, I think, even at this stage. But have a look at that strike there. Yep.
He does.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Not often you see that. It's 62 for 4.
I'm sure.
Here comes 62 for 5.
I'm sure the exchange of words there was, "Why aren't you running? Why are you running? Okay, I'll see you back at the dugout. Bye."
Yeah.
He did give him a
We'll
little wave.
continue this conversation later, potentially. Hey, you've got to give some credit to the bowler there, Piyush.
Yes.
He kind of forces the pressure.
Did well there. Yeah. And Devendra Singh also, he's having a pretty good game behind the stumps. He held the ball for a moment. I think he waited to see whether the batsman was going to try to come back or whether the non-striker was going to try to make the run.
I think it was quite clever because Goswami is the quote-unquote set batter.
Yes.
Maybe you could have got him instead.
Yes. That's a good straight strike. And the fielder makes a bit of a meal of it, unfortunately, and it gets through him. Goes to ground, and that is 4. Maruli, unfortunately, couldn't get his body behind that one. He had to make a fair bit of ground. You see here, it just goes, so it's nutmegged him straight through the Sydney Harbour Bridge and gone for 4. So 66 for 5, halfway through the 9th. All happens in the 9th. Oh, good swivel and twist. That's been smacked quite hard down there to, backwards square. Good shot there. This is Al Mahmood who's come in. Hopefully he's recovered. He had a bit of a shoulder injury earlier in the week, and hopefully he's recovered from that. And he can be swinging quite freely to put a few extra runs on the board here in this last over and a half of the Dominators innings. And I'll look to him to be bowling quite strong as well in when the run chase comes along in about 15 minutes time. But they've still got a few deliveries to go to try to build that score up, push it up into the 90s if they can. That's not a bad shot either. Again, swiveling, he's very strong on the legs there, and that is a good shot for 4. It's only just shy of being a 6, but it's gone for 4, and they will love that. Good cheer and support from the dugout over to our left there. Nice shot.
Shows you how things can change, because it really should have been a 1 down the ground. It turned out to be a misfielded 4, and then we've gone another 4 and another 4.
Yeah.
That's because Abdul Al-Mahmood's on strike.
Suddenly he's got 12 from 3. He's hit 3 boundaries in a row.
Got to go Yorker here.
Yeah, he's got to go full. Oh no, he plays it short, up in the air, and that is going to carry 2 fieldsmen combined to let it go over their heads, and that's a 6. So Al Mahmood, he continues there with this time with the Maximo. Lovely strike.
It's actually, it goes kind of cowboy style.
It does.
And either one of these fielders independently may have had kind of a play on it, but you can see Murali had a good angle on it, but he didn't want to crash into Vamshi. Also needed someone to go kind of line out rugby style there to kind of get on the shoulders and maybe pull it back.
The line out.
You don't see that in cricket very often. End of the over, 80 for 5, and it kind of did all happen in the 9th, didn't it, for the Dominators?
It did. That was
the butterfly effect, we talked about it earlier. We had a one that should have been a 1, it was a 4 instead, and after that it's 4, 4, 6, 18 off the over. Oof. And funny, that run out started it all off.
Of all things, the run out where we thought, oh, they're going to be in all sorts of trouble. Well, they're still in a bit of trouble. They still don't have a big score, but that 18 is going to give them a lot of buoyancy going into this last over now. Start with a wide.
If I had to move to see around the bowler here, but I think under the modern rules, this one for me, it looked like it went over the line. I was getting some of the line, so it's a tight one though.
Yeah, it is a tight one, isn't it? Yeah.
I was just thinking that that Goswami was waving goodbye to Alamin and hello to runs, because 18 came off the rest of that over. He was joined by his captain.
He certainly did well there. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Goodbye and hello runs. Yeah, Mahmood really came in. I mean, 18 from 4 in that last over you saw there. And we started with a couple of wides here. Poor hit, just struggling to get his radar online. May have to switch off the box and put it back on again. Still got 6 balls to go in this innings. Turn around the corner. There is a bit of protection behind square, and just the single.
Yeah, it's a fighting effort here from the Dominators. Remember, they were 8 for 2, and I think when Rongdi got out off a bat bounce, it was maybe 3 millimeters over the floor.
Yeah.
You're worried about where it might end up, but yeah, looking at Dominators so far in this series, they've scored 73, 76, 62, and 70. So it's already their best batting effort.
Yep.
You can really kind of gauge the improvement. They had a really tough run early as well. With their first 3 games, they were against Bohemians, who are in red hot form, PCC and Brno. And they also had a fairly tough game against Moravians. But yeah, I think you can already see the improvement.
Yes.
Yeah, it requires buy-in from the team. I've liked some of the spirit. Can they lift themselves up maybe to 90 plus, maybe even the 100 with a few boundaries? Speaking of boundaries, this won't be one.
Work.
That was an excellent piece of fielding from Matachetti. And now we're probably going to get a run out or not.
Should have been a run out. Well, yep. Al Mahmood, he's a little bit angry about that, because I think his fellow batsman Goswami, I think he tried to call him for that second, and he's saying, "Why'd you call me for the second? It was never on."
Yeah, but I think he feels he's hitting him well. He wants to get back on strike. Yeah, so now Goswami misses out. And look, Al Mahmood's already outscored Goswami. This is where Goswami, I kind of agree with Al Mahmood.
Yeah,
Firstly, I think he's batting way too low, the captain at number 7. But yeah, Goswami hasn't been scoring fast enough. Now, you almost got to run here no matter what. They almost run into each other. And they'll get 1. Are they going to go for 2? No. I think right now you want Al Mahmood on strike.
I think
he looks the most likely to hit a boundary. Goswami has hit a 4 and a 6, but in the 18 balls he's faced, Abdullah Al Mahmood is already 19 off 5.
Yep. And the 2 batsmen, they're still having a discussion about it out there in the middle.
Same thing here. If you hit to the outfield, got to run 2. Got to try and get him back on strike.
Absolutely. Yep. Even if you're running to certain doom, you still got to run it. Get him back on strike. That's been hit nicely square. There is coverage out there. Will they attempt the second? Well, Mahmood, he wants it.
Should have.
Goswami doesn't.
Oh,
There's trouble now.
Well, I think it's out at one end, but I actually think he's out the first time. This is where Goswami, again, doesn't really understand what he needs to do. He needs to hold that end safe. But yeah, let's have a look. You see, I feel that he leaves too early here, and that this is going to be run out. See, then he goes back, Goswami, but then look, he takes off. So actually, that'll be out. So yeah, he's got one job there, Goswami. Keep that end safe.
And he didn't do it.
Yeah, so the other thing is, at the moment, the stumps are hit. Who is closer? And I'm pretty sure they cross. So the very first moment those stumps are hit, now you can see they've already crossed.
There.
So it's whoever's bat. So you might say, okay, but look at their bodies, but the bat is an extension of the body. So
yes.
Al Mahmood's going to be out there. Geez, a lot going on. Well done to our crew at Spring Media there.
Yeah, good work.
But yeah, we're seeing that come in more and more. But Goswami just didn't understand what he was trying to achieve there. It doesn't matter if he gets run out the other end. I think you've got to go with Abdul Al Mahmood and try and get him safe. And that actual run doesn't matter as much as getting him back on strike. Anyway, it will be 1 and out. So the score will be 87 for 6 with the last ball to come. New batter to face.
Shout out to Tim Harmer in the chat saying hello and good to see you. And thanks for saying good to hear me. Good to see you. Last ball coming up.
And they won't go any further. Yeah, hi Tim. Great to have you with us. Hello to Shanto as well. To Alan, I know, has popped in as well. Rob Thompson's still around. And hello to Andy Mason. He's asking, Vinny, how come your mic is so much louder?
Oh, I'll start yelling.
Oh, I know why.
I think my mic's all right.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, we'll turn Phil up a little bit because we want to hear more Phil. We want to see more,
We want more Phil.
action as well from the Dominators, and there certainly was action early. It was a little bit of a bat bounce that actually costs Rongdi his wicket, and then we had that slick piece of work by Devendra Singh to stump Azad for 5. But then a little bit of a rearguard action. Goswami ends up batting through the rest of the innings for 18. But Harun Rashid, I really liked his approach. He was able to strike 3 sixes on the way to a top score of 33 for the Dominators.
Yeah, it was good stuff there, wasn't it, Rashid? He really put a bit of impetus back into the Dominators' batting, and they needed it. They needed a couple of rushes of blood, and they got it from him. A couple of really good lusty strikes. This one down the ground here, good hit for 6. And yeah, Tripurari came along. Another shot up in the air. So it was a good bit of hitting, but also good catching by the other Barbarians as well. They did pretty well in the field. There was a couple of incidents towards the end there. Murali chimed in with a wicket there. Good LBW.
This was a funny one because this runner ends up working out great for Dominators, even though there's a little bit of the friendly fire in the body language. But then we saw 18 come off the rest of the over, and it all, again, started with that misfield. Should have been 1, it was 4, and there was more to come.
That's right. Started with that misfield, and then there was a good hit down the ground. A couple of players converging there as it went for 6. And then there was this, of course, this was a very unfortunate situation here. Divi has a shot at the stumps, it misses. They run through for an additional one as well. And then it ended up in a little bit of tragedy
Because
here.
he even went back to hold it safe. He actually left and then, okay, no, hold on, I'll hold it safe. And then he still left early.
Yeah, he realised his error only to repeat the error.
Not often you get man-catted on the second run attempt, but that's basically what happened. And in the end, the Dominators finish on 87 for 6. Look, it's the best effort so far with the bat. Whether it's enough or not, I'm not sure. Also, I mean, it puts him in the frame to at least get a point out of the game at a bare minimum. But yeah, Harun Rashid, he turned things around, 33 off 21. And I've got to say, Abdullah Al-Mahmood was brilliant when he was there, 20 before he was run out late in the piece. Goswami, again, he's still kind of learning, I think, what's required as far as the tactics. But I think, he was at least a steadying influence at one end throughout that innings after he came in with Rongdi getting run out very, very early. Pretty miserly by the Barbarians as far as the extras went. They only concede 7 wides, and there was the 1 leg by in there. So 88 will be the chase. As far as the bowling went, a couple of good performers there for the Barbarians.
Yeah, like Tripurari and those figures explained to me as well. 1 for 9 from his team. Wickets also to Bisht, and Vendrasi chimed in with a wicket as well. Neil Panda, he went for 11 off his single over, and also went for 10 off his. And Pura hit at the top there, pretty economic, only 12 of his 2 overs. Pretty good bowling effort, I thought. And the Dominators, getting to 87 for 6 after the 10. There's a good chance here they could probably pick up a bonus point maybe, but it's going to be pretty hard for their bowlers to contain this Prague Barbarian batting lineup. They're going to be gunning to pick up their second win in this ECS series, and the Dominators will be absolutely on fire trying to get through these wickets, contain the batsmen, put the pressure on right from the very first ball so that they can pick up a win. Even a couple of points as well. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, should be a good finish to this one. We'll be back in a few minutes with 88 the target for Barbarians to go 2-0 in the series. Can the Dominators mount a response and maybe upset the apple cart on the way to their first ECS win? Vinny Sounding, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. Quick break. Back soon here in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back as we get ready for the second half of this one. 87 on the board. And Barbarians needing 88 to win. If they can do it in 7 overs, they will take all the points. I suppose the Dominators are in the best position yet to at least get a point out of the game. Of course, they would still love to defend this score and come away with all the points. So getting ready for the first over now. Welcome back to everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and everyone watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again is Phil G. And yeah, what do you think? Dominators, any chance of pulling off an upset here?
I think they are a chance of pulling up an offset. Everyone's a chance of pulling off an upset. It's all down to many things. Confidence is a big deal, and also players need to hold their catches. Bowlers need to be bowling really well. Maybe a lot of luck has to go their way as well, because they're not defending a huge total. I mean, the 88 is the target score. 87 was put on the board by the Dominators, but we'll see how they go as we start this run chase. It starts with a clip through the covers, gets through one fielder, but they've got protection out there in the deep extra cover.
Here's the thing. I know it's different. It's a different world. It's a different year and everything. But 2 years ago, I watched Barbarians against a new team to the competition. In fact, a team that's even related to the Dominators. And they couldn't chase 61. They just had an innings where nothing would have worked for them. They ended up with 34, which is still the lowest total we've seen in a completed 10 over innings. Wow. It hasn't started so well here.
Oh, trouble. Trouble aplenty here, and suddenly the shadows of that game might be playing on the minds of the Barbarians as that first wicket falls in the second ball. That has been skied up and it's been snaffled and taken by the fieldsman there. What a start for the Dominators. So, possibly an upset on the cards. Early days.
Very early. Early days.
Wickets down. That's how upsets start.
There's Golden Duck for Goyal. And the score is 1 for 1. Yeah, so it's hard to believe that's over 2 years ago now. But there you go. Look at the second one. It's since been beaten. 56 was defended in Croatia. But Prague Tigers, 60, defeated the Barbarians, 34. Can't believe that scoreline. And that,
incredible. That
was a record. And it's a record that stood for over a year. It stood for the better part of 16 months before finally we had a total defended in the 50s. Which is something I thought we would see at some point, but it's getting less and less likely, I suppose, with the scores going up on the network.
I wonder how many of those Barbarians out there now in the dugout played in that game, and maybe that result could be bouncing around their heads right now, thinking, well, it's a low score. We need to be able to chase these low scores as well as the big scores.
I think these two at the crease are super important. I think that.
Oh yeah.
You've got Devendra Singh at the other end. You've got Murali Vandrasi facing up now.
Shot just into the covers there.
I'm going to say it was a good catch by Mahedi Hassan as well, because there was a little bit of interference there, wasn't there, from his teammate?
Yep, and also the wind swirling a little bit as well.
Yeah, and if you miss a chance like that early on, you're almost writing the script for the next few overs.
So true. Yeah, and again, it's played with soft hands there by Vandrasi, just running through for a quick single. It's overshot a little bit, but well backed up there. Yeah, I noticed with Vandrasi, he likes to play with very soft hands, sort of forward prods. He picks the gaps quite well, and he ends up picking up very quick singles, very good singles, safe singles. He did this a couple of days ago. We saw the Barbarians playing, and they chased down a pretty good score, and him and Devendra Singh featured in that run chase quite heavily. They're going to feature here again today, I would say. So Devendra has hit that out quite hard. It's gone through the fieldsman who tried to create the long barrier. He's created a shorter version of that long barrier, and it has gone straight through the Sydney Harbour Bridge and over the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, frustrating.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, especially lowish total.
Yeah.
Look, it's still, all things considered, good first over. Could have been better, though. That's the thing for the Dominators.
Absolutely.
Barbars are 6 for 1 after 145 matches since the Golden Ball. Phil, I don't think you've ever commentated a Golden Ball, have you?
Vinny, I've never commentated a Golden Ball. If I was lying on a bed and I had the drip into my arm, I'd say, I just want to commentate a Golden Ball. Please give me the chance to be here for a Golden Ball. I've never been at the ground for a Golden Ball either.
Oh, really?
I've only watched it on YouTube through the feed. I've never actually been at the ground.
You've seen quite a few. By the way, I think we've just had a new version of the Golden Ball compilation go out.
Oh,
Something
okay.
that came across my desk.
Nicely cut away there, just to that fielder, who this time successfully gets down and stops the boundary.
I'm going to go have a look because it flashed up as a quick notification. But yeah, we've started putting them in groups of 10. So you can watch the last ball of the 10 overs, if you like, and then all the drama that leads up to the Golden Ball. It's normally 2-3 minutes per one, and so yeah, you end up with about a half an hour video. So it's something fun to watch in your free time, and it's also kind of like it's a snapshot in time. So you're seeing the development of ECN along the way. It goes all the way. The first one was back in March 2020.
Oh, that would be good to watch. Really good to watch. Wide ball there. I do remember the first one here with featured UCC.
Yeah.
That one that was in the cold, and yeah, very clever. And UCC won that one, didn't they?
That was actually their second Golden Ball, though.
The second one,
because the first one, Amit Pangaka thought, okay, if this was to happen again, how could we try for a second run? So basically, it was Sujith Gopalakrishnan, I think, that had the ball for PCC Rooks, broke the bails and celebrated, but breaking the bails in itself doesn't make the ball dead.
No. That's clipped very nicely. It's gotten through the field, and that's going to be boundary to the Barbarians. First boundary of the innings. Lovely shot. Sorry, second boundary for the Barbarians. We did have one. It nutmegged the fielder patrolling the point boundary. That one's gone well through the boundary. 12 for 1, halfway through the second. Devinder Singh, he's on 9. Looking pretty sharp. He's very important to the Barbarians at the top here as well. He's a very accomplished keeper. We saw him take a good stumping and some really good work behind the wickets, but as an opening batsman as well for the Barbarians, he's really important to get him off to a good fly. This has been hit hard, just mishit slightly. Just directly to the fielder down there at mid-on, just for a single. So 13 for 1. So the Barbarians need 75 runs from 50 balls to win. So the run rate is exactly 9 runs per over. They're looking to try to tidy that up within 7 to try to pick up the bonus point. It's been hit very nicely, very safe. It's so safe, in fact, it goes for 6. Felt like it was, or sounded like a bit of a miss hit there from Vandrassi. Doesn't matter, it's 6. It's a Maximo in the book. Good strike.
Bit of normal service resuming now, isn't there?
Yeah.
Barbarians. I do still think these two are crucial. Listed next, we've got Medhat, and then we've got Mamshi Madishetty listed, Gangapa listed as well. Could see him back playing as well. But yeah, Dominators still flying the flag.
Yeah.
I think these two also, there's kind of sensible nature that they're going about their innings. So they're going after certain deliveries, but not everything.
Yes.
And they've been a little bit selective at the end of the second over. It's 20 for 1. What we will say as well is as long as the Dominators can survive to the 8th over, then they will achieve their first point on ECN. So that's also something potentially they can get out of the game if they can't quite pull off the defence.
And right on cue there, we look at the table right there. They do still have a 0 in their points column, but yes, you're absolutely right, Vinny. If they can pick up a point, they're going to feel good about that, and they will be working towards that guarantee. They'll know that as well. If they can't restrict the Barbarians to less than 87, then they'll be thinking about that bonus point. They need to get something in that column just to make themselves feel good and show that little bit of momentum and that growth in this tournament for them. Barbarians, on the other hand, they'll want to get a win and even the bonus point in their column, just so they can say, hey, don't forget about us. I know there's 3 big boys who are playing in here, the Bohemians, the Burno Cricket Club, and the PCC guys. Then you've got Spartans doing very well as well. Barbarians are going to say, hey, we're part of that group as well. We want to be there at the end of next week when the finals kick off. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are there. Still a long way to go. Oh, that's gotten through the fielder. That's a nice, fine cut there. Vandrassi doing really well here. It's a good shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Fairly low risk shot as well. Mohamed Ali Akbar comes in. It's quite close to cut. Wasn't too far away from the fielder, but just a bit too much on it.
Yeah, it was a clever shot because it was almost more like a cut push. He really sort of pushed the blade out there with a bit of angle and played it down. So it was very clever placement. He knew the fielder was there. Good shot, good thinking. These two played very well in the game 2 days ago, and they saw their team to the end. They didn't stick around, I think, to the end, but they got the team pretty much 80% of the way in the run chase. They were chasing about 120 odd, and they did very well together. They bat well together. They've batted together for quite a while, and yeah, very solid players. Bowler in again. Well, this time Andrassi misses.
Yeah, it wasn't really short enough to cut. It's more of a back foot force there, but a little bit of seam back there from Muhammad Ali Akbar. Hello to everyone in the chat. I can see Shobit Bhatia's in there. He's saying, Phil, Danny and I were reminiscing Terry's legendary commentary clip when the wind really picked up during the kids' game.
Oh,
that is famous. We actually end up talking about that a lot. Not even in Prague.
Yeah.
We're in other locations, and anytime that you find yourself, it's a natural thing to say, the wind's really picking up. And
Yes.
what happened that day, it is famous. It's not something we can air, but what happened was the wind blew the table and all the equipment onto Terry while he was commentating. Again, no good deed goes unpunished. He didn't even have to commentate, but the kids were on,
Yes,
and some of those
that's
kids
right.
are now playing national team cricket as
Yeah,
well, by
yeah.
the way. But yeah, he basically got, I don't use the term crushed by the table while he was live on commentary, and used a word that typically you cannot say, but
That's right.
I knew in time it would be funny to him as well, and it was kind of funny. He wasn't seriously hurt, so that was good. But it's something that I think it could go viral again if you released it again, and you could get reaction videos.
Yeah, that's true. That's been hit uppishly but safely. It's away from the fielder down there at point, and that is 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot there, lofted, but safely lofted there. Yeah, good inside out over the covers there. Yeah, so it did take a while for Terry to sort of break a smile and a bit of a grin on that one. He took it quite seriously, but that's Terry. That's what he's like, and I think now he has a good laugh about it, especially after we did a little bit of a remix for him. And that's a lovely shot as well. That's lofted a bit more impetus, and that has carried the line for 6. They're going to have a look at this one. I think the fielder said it was 6. It looked to me like it carried the line only just. We'll have another look at this one again.
Yeah, looks like it's got the legs. Let's check it out. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Definitely carries Maximo time.
Good shot.
Yeah, so we're talking about the first point potentially for the Dominators, but the way things are going, it may not be the way it rolls out in the end. 35 for 1 after 3. Pretty productive power play in the end. 15 coming off the 3rd over.
Yeah, have a look at that little tower block illustration there. Obviously, a 9th over for the Praha Dominators. 18 runs from it when Al Mahmoud really started firing up the car on all 4 cylinders. Got a lot of good momentum there in that over. 18's a really good over for them, considering that they were really struggling to get runs on the board in the middle overs. And now the Barbarians, 35 for 1 after 3. Couple of really good overs there, 14 and a 15 off the previous 2 overs. And as you say, Vinny, that point to try to snake a point away from them for the Dominators looking a little bit difficult now. And we start with a wide in the 4th.
Yeah, so need to try and, first target I suppose is to survive to the 8th over if you're the Dominators here, but these two can take the game away really quickly as well. Haven't helped themselves with some of the fielding as well. Obviously that one that kind of blasted through for 4. But yeah, Golden Ball compilation volume 5 a little while ago. I put the link in there if you want to check it out.
Oh, very
I
good.
got to admit I haven't quite gotten around to watching 4 yet. The length of the videos, for like I said, you can watch it as like a TV show almost. So this one is 49 minutes, volume 5. So and
Really?
and volume 4 is about 37. So like I said, it basically takes you to just before the last ball of the actual game,
Yes.
and then all the drama that leads to the Golden Ball.
It's a good straight hit down the ground. That's going to go all the way. 4 runs, not quite all the way for 6, but all the way for 4 runs. Good straight hit between the 2 fielders at long off and long on. And another good strike there. So these two batsmen are pretty much put that wicket that fell behind them for the Barbarians, and they've pushed on quite nicely here. 42 for 1 halfway through the 4th. Vandrassi moves up to 19, chasing Devendra Singh is on 21. And these two are, well, they're pretty much getting there almost. We're almost halfway towards the target, not quite there. So Vinohrady, who's bowling now, who's a very good bowler, big wicket taker as well. Well, just checked his shot there, Vandrassi. He was going to go for the big hit over Cow, and it didn't get up, and he just checked it, just tucked it around the corner. Yeah, Vinohrady, he plays in Division 3 here in the T20 league, and he's the biggest wicket taker in that division.
Yeah.
Massive.
He's leading runs and wickets, I think, isn't he?
And he's leading run getter as well.
Yeah.
Yep. He's also because of that, he's leading the man of the match point tally as well.
Doesn't surprise me.
By quite
leading
a
the
long way.
all-rounder.
Exactly. He's the best all-rounder.
But, you know, I think it's a great opportunity for him
Yeah.
to get some cricket at a higher level because, you know, obviously he's been tested here a lot. That's a nice bit of keeping there by Azad. I think the foot stays grounded. It's a difficult one to take because it's between the batter and the stumps. Just check it. Yeah, gets the bat down just in time. Devendra Singh, who actually stumped Azad earlier in the game. So Azad trying to get his own bat. Wrongdy only goes for 8 in the 4th over. 43 for 1.
Poetic, wouldn't it?
Can't happen.
Quite poetic.
Keepers hate getting stumped by other keepers.
I bet. You've been stumped by a keeper before?
Yeah, in a final, I got leg side stumped.
No.
After I just hit a big 6 and to like a medium pacer as well. Just fell over out of my crease, and that's the one. I think. I mean, I've been stumped before, but often, you know, it might be towards the end of an innings. But this one stung because
that would sting.
We ended up losing that final as well.
Oh no.
When we were in a winning position. But you know, it's funny what you remember.
Yeah.
I probably maybe dropped 2 catches in my career, and I can remember them both so clearly.
Yeah.
And I probably caught hundreds, and it's hard to remember too many of them.
It's funny you say that. I remember 2 catches I dropped. One against Vinohrady, which I felt really bad about. We still won the game. That's a good shot out there, very square. Oh, fielder makes a bit of a meal of it, gets a bit of a rotten bounce. Has to get the ball back a bit quicker. Sort of took his eyes off the play there a little bit. Yeah, we Barbarians back in the day played against Vinohrady, and I took 2 really good outfield catches. The 3rd one just straight through the hands, barely even touched it, and it just missed the side of my head. I couldn't believe I got nowhere near it, and that still lives rent-free in my head to this day. Unbelievable how that sort of thing happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the action. Vandrassi batting really well here,
remember
very
it's a
sensibly.
I mean, I haven't played competitive cricket now for, I can't believe it, but it's actually about 13 years.
Yeah.
Which is quite crazy, 13 or 14 years. That's amazing what you remember. One thing I always remember is like a swarm of bees interrupting a game. First cricket. And everyone being on the ground.
Oh no. Ooh. Perilously close.
Mahmood's had a pretty good game. He's now captaining the side, so I'd like to see maybe bat a little bit higher. He came in and was able to strike boundaries pretty well from the get-go. Got run out late in the piece.
I kind of agree with that. I felt he came in probably about 2 positions lower than he should have. Maybe should have come in about sort of 4 or 5 possibly. Considering that they were running out of options and they were just not getting the momentum in their batting around the middle overs. But ifs and buts and maybe something they'll look at. Oh, that bounce to the keeper. That's taken a rotten bounce.
Yeah.
Not sure why they can't throw to the keeper on the full.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's a case for the kind of skid throw, but
yeah,
the bounce is sometimes a bit inconsistent on this field because it's so hard.
Yeah, I think, you know, on a nice flat field, I get that, but the players here, they know the field quite well. That's a good shot, inside out. That's going to be a lot of work for a fielder who cannot get his hand up to knock it down as it bounces over him for 4 runs.
Frustrating. I mean, it's not an easy stop because, you don't quite know what the first bounce can do, but he actually overruns it. It actually... It was always going to spin back that way. It's almost like a slice in golf. It was always going to go that way. Fielder couldn't quite predict the trajectory. 50's up for the Barbarians now with the ball to go in the 5th.
That's right. Devendra Singh moves to 25 from 14. Vandrassi 23 from 14. That's a nice shot towards the leg side. Just an easy single there, just to see out that over. That is 5 gone. 51 for 1 on the board after 5. And, well, it looks to me like the Barbarians are pretty much having things their own way at the moment. We'll see about that. Hello to everybody. Thank you for joining us here here in Vinohrady, this wonderful match here between the Dominators and the Prague Barbarians. And things seem to be going the way of the Barbarians, unfortunately, for the Dominators.
Yeah, true. But having said that, they're just 2 overs away from potentially registering their first point on ECN. I've loved this enhanced point system for that reason as well. It never sat right with me. Sometimes a team might go winless, but they play winless in a whole tournament, but they might play better in some games than others. And you feel like you've got to reward teams for when they at least are competitive, especially teams that are developing. So I love now that most of the time teams are walking away with points, but you still got to earn those points. They're going to have to earn it here against the Barbarians lineup. That you're right, they are in a winning position. Vinohrady comes back to bowl out, and he's going to get hit for 4 first up. Pretty good shot by Devendra Singh. We kind of flagged this as a key partnership, and it's working out that way for the Barbarians.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to see a lot more of this key partnership between these two, I'm sure of it, over the rest of this tournament. I think that the Barbarians rely quite, I wouldn't say they rely quite heavily, that's probably not the right way of putting it, but I think that they look to this partnership, this second wicket partnership of the Barbarians as being something that is quite a solid foundation after a first wicket has fallen, and they're showing it right here today. It's really good to see. They did this again 2 days ago as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if they take this all the way through. That's a lovely shot into the gap. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and Devendra Singh is he's seen the ball quite well. When he gets going, he's wonderful to watch. He's a good correct batsman as well, and he can sometimes give a few opportunities maybe in the first couple of overs, but once he gets into the teens and he starts finding his rhythm and he starts seeing the ball the size of a watermelon, then he is a very dangerous customer to try to get rid of. And he's showing it here. A couple of boundaries there. He's up to 34 suddenly. Swings at that one. That's going to go through the gap. Hesitation from the fielder there as to who was going to chase that. Not sure what that was about. Maybe just a little bit of miscommunication between 2 fieldsmen as it bisected them almost perfectly, and one left it for the other. But unfortunately, the other fieldsman was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think it was particularly deliberate, the placement, but it worked out pretty well for Divi, who moves to 38 off 18. And now you're kind of talking about, 25 off 9 for the bonus point.
There you go.
I like the idea of Vinohrady coming back here. He probably is their strongest bowler.
Oh, the big wind-up. And over the head of the fielder, that's 6 runs. Good shot. Devendra Singh continuing on his merry way. And he's now flirting with a half-century here for the Barbarians. And, Vinohrady getting a little bit of treatment here from a batsman who's in really good form.
44 off 19. Potentially can bring up a half-century here as well. Yeah, can they hold on here? Dominators. You'd love to see them walk away with something for their efforts.
Oh, tries to play something a little bit cute and delicate there and doesn't come off.
No fine leg. Well, there's a very fine leg, more like a backstop. So that's why he's eyeing off that kind of 45. You can actually see where the fine leg is, but didn't make contact.
I mean, this time goes towards the extra cover boundary just for a single directly to the fielder there. It's an interesting position there, that backstop. When I saw him before, he was a bit more leg, and I thought, oh, they've put a leg slip in. And then he sort of kept moving a bit more behind the wicket-keeper. 6 overs gone, 70 on the board, 1 wicket down. We're looking for 88, so only 18 away from runs to go for the Barbarians to pick up the win here.
Yeah, so the race is on, I suppose. If the Dominators can defend 18 this over, then they will walk away with their first ECN point.
Yeah, red hot chance for that. And it looks to me that okay, so Al Mahmood's come back on, and that's a pretty good call. Let's see. Like to see them get that point. I think they deserve it. It'll pep them up. It'll give them a little bit of something. Put a bit of spring in their step for the next game. And as this is their first ECS competition as a unit. Oh, that's clever. Very clever. Knew there was a gap there. The fielder was up. The backstop that we're just talking about, who was slightly leg side, and that's been played around the corner quite nicely. Have a look at this. Yep, lovely. It almost was like a ramp, but it ended up being just a very, very nice tuck around the corner, elevated 4 runs. Devendra Singh goes to 49. Within touching distance of a well-deserved half-century is Devendra.
We haven't had too many kind of result thrillers, but we've had quite a few BP thrillers, bonus point thrillers here.
Yes, we have.
14 off 5 now. Here's Devendra facing up on 49.
Shot down the ground, just out of the reach of the bowler, trying on his follow through. And he'll get his 50. And he'll turn to his dugout and give him a little salute. Thank you guys for the backup. 50 runs to Devendra Singh off 23 deliveries. Good innings and well supported by Murali Vandrassi, who's going to finally get a chance to face. I feel I haven't called Vandrassi for a couple of, about over and a bit now. It's been the Devendra Singh show for the last over.
All right, 13 off 4. Can Murali get a 4-pointer for the Barbars? I suppose we're talking a bit about, I'll get 2 for free here. That doesn't help either. I suppose we're talking a lot about, can the Dominators get a point from their point of view, but I suppose for the Barbarians, they would love a 4-pointer here.
Would they ever?
What a big difference that can make in the wash-up. Teams playing 10 matches.
There's a number of teams on 2 wins.
Yeah.
So if they can get that bonus point, maybe separates them a bit from a couple of the other teams. Spartans being one of them, who we'll see next.
12 off 3 required for the Barbarians to sweep them.
Big strike down the ground, and it's all through the hands. I think it's carried for 6.
I think it has.
I think it has. It has indeed.
It's hit him up on the wrist as well. It's a nasty one. We'll try and check it out in the replay. I felt this creeps over the rope. Where's the bounce? Or is it just inside?
I think it carried over.
There we go. It has bounced
Yes.
over. Yeah, it has too.
fielder
Maximo
has
time. What a time for it as well. Even if he'd been able to keep that in front of him. That's a nasty one for Ubat Mia down there, still looking down at his wrist. It seemed to miss the hands.
Yeah, it hit him like halfway between the elbow and the hand. He's looking ruefully down at his wrist there. It's been swiped and put down in the covers. Sharp chance.
What it does though, it means they have to hit a 6 this ball because there's no such thing as a tie, right?
That's right.
When you're
for
talking about
bonus
the 4-pointer.
Yes.
So this needs to be a 6. Even if it's a 4, then the Dominators will pick up their first point ever on ECN. But Vandrassi, he's a powerful striker. 6 for a clean sweep for the Barbarians.
It's a wide.
Honestly, I think it's straight over the line.
Ooh.
Have a look at it on the replay. I think it's
close.
such a harsh call. To me, it's not outside the line completely. I think it's on the line now. Any sort of boundary will see the Barbarians take all 4 points.
Oh, that's so close.
Remember, new regulations. Whole ball needs to be outside that tram line. I felt it was on. Anyway, 4 or 6 will do it now for the Barbarians.
And there it is. Can you believe it?
And it's a no ball.
Can you believe it? And it's a no ball to boot as well. The Barbarians get an emphatic victory. The dugout is beside themselves. They're so happy with that. They get their second win from their second match and they get the bonus point as well. And that shows how important it was. They were very aware of they needed to get that bonus point and they've collected it. Gut-wrenching for the Dominators, who were so close to picking up a point themselves. We wanted to see them get something in that column just to show the crowd they could say, yeah, we got a point. We stole a point from the Barbarians.
They'll have more opportunities. I've talked about the fact they've had a pretty tough draw here in this European Cricket Series. But, yeah, that was about as close as you can get. You look at that borderline wide call.
Yeah.
If that's called the other way, they get the point. And that was actually no ball as well, so it'll chase in 6.5 in the end, in fact. So Dominators, they're back on. They get another chance. They've got Spartans as their opponents. That game starts in around about 40 minutes' time. And I can tell you the news from the toss. Dominators winning the toss and bowling, so they'll get to chase this time. For all their good work there, and in particular, the good work of Abdullah Al-Mahmood in the end. That last over gets away from them, and they end up on the losing side without a point to show for it. But they did have a good moment early, didn't they? Goyal gone for first ball duck, but then Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrassi went about chasing this target, and they put on a pretty healthy partnership of 88 to get the Barbarians home.
They did, yeah. Goyal didn't do anything for the scorers at the start of the innings there. And you're right, that's partnership at 88, which was the entire score that they picked up, the 2 batsmen. Really fantastic partnership, these two. 2 very important batsmen to the Barbarians for their chances in this tournament to threaten the top teams, and they should consider themselves one of the top teams as well. This montage you're seeing here, massive highlights of some good hits to all parts of the ground. Very clever bit of batting there as well, spotting the gaps and exposing that shot down the ground there. Just so much going on. And yeah, well done to Devendra Singh for picking up that 50 as well. Unfortunately, Mia took one really badly on the wrist there, bounced over the boundary line for 6. And check on him, make sure he's okay there. Made a bit of magic spray, put him in a good mood. And speaking of moods, well, look at that mood there from the Barbarian dugout. They were out of their seats, they were loud, they knew how important it was to get that bonus point, and they did pick it up indeed. So a 4-pointer to the Barbarians here in this match. Match 17 here on day 4 at ECS Czechia. It's been a good game for the Barbarians. Commiserations for the Dominators. They weren't able to get a point. Have a look at that. Devendra Singh, 57 from 25. Murali Vandrasi supporting very well with a 28 from 16. Goyal missing out with the first baller. 89 for 1. Getting it in 6.5, as Vinny pointed out, because it was a no ball on that last delivery, so it would have been an extra one to come.
Does that mean they get a free hit next time they do that?
We're not going to do wrap-around free hits.
Wrap-around free hits. Make them happen. No, look, as far as bowling went 1 for 6 through at Mir. Got to say, a bit surprised. Didn't get a second over, especially when they needed someone to come back and try and defend 18. Abdul Al-Mahmoud tried, couldn't do it, and so Dominators unfortunately stuck on the donut once again. But they get another chance against Spartans. We'll be back in about 35 minutes time to take you into that one. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Bill G. Time for some lunch as well. We'll see you the other side of it with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Still 3 matches to go here on day 4 in this European Cricket Series, Czechia. And coming up next, we have the Praha Dominators taking on the Prague Spartans. 2 captains out the middle with Charles Crouch and the Sheriff. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 18 with Prague Spartans versus Praha Dominators. Dominators to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll ball first.
Dominators won the toss and will bowl first.
Dominators win the toss and bowl. Interesting decision, because I actually thought that they batted better than they had in any game so far in that last game. So obviously it's been a steep learning curve for them, but you can certainly see and actually quantify the improvement that they've made over the first few days. I know it's a tough time for any team being thrown in the deep end here in the European Cricket Series, but yeah, I'm really impressed at how they're going about it and some of the kind of little successes that they have been able to achieve. For Prague Spartans, I've been pretty impressed with them over the first few days of competition. Haven't been perfect, but I will say they've been really competitive, and I've loved their attacking approach that they've taken into every single match, kind of backing their order, the depth of their lineup to be able to do the job, particularly with the bat. And they will get a chance to bat first because they've been sent in by the Dominators here in match number 18. Phil G standing by to get us ready for the first ball. Phil, over to you. Let's get ready for another cracker.
And thank you very much, Mr. Maximo Vinohrady, for that lovely introduction. And welcome back to everybody there watching on YouTube and around the world, from around the world. Love to have you back here again. And brief shout out to Jeffrey Mobs in the chat there for giving me a little bit of push in the right direction on the volume. Hopefully that's going to be loud enough now. You can all hear me nice and clearly. And yes, Prague Dominators, Praha Dominators versus the Prague Spartans. A bit here on for both teams, and have a look at the lineups there. And led by Abdul Al Mahmoud. Unfortunately, though, the computer still thinks that the Dominators don't quite have what it takes to take this match. 91% in favour of the Spartans, 9% for the Dominators. But let me tell you, the Praha Dominators, they've got a bit to prove here, and they've got a bit to do to make that happen. The Spartans, however, they're playing very well at the moment in this tournament. They're really making it a really, really tough one for the opposition as well. I really love the way they're playing. They're batting really well. They're bowling well. And they are definitely going to be here. I'm sure they're going to be here at the end of next week when the finals kick off. But that's still a long way away. We've got a lot of cricket to go until we get to that moment in time. And we're just moments away from the start here. So the umpires are about to take their place in the centre. And the players are going to follow them out very shortly as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Vinohrady here in Prague, on the outskirts of Prague, for this ECS Czechia series. Phil G here in the chat to see you through this next game alongside Vinohrady, who will join me shortly. And yeah, we're looking forward to this one. This is going to be a good game. As I said, a lot to play for here. The Dominators, look, they've had a bit of a rough run, as Vinny said in his introduction there. They haven't managed to pick up a point. They came so close to getting a point against the Barbarians. If they were able to snake that away from the Barbarians, it would have been massive for them. But it came down to that last couple of balls, and unfortunately they couldn't get it. They're going to be desperate to do something here. So they've won the toss, happy to send the Spartans into bat. And they said to the Spartans, well, you set a score and we'll come after you. How about that? And I think that's a pretty good move. Maybe change things up a little bit as well and give their batsmen a target to go for rather than to set the target themselves. And let's see how that's going to work for them. If it's going to work well. I think we're all sort of looking at the Dominators, and we're sort of feeling... Our feeling about them is the same way we felt about UCC a couple of years ago when they first started off. It was, looking forward to them getting their first bit of success, their first good win. And you know what? They couldn't get it in the previous match against Barbarians. They couldn't pick up a point. Maybe in this one against the Spartans. The Spartans are going to have to be on here because they're going to come up against a very plucky side. Okay, so the Dominators are playing back-to-back here. So they might be, a little bit shell-shocked from what happened against the Barbarians. But at the same time, Spartans, this is the first time we're seeing them today, and we shall see what happens there. I'm looking forward to this game. I think it's going to be a really good one as well. It's a good lineup on both sides of the page. Ball gets handed to the bowler, and they're almost ready to go. And as we count down, a few more seconds to go. Batsman looks like he's ready. He's taking his guard. Umpire says, let's get going. And here we go. So we start match number 18 with a wide. Guess that sometimes happens when we start a game, isn't it? We'll start with maybe just a bit of a loosener. That's Mia. Now Mia took a bit of a hit on the wrist in the previous game. He was fielding down here in front of the commentary booth, and he took one full-blooded shot from I think it was Devendra Singh. Took it on the wrist, and it bounced across the boundary line for a maximo, unfortunately. So hopefully he's recovered from that. Maybe a little bit of magic spray and just a little bit of a pat on the backside from his teammates to say, "Come on, Mia, you're our opening bowl. Let's get into this." So we'll see how we go there. So the Spartans obviously kicking things off with their players. Ginu Panalet is starting for them. Just kicking kicking a bug off my screen as I'm trying to read the other names. Pesty little thing. And of course, Dominic, who is in great form as well. That's been clipped nicely. Oh, good work in the field. Very good work in the field to knock that one down. If it gotten past him, I reckon that would have carried all the way. So Dominators are up and about. They're a bit pumped. They really want to have a positive attitude coming into this game. Can't let the Spartans have it all their own way. And fingers crossed for them. They can put in a really good performance here. Really push the Spartans quite hard here today in this match. This match 18 of ECS Czechia. Tucked around the corner. That's going to be between the gap. That's going to run away. That is a very fast part of the ground there. We've said it before. That sort of section for the right-hander, tucked around the corner, sort of towards fine leg, a wide fine leg, towards our little garden shed down the back there, which almost came into shot just then. That is an incredibly fast part of the ground. It does slope away a little bit more steeply than it does on the side of the ground where the ball is coming in from, as it sort of gets a bit further towards the back of the screen there. As you're looking down the camera, it does slope away, and it does go pretty quick, nice and fast. Almost hit to the same position again. Just a little bit wider, but still into that part of the ground that is incredibly quick. It goes out to our Scott Page Memorial Bench out there. Obviously, the ground is named after Scott Page, who was a wonderful ambassador for Czech cricket for many, many, many years, and seen as a bit of a character around town as well. And that's what the ground is named after him, and that's his little bench built with cricket bats, because he was a wonderful cricketer as well, represented the national team for many years, formed many clubs as well, and we can talk about him a bit more later on. Still here in the first. That's a pretty good shot. That's going to run away for 4 as well. Well, runs are coming thick and fast now. The Spartans took a couple of deliveries to sort of get their act together, but now it's a few boundaries in a row, and suddenly in the first over, the Dominators are already now on the back foot and feeling a bit of the pinch from this very, very talented batting lineup from the Spartans. And Panalet leading the way with 13 from 4. He's hit 3 boundaries now. He's looking pretty sharp, looking pretty good. And Mia's feeling all sorts of pressure now. Last ball of the first coming up. See if he can tighten things up here. Just been turned away on the leg side. Doesn't really have the momentum. Shy at the stumps. Quite ambitious sort of shy at the stumps, really. And that's how things will finish. Have a look at this one again. Just tries to turn it around. There's a half-hearted shout for LB. Keeper gets around, hands it over to his, well, it's a very short fine leg position, and sometimes in the previous match he was moving around as a bit of a backstop. Now let's have a look at this. In December we have got the Women's Championship of European Cricket, and that is going to be at Cartama over in there in Malaga. So we've got a Challenger division, and that's going to be played first. That's Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. And the Premier Division, who come after that, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Ireland. That's going to be a fantastic tournament for the women to get involved in that one. It's still a few months away, still a bit of time for the women to get their teams together and get their acts together and get their training in. I know that the Czech women are training very hard, and they're looking forward to that with a big grin on their face when I talk to them about it. That's going to be a fantastic tournament coming up. That's going to be December. It's going to be like an early Christmas present for everybody, that one. I'm really looking forward to that. So, first over's done, in the can, 16 for no loss on the board. Let's start the second. Bit of a fumble in the field there. But doesn't yield any more extra run. Rashid with the responsibility for bowling in this second over. He starts with a dot. Still, Supercomputer's very confident that the Spartans are all over this one. We'll see. We'll see. Ooh, swing and a miss. That's what you want. Flashing blade outside off stump. Misses. Taken by the keeper. bowler's going to feel very buoyed by that one. That's the kind of ball, when you see that as a bowler, you're thinking, ooh, hello. Got you flashing outside the off. Bowler in again. That's played a bit more sensibly, straight to the covers. So a bit of hesitation on the run here. There was probably never a run on. Half-hearted shout. Batsman was definitely home. Have a look at this side on. It was a good little safe push. Set off straight away. Sent back in pretty much immediately. Ball comes in. Oh, have another look at that. Yeah, he looks all right. So we've had a few close run-outs that were given in this today already. Previous match, there was a couple of sharp ones. And it just shows that the fielders and the keepers are on their guard here to make sure they can keep the batsman nice and challenged. Stay in your crease, get in your crease. We saw a few crazy situations in the previous game, Barbarians and the Dominators during the Dominators innings towards the end, which unfortunately unwound them a little bit. That's been hit uppishly, and there's one bounce over the boundary line, pulled across the line. Good shot for 4. Nice hit there. So Panelat is taking the responsibility of being the pitch hitter in this innings at the moment. Haven't seen too much from his counterpart, but when Panelat's getting anything short and wide, he's going after it. And he's manufacturing a few good hits as well, doing really, really well there. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Like I said, Helix has joined us in the chat. Good to see you again, Helix. And everyone else out there, whether you got a blue spanner or not, welcome to the chat. Love to have you with us. Share with us what you're doing, what you're watching. I know you're watching us. What else is going on in your world right now? And we'll share what's going on here in Vinohrady. That's been hit up in the air. It's going to carry the fielder. It doesn't quite carry the boundary line. And that's gone for another boundary. So Spartans really getting on their way here. And why wouldn't you? Want to post a good score. Remember, the Dominators won the toss, and they said to the Spartans, we'll invite you to have a bat first, and we'll chase whatever you can do. We'll see. Helix got a question there for Vinny. When Vinny rejoins me, I'll put the question to him, see what he says, Helix. Don't worry about that. I'll get onto that for you. Good to see Kev in the chat as well. Kroom 111. Lord Nelson. That's going to be second over done and dusted. 25 for no loss on the board. Spartans going on quite nicely. Good run rate, expected score. Going to be pushing to the 140s if they maintain this sort of momentum. And really good work there. So Panelat leading the way. He's on 22. He's faced all except for one delivery so far in this inning. So it's no surprise he's on 22 from 11. And it's time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the commentary box. Vinny?
Yeah, spotted that from Helix, saying how many more pages till I finished my book.
Yeah.
I've said a few times I should write a book of, like, you know they used to do the Ashes Tour Diaries. We're back live, by the way, and that first one's going to float a bit wide of the mark. You remember the old Ashes Tour Diaries? And I remember reading, I think it was the Steve Waugh Ashes Tour Diary. I used to like reading that. There's also a satirical one called the Warwick Todd Diaries.
I've got that.
Tom Gleisner.
Yeah, I've got
genius.
I've got the two editions. He did 2 books.
I think they might have done 3.
Oh,
look it up. There might be one you're missing.
That is good stuff.
I'm going to try and find that one.
Yeah.
If I had time, I probably would. But we see so much stuff in the day. I'm very lucky to be able to do what I do. I never lose sight of that, even though it has gotten a bit hectic over the last couple of years.
And if you don't take this the wrong way, but when I saw that question from Helix, I thought maybe you were reading a book.
Ah, yeah, that could happen as well. I do like, I particularly like reading non-fiction.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think I've read a fiction book in a while. But I do like reading sometimes. Often on the plane, I'll read, and often I'm starting to try to learn. It sounds crazy, but I'm reading children's Spanish books. Children's books in Spanish is a good way to learn.
That's a very good way to learn. Yes.
Interesting narratives in there, pretty basic. But, no, it's hi Helix, great to have you with us, and right here. I mean, the Dominators, you got to feel for them. They had a 50-50 wide call go against them. It basically cost them a point that last game. So back to the drawing board. Spartans have made a solid start. Panelat up over the top, and he's going to get 4. He's kind of been hogging it so far. Dominic can't get a go at the other end. He's only faced the 1 ball, but this is a nice shot by Jinu. Good power play batting.
Yeah, I was just saying that before. I didn't realise it. Yeah, Dominic, he's faced only one delivery throughout this whole inning so far. Panelet properly hogging the strike, but he's putting pay to that by getting 26 off 13. So he's striking at 200, which you'd want to do if you're going to be hogging the strike like that. So
Yeah, that's right.
fair play to him.
True. I had a question. What's Corey up to at the moment? Good question. Did you mention to anyone that I was on the phone to him?
I didn't get a chance to. No,
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance. But I saw you on the phone to him, and I got a chance to say hi to him as well. So that was cool.
I was just saying hi and just having a bit of a catch up. He's just done the Netherlands versus Hong Kong 4-match series. Netherlands won that one.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, we're just having a bit of a chat about what's going on. Obviously, he's got his duties with the Spain team, and he actually told me some new information, and that he was going to be commentating in the ICC qualifiers in Germany, the Pool B. So
good for him.
it meant we had to just tweak his schedule with ECN a little bit. And I said, more than happy to do that, and I think that's great.
Yeah.
Also building bridges between the cricket we do and then the ICC cricket, because there's overlap.
Of course.
And
Yes,
we've just seen that.
Yeah.
We had a social media post that showed an ECN 11 of players that went to the World Cup. And there was
wow.
Yeah, and it was actually, we couldn't fit everyone in one team.
Is that right?
So it just, guys like Michael Leask for Scotland. You've got obviously Max O'Dowd, Scott Edwards from back in 2019, but plenty more. It was a nice little feature.
Oh, that's a good little elite little bunch.
He's just cracked away to deep point where the fielding is done. Dominators, they're a resilient kind of team. Good to see them still trying to get around each other. And they've held the Spartans reasonably well in this power play. Dominic hasn't been able to get too much to the strike panel. Okay, pretty nice looking 27 so far. This has been a good over. This is where don't need a boundary off this.
Yeah.
And keep it in single figures. And of course, it'll run to the boundary. And it becomes about an average over. About 12 and over, we know is average. It goes for 12. But yeah, those last balls, they can make you or break you.
They really can.
And that'll be the end of the power play. And I think for Barbarians, not Barbarians, for Spartans, I should say, content is probably what I'd say. 37 without loss after 3.
Yeah, 37 is it's not the biggest power play we've seen today. In fact, it's probably the shortest power play we've seen, apart from the Prague Dominators in their previous game. But have a look at the table block there. 16, 9, and 12 off those first 3 overs. 37, yeah, you'd almost call that a par power play, really. Maybe a little bit underdone, but that's fine. The unfortunately for that last delivery in the last over, you called it well, Vinny, because if he kept it to a 1 or even a dot, that would have been a very, very good third over, but instead it went for a boundary.
Any single figure over you win as a bowler. You can actually kind of look at it as around, 12 is probably the mark, 11 or 12.
Yep.
If you can beat that, that's great. But anyway, it is what it is. It was a pretty good shot to finish the power play as well as we get ready for the start of the 4th over.
Yeah, so 37 off the power play, as we said, and it's going to be Al-Mahmoud is going to come on and see what he can do against this Spartan lineup who haven't lost a wicket yet.
First one's a wide. If you want to be technical, he's on a wraparound free hit against him, because remember what happened at the end of the last game. It was a no ball +4 to finish the game off after he couldn't get the call from the umpire. Hello to Adore, who's watching. Nice to see you, Adore. Always nice to see you in the chat. And Loltu is in there as well.
Nice hit down the ground. He's going to be covered off by the fieldsman. Just juggles a little bit in front of himself, but he stops it getting past him. And when you said wraparound free hit, I imagine there's somewhere in Vinohrady, Danny Hudacek started shaking uncontrollably, thinking, that's something, we can do that, we can make that something.
I'm all about connecting the matches. You know, so,
I know
one of the philosophies that I had when I kind of started getting hands into this European cricket schedule, as it took off from literally 3 days of cricket a year to now we're like 300 and...
I was going to say 340.
40. I mean, if you add in, sometimes we've got 2 places at once, we'd be over 365 days a year.
Yeah, for sure.
Of cricket. But it's about kind of, connecting what the meaning of it all is. Yeah. So that's why I love it now. As they may look for 2 here. It was probably there if they'd gone straight away, but in the end they'll have to settle for 1. Now that's why, for example, we show you the calendar of where we are on the European Cricket Series. Now we're kind of halfway through the season.
That's right.
Here in Czechia, and you can see where we're planning to go. But also they're connecting between matches. So obviously you can see the next match who's coming up, and at the end of the day we'll show you what's coming up tomorrow to try and make sense of it, because it is quite a lot. It's not complicated, but it's a lot. It's a lot of quantity, and explaining how everything fits together. Obviously we've got the marquee tournaments at Kartama, so the ECL, which is the Champions League. We've got the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket, which is men's and women's now. Now we've got the Western Shield and the Meltu Shield as well, which is the basically European all-star teams taking on the best of Britain and Ireland. That one's going to take some stopping. Well, he ran in, and I just smelt a Tortuga, and it was a super Tortuga,
wasn't it?
I'm just happy it doesn't go a little bit lower than this. It might have taken out his cranium.
Wow.
But yeah, actually, to be honest, even if he'd stayed back, it was still going over his head. So there was absolutely no way to feel that.
That was incredible. We saw one of those late yesterday, but it was on the other side of the ground. I think we're going to have to get that 6-ton roller out sometime over the next few days and give that outfield a proper roll. Because I saw that over there, square of the wicket on the leg side yesterday.
I think it's good for the game.
Yeah.
Anyway, lift it up over the top. Doesn't matter what the outfield's doing now.
Oof.
Well, that looks like that might have hurt somebody. That's gone right into the officials' tent. Maximo. Dominic saying, hey, my turn now. And that was a large hit, and well, we'll just wait to see if there's any injuries that have come out of that.
Is there any movement in the tent there?
That's Mars's spot.
That is
and
his
Mars
spot.
is always quite busy, and he's got his head in his computer. And the only thing that might have saved him is I know that the chapatis came, the bread came for a lunch, and he might have been tucking into it in the corner.
Okay.
But
then.
anyway, we'll see. Dominic, 13 and counting. Full toss, slightly mishit. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Imagine that being saved by a rogue chapati that you're munching on because you took it to the corner and woofed that one down.
Got to say thanks to the crew for lunch. This is the end of the fourth over, by the way. 52 without loss, 50 partnership coming up during that over. So yeah, it was a bit strange for me. I think it's my first ECS lunch here that wasn't a pie from the Down Under or something from the Down Under.
Really?
And I know they are trying to create a bit more variety, and I understand that.
Yes.
But I got to say,
Was it all right?
I enjoyed it.
Good. Yeah, Ravi.
But it
Ravi was the restaurant.
Thank you to Ravi. And actually, they were delicious, what they provided on the weekend during the CE Cup.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's exactly them.
So it wasn't. I enjoyed it. It just was strange that it wasn't a pie.
It wasn't encased in pastry.
I never realised how intertwined those two things were until I saw it. I kind of did a double take, going, but it's not a pie.
I know you love your pies, because often before you rock up to Prague, if you and I get a chance to have a chat, I know you're always saying, Phil, Down Under, are they doing the catering? They've got some pies coming. They've got pies, all right. I know you like your pies. And the Down Under do make great pies.
To be honest, we're all going to the Down Under tonight, aren't we?
We are hitting the Down Under tonight. Yes, we
catch
are.
a little bit of the quiz and just be able to mix with some of the local community down there, down under the local Australian pub.
Yeah. Just put our feet up for a few minutes and forget about the cricket for a while.
Does it count as an underground pub? Because it kind of is underground.
It technically is underground.
Kind
it's
of like in the
basement.
Lower floor. Yeah, it's a basement.
It's a basement.
Yep.
Yep. Converted into a very nice pub. It's had a good lick of paint. They've had a bit of a change of
some incredible renovations.
scenery
Like
down
the
there.
pool tables and darts in there now.
Pool tables and darts. Yes.
So I've been in a couple of times. Funny you said forget about cricket. We'll probably have the World Cup on, I imagine.
I think
All right, this one, it's up, it's in the air, it is flying out of the ground. Maximo, seis carreras. Dominic trying to dominate the Dominators. It's one Dom versus a team of Doms. That was a large strike over mid-off.
Big hit, that one. Big, full-blooded strike. And Ali Akbar has been hit pretty hard there. And Dominic, suddenly he's raced up to 20 after missing out in the first 3 overs in the power play. He barely faced a couple of deliveries. I think just only like 1 or 2 deliveries. And Panelet's still there, 32 from 16.
This is a low full toss, lifted up and deposited straight down the ground. Maximo, seis mas. And it goes into Diana's tent. Diana's off today, but that's maybe just as well, because there's a lot of balls flying in that direction.
She would have had a lot of fielding to do if she'd been in today, yes. 64 for no loss, halfway through the 5th. And Ali Akbar getting a bit of treatment here in his second over. And they need to find a way to curtail this. They're still without loss, the Spartans, and these two are really making a good fist of this opening stand. As you can see, a helicopter buzzing us overhead.
A couple of questions as well, which I'll address in a moment. That one is bit of a win to the bowler for once. Had a question about, firstly, last things first, Helix saying maybe we could make tomorrow Pie Day Friday to add to Peacock Friday. I'm liking it. I'm sure, is it a Pie Day tomorrow?
It's not Pie Day tomorrow.
Oh,
No. It's the Ravi restaurant again.
Well, let me tell you right now, that's going to be 4 runs. Dominic gets his own back very next ball, just kind of stays put and throws the hands at it and gets 4 through the offside. Okay, but that's maybe something to try and coordinate for next year.
Yes.
Try and make Friday a Pie Day because it rhymes.
Yes, Friday should be Pie Day. That works. That works on so many levels. Okay, noted for next year. I'll make sure I'm on the planning committee for that one.
This one's going to be dragged away to the leg side, and it's going to be 4. It's more or less a thick inside edge. Went really wide of the crease, almost a no ball for a back foot, but Dominators just finding it hard to come up with the answers here, because that will be the end of the over, and after 5, it's 72 without loss. Let's welcome you into the commentary box, Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo, here in Prague with my man, Phil G, who, is wearing many hats here, but we've borrowed him for a little bit of commentary because Danny's off today, and
That's right.
A beautiful sunny day once again in Prague. And we're talking a little bit about the beginnings of ECN in its modern iteration. Actually came out of a project called German Cricket TV, which was the brainchild of Dan Weston, who's the founder of ECN. And I suppose it started to become, it really kind of went to a new phase in 2019 when we held the European Cricket League in Spain. So that was my first time I was commentating properly on the cricket. And about 3,500 games later, I'm still here. And as a team, we've done over 5,000 now. It's quite amazing.
That's incredible, isn't it? And I started off with ECN being a moderator. Like all the Blue Spanner crew you see there in the chat. And hello to all you guys there. That's where my thing started here.
Yeah.
And it's been fantastic. What a ride. And now look at me. I'm
Oh,
on the comms with Vinny.
Yeah, and doing a great job. Everyone has had great feedback on your commentary.
Thanks
and
very much.
And the one thing that, because believe it or not, I get lots of messages every day, and most of them are overwhelmingly positive. I've got to be happy to share that. But the one thing that always comes through about you, Phil, is that he obviously loves doing it. He obviously loves the cricket, and he obviously loves, in particular, kind of the special brand of cricket that's ECN.
It's my kind of brand. It really is.
One bounce out to deep point. But so the question from Helix was where were the first 3 days of cricket, and that was La Manga. It was at the European Cricket League 2019, and we thought then it would just be, we thought it would be 1 week the next year. So we thought, it's 3 days this year. It's a bit of a tester. We're going to do T10, but then obviously we'll go to T20. Right? These are the things, right? Obviously next year we'll go to T20.
Yes, obviously.
Unfortunately, can't quite conjure a run out here. Keeper gets up to the stumps. It's Mahmoud Hasham who's doing the keeping this time. Made good position. I think the throw just took him a little bit away. I think probably was going to be home anyway. Checking out the replay. Maybe not. If he grabbed it and flicked into the stumps, but it wasn't an easy manoeuvre. So we thought, we have to make it T10 because we've only got the ground for 3 days.
Yes.
Can't afford it for any more.
Yep.
So then we had to make it T10. But a couple of things happened. The T10 was so popular that we could just never go back.
Oh, absolutely not.
And we'll show, we have T20 internationals, and that's far in the future of our journey. But the T10 was just such a dynamic form of the game and allowed us to show more players, more teams quickly, and even the field dimensions. That was the field dimension in La Manga. We didn't make that up.
Yeah.
And now we keep that standard in ECN cricket, about 50 metres from the centre. So it was meant to be next year, probably was going to be 8 days. So maybe it would be Sunday to Sunday or something.
Yep.
And we were thinking so I thought, honestly, I was really, I really enjoyed the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
And it's the first time I commentated cricket back in 2019. Although I've been hosting for a long time, but it got to combine my 2 loves. But I thought I'd be doing it 1 week a year.
Right. Yes.
I thought, 1 week a year, this will be a bit of fun. And it hasn't just been a bit of fun; it's been a lot of fun and a lot of matches.
Incredible, hasn't it?
Yeah, I thought I'd do, let's say, we'd probably have a 30-match week. And that would be what the ECN would be, 1 week a year. And here we are now doing 1,700 matches, maybe 1,800 this year. and just doing something completely new. This is probably 4 as well. Just leans on this. Dominic's a class act, and he's caught up pretty quickly, hasn't he? He's 39 off 18. There's just an assuredness about Dominic. He resides typically in Poland.
That's right.
And yeah, so he's here as a part of the Spartans lineup for this ECS and doing some good things. End of the 6th over, and still no breakthroughs for the Dominators. It's 80 without loss.
It's going very well for the Spartans, and things are getting a little bit scary out there for the Dominators, looking into that wicket column and seeing a 0. They're thinking, where's it going to come from? What do we have to do this? And just on the back of what you're talking about with ECN, I got to say that one of the things I love about ECN is if you're a cricket fan anywhere in the world and you've got access to the internet and you've got YouTube, you feel like watching a bit of cricket, chances are you turn on, you flick it onto the ECN channel, you're going to be watching a live game.
Yeah.
And as a fan of cricket, you just to have that on tap. You're not going to be watching it all the time, you know, that sort of thing. But the fact that ECN, and you said this to me in Portugal, we're omnipresent, we're there. We're always there. Even if we're not live, you can see so much of our back catalogue and so much stuff that we've got. The content is unbelievably good.
I think one of the things that is one of the reasons it's so great is because of the work of Spring Media and what they've brought, and that's something that's a partnership which kind of grew out of 2020 and what they were able to provide. And so, because there's one thing, I mean, if you want to watch, say, there's lots of streamed cricket now, just one camera, and it's great that it's accessible, that more and more people can see themselves playing in a kind of televised way. But yeah, obviously, when you have the access to replays and things like that, makes it so much more watchable. Because how many times, for example, like if we didn't have replays and you had to, for example, replay it yourself, and as you're at work, it gets into too hard baskets. So we try and make it as easy for you as possible.
And I think it's been done very successfully as well. And I think your shout out to Spring Media Productions is well deserved for them. Fantastic job.
Well, Dominic goes after Rongdi. It was a shortish ball that kept low, but Dominic seeing him so well. He just pounds it. It's almost like a golf shot. It's like a drive off the first tee. He says, bang. And I'm going to put that one all the way over the fence. And he moves to 45 in really quick time.
Incredibly, he's overtaken. He's not just overtaken Panelad, he's bolted ahead of him now. After missing out on so many deliveries at the start. Shout there. Not to be, though.
They both faced 19 balls before that ball.
Yeah.
And he's outscored him, but remember, he didn't have a lot of the strike early. Wronged it. It's good comeback from him. Pushes it through. Big inside edge, though, you can see.
Oh, yeah.
Onto the pads.
Yep. Yeah, no, in the first, I think in the power play, he faced maybe 2 or 3 deliveries, did Dominic. Now he's really getting into the strike now and hitting the ball so hard. Had a fantastic innings. He had a massive innings yesterday. And yeah, he's carrying on his form right now. Spartans are looking pretty good right now, and this score is getting pretty scary for the Dominators.
It's well bowled actually from Rongdi. He continues to keep turning up for his team. And even though I know there'll be a big chase on the cards here, I think.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah, Emmanuel Robbins saying it's available for anyone, anytime, anywhere in the world. And yeah, this is...
Well said.
Yeah, there's something about something being live as well. No, it's happening right now.
Yep.
So you can't skip forward. And you know, if you're watching an old game, you can skip forward. And the fact you can, it's happening in real time. But also we never quite know what's going to happen. You know, sometimes some random things happen. Some of the chats we have are different. It's become its own beast. I love it. 89 without loss after 7. And speaking of our journey, you can see our journey through 2024. Now these are just European Cricket Series locations. We also have night series from time to time. We have T20s that we're showing now. It's branched out to so many other things. So they're from here, Romania and Hungary in July. Then next location is Bulgaria. Rome's going to be a really interesting one because we have the Meltle Shield as well. Austria and Croatia before we go back to the Kartama Oval for the European Cricket Championship. The men's version, which is now 2 divisions, Challenger and Premier Division.
That's right.
Yeah, so give us your thoughts in the chat, and we can talk a bit more maybe in the next over about how ECN grew to be what it is today, because like I said, it was meant to be just the European Cricket League. That was what it was pitched as, and it was kind of born out of who's the best team in Europe. Okay, so this country will say, well, our competition's the strongest. I no, our competition's stronger here. So by pitting the champion teams against each other, that was the whole kind of origin of ECN in its modern iteration, if you like. Anyway, here comes Harun Urashid for over number 8. This is up. It's in the air, and it is going to be caught. So finally, they have something to celebrate. It's Harun Rashid with the breakthrough. Panelet goes for 36, and the Prague Spartans are 89 for 1.
Yeah, really good catch there out on the boundary line. In the air for quite a long time. The wind was picking up and swirling ever so slightly, but the fielder out there gets in position and is nice and steady and takes a good catch and takes it down to the ground. And that is the end of Panelet. So the Dominators finally with a breakthrough. They're going to, well, I was going to say it's going to make them feel good. They're still a little bit sort of in the field, looking a bit sort of, well, we need a few more of those, and they certainly do. The Spartans, well, they're going to replace one gun batsman with another one and continue on their way possibly. But if the, maybe the Dominators get a bit of a sniff here and another wicket, maybe another 2, slow down this run rate and try to get a bit of an inroads into the top middle order.
Yeah, they've been improving with the bat as well. The Dominators, 73, 76, 62 and 70 were their first 4 games, but in the previous game they were able to score 87, their best yet. So this is already more than that, and they'll have to score more than that as Balakrishnan comes out and whacks a 4 first ball. Takes Spartans up into the 90s. A couple of extra points here. Martin has a food question. Martin Gleaves. I'll come to that in a second, I promise. But Helix is saying he loves watching ECN cricket more than any other form because it's really good watching club cricket, so to speak, than international, kind of high-level international cricket because you can relate to it. I hear that a lot. People can relate to it. They might have played a similar level of cricket. And yeah, we really go almost the whole spectrum from some people at the very beginning of their cricket journeys. Look at some of the Czech debutants in the CE Cup who were playing their first games of cricket, organised cricket. And then the other end of the scale, I mean, we just did Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland. We'll mix up here. Chance. He missed. Still, I don't know if it would have been in or not, but Dominic, for some reason, he gets called through for 2 here. I don't think he was completely on board with it.
Not sure either, no.
If that hits, he's gone. So he's very lucky to still be there.
Missed from point blank range.
Doesn't make sense to risk running out Dominic,
No.
especially when it's to keep him off strike.
Yep.
Anyway, Balakrishnan saying, well, I've seen enough, now I want to do more doing. And he bangs this one through square leg for 4 more.
The Spartans continue on their merry way with this run rate, just keep bolstering it with every single hit. That's a lovely, aggressive shot, a really good pull shot. That has gone pretty much almost all the way to the car park along the ground. 99 for 1 here in the 8th. 2 more to come in this over, and Balakrishnan, he's only been out there for 3 deliveries, is up to 10, and he's showing exactly what his mindset is, and that is go the Bosch.
Yeah, exactly. They squeeze an extra run, turning a 1 into a 2, and then next one is smashed away by Kasi Balakrishnan. Now this is going to be a tough one for the keeper. It's actually a really good stop, and it almost creates another run out, but they'll get through for an extra one. It'll be 2 wide. That was an excellent bit of keeping from Hasham. I know he doesn't get the whole thing, but yeah, really anticipated that one well. So yeah, tell us what you like about ECN cricket. It's really nice to hear these things. Helix also talks about the interaction factor. That's a very new thing. So it's a groundbreaking thing. So when I turn on the World Cup, it's great. Obviously, it's slightly different, but I can't be like, oh, hey, insert commentator here. How you doing today? What do you think of this? You know, it's so interactive. It's so it's real in a way, and I love that. All right, in the air and over the top. That's going to be Maximal. 6 for Dominic, who survived a bit of a scare at the non-strikers end, but he smashes this one over the top to bring up his 50 off just 23 balls, and he's having some series, isn't he? Jobbing time.
He's having a great time out there, he really is. That's another shot. Another one into the ECN tent there as well. I think the word you said before, and I think you got this from the chat, was the word accessibility. And it's on a few different levels you can relate to that. You know, like a lot of us who watch, we play this level cricket, or we have played this level cricket. And that's up in the air again, and that's similar, just to the side of the ECN scorers tent. And also, yeah, like you say, the accessibility to people like you and me, to people like Corey and Rico, that we can see these comments, and people like Danny, we can react to that sort of thing, and we can get that two-way conversation going, and the whole chat can get involved in that conversation. It's lovely stuff.
Yeah, 113 for 1 after 8. Dominic moves to 58. Imagine if he'd had more of the strike And now he's got it back to at least having faced half of the balls. Also looking at the clock here, under 3 minutes to bowl this over. So that's obviously something. I mean, most teams have been brilliant with that in this series, but yeah, at the moment, certainly a factor that we have to keep an eye on all the time. Anyway, I'm going to go back to Rongdi. Gets it straight. Sets a bit of a task for long on, but I think he's up to it.
Yeah, I'm sure the umpire just would have had a quick word. Oh, it's going to go for another overthrow. Gets away from the keeper. Appeals for the fielders just to hold it for a second, and let's not get too fired up and carried away here. Probably went for an extra run than it should. Yeah, I'm sure the umpire would have just had a quick word into Rongdi's ear and just let him know that the time is against him. They need to barrel through this over pretty quick. But as you say, I think everyone's been pretty good with their timing in terms of the overs. Oh, that's a lovely lofted shot that's going to go into the gap. One bounce. Oh, now that's actually a good bit of work.
Well, I didn't have my eye on it. My suspicion is he might have stepped out before he touches it. But we're about to find out. Let's have a look.
He could have had 1 foot out.
Let's have a look. Okay, what's the step here? That's okay. This foot.
It's that one there.
See, he stepped out there.
He's
he stepped on the line.
on the rope.
Yeah. So that's good effort.
Yeah.
But yeah,
He knew.
my sixth sense told me, even though I didn't see it live, that probably that was the issue.
Yeah, well, I was a bit blindsided by the fielder running the other way, but yes, you see they're clear on the replay. He had his foot on the rope.
Promised I'd get back to Martin Gleaves. He asked, Vinny, have you ever tried a steak and kidney pudding? Well,
yeah.
Is it the same as a steak and kidney pie? Is it what I would call a steak and kidney pie? Or is a pudding slightly different? So I'm actually going to answer a question with a question.
That's an interesting one, actually.
That's 6.
Well,
That's
there's
lifted
no
up.
doubt about that one.
And that's sight screen bound. Bang. Straight as you like. Dominic moves to 74. Or maybe he's a smoky. If he can somehow get back on strike in the last over to go pretty close to the 3 figures.
Well, he's in with a shout here, isn't he? 68.
It's a long way off. He's 32 in 8
yeah.
balls. And how's he going to get the strike
He's
back?
got to get the
That's question,
strike,
I
yeah.
suppose. But yeah, he's been very impressive.
We'd need all 9 planets in alignment for that to happen, I think.
You're right. And there's only 8 technically now.
That's
but,
it. That's right.
Well, let's not open that.
Don't open
Hornet's
that.
nest.
We'll never close that Pandora's box door again, ever.
So they'd have to probably go supersonic in the last over.
Yeah.
If they were to do it. But anyway, chance for Balakrishnan to go pin the ears back. Last ball of the 9th. He tries. A lot of bottom hand and just out of the grasp of the fielder. That's going to be 4. Finishes the over. And the score at the end of 9 is 131 for 1. Yeah, I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Jobin and what he's been able to do. He scored a really good 90 off 34 against Moravian earlier in the tournament. That might be another kind of secondary goal. It's
Yeah.
for Dominators, I mean, if you set your task, set your sights on at least getting that point, if they could keep it to 140 here, it makes the point about 100. 100 to keep the point. So yeah, that's the thing. It's a tough one because obviously as a unit, they're not quite at the level that a team like Spartans are at the moment. But how do you get there? By exposing yourself to that level of competition.
That's exactly how you do it. You don't get it by playing a team that's worse than you. You get it by playing against a team that's stronger, and you learn from that, being stronger together.
Anyway, how did we go with the clock? Because I took my eyes off it. Anyway, this one is a chance. It's a great catch.
Oh, held
really
well.
good catch. Mehdi Hassan. This was a proper palm pounder if ever I've seen one.
Proper
And
slap.
it's going for 6 if he doesn't intercept. But he takes it. I wouldn't say it was completely out of the textbook, but it's good enough. And Dominic will go for 69. Fantastic innings nonetheless
really
from
good
Jobin. And he leaves his team in great shape. 131 for 2.
Yeah, he does. He's a really good innings, that one. He didn't get much of the strike at the start, as we were talking about in the power play. Panelet was pretty much farming the strike at the start. But in the middle overs, he came good. He got the strike. He held it himself and made a really good 69 off not too many. And yeah, that was a palm slapping catch taken here. And held, more importantly held. That's the second wicket there for the Spartans.
Right.
Brings that Path, though.
Yeah, Path has been in some sort of form as well. Went through this weird phase where he forgot how to hit the ball yesterday. But apart from that, he's been great. Could go for a 2 here. Now, Path is really
no.
trying to push the issue, saying, hey, I need to be used. There's definitely another run there, but Balakrishnan is greedy for the strike. He'll keep it. He'll say, well, I'm established.
Yeah, I'm the established batsman. I'm no slouch. And now for his sake, I think he's hoping he can belt a couple of boundaries here just to prove it to Path. Path is I've dubbed Path the war path.
Yeah, actually, you're probably right. He's got the proper teapot going on now. He's not happy that he's not on strike, especially now because the next ball doesn't get past the keeper. Well, we might get on, like when you're watching like political debates and stuff and they have the line.
Yes.
There'd be the grumpy line of Path right now. It's just gone up.
It'll start to peak. I tell you, even if there's another dot ball now, it's going to go red for sure. Here we go.
All right, so now chance of Path winning 2 here, about 0. It's going to be 4 anyway. Well, I mean, that's a good result for the team.
It is for the team,
It didn't look like it had enough straight away, but it was just well placed. It was behind square, and that's one of the faster parts of the ground.
Yep.
So just to go back, Martin, I haven't tried steak and kidney pudding. He was asking if I've ever tried a rag pudding. Tell me more. And Stuart Brown saying, unless I'm over 80 and it's unlikely that I've tried it. Hey, you know that I'm a lover of all foods. I can't think of what I don't like. All right, hit in the air. Uh-oh. I thought for a second he was going to step back over the line there. Abdullah Mahmood. Now they will get back for 2.
Oh, it's
Again,
still
you could
going.
probably get Path still hunting for that strike.
Could have almost got back on strike again.
Path reminds me of perhaps one of the larger animals in a travelling circus that's rattling the cage and is desperate to get out of it. He wants to be where the action is. And, all right, Cassie doing pretty well in the driver's seat, to be fair to him.
Doing all right.
Now he goes up and over cover. That's going to be 6. Teammate catch. Well, almost takes out several of his teammates in the end. Misjudged by 3 of them. But they're enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. When batters become fielders, and it's Maximal. 6 more to the Spartans. That actually finishes the innings. They're going to finish 144 for 2 off the 10. So, yeah, for Dominators, it's another tough 10 overs, really. A couple of things to celebrate. They'll need 101 to get a point, so that's a target that they might aspire to work towards. But really, it was a good opening partnership that set things up. Panelet was really the first to go to the races, 36 off 21 before Dominic took over, and his 69 was instrumental in building another healthy score for the Prague Spartans.
Yeah, it was a really, really good opening partnership there. And as we said, Panelet pretty much having most of the strike during the power play. And the power play ended up on about 37, I think it was. And we both sort of thought, well, that's not bad. It's not bad power play. It's not a great power play. But then the middle overs, things really took off when Dominic started getting the strike as well as Panelet. And the two of them together put on a fantastic opening wicket partnership here. And they were really taking it to the Dominator bowlers. But the Dominator bowlers in the fields, and they really didn't get much respite at all. They were really completely under attack right from the get-go from these two. And then there was a catch taken out there, square on the boundary line, and that sort of got rid of that partnership. And then the new partnership starts up again. A few hesitations there, a few shouts of run-outs, a possibility for a run-out, but the thrower from the bowler, who was approximately 6 inches away from the stumps, managed to miss somehow. But a couple of little issues in the field there for the Dominators as well. A few tantalising closer boundaries almost stopped, but it's a lot of almost and what could have beens and that sort of thing for the Dominators. They just didn't have a fun time in the field, and the bowlers bowled without much success at all. The ECN scorers hut took a bit of a pounding as well from these batsmen as the ball was lofted regularly into their area and around the ground as well. But all in all, that was a pretty good performance from the Spartans. They put 144 on the board. And have a look at that lineup there. 144 for 2 after 10. Panelet 36 and Jobin Dominic with a 69 from 29. Stars of the show. Cassie Balakrishnan came in there towards the end, batted a pretty quick 29 off 9. Path joined in just for one delivery. He ended up on 1 not out. And that's how it's looking. 8 wides in that total of 144 for 2. But really good strike in there from the opening pair. Really good stuff. Good momentum there for the Spartans, and really good signs for the Spartans too. Putting a bit of a stamp of authority on this game in this innings, and making a shout out to the rest of the competition in this tournament that we are here and we mean real proper business. Have a look at that, 89 for the first wicket, and like I said, not a lot of fun to be celebrated amongst the bowlers there. 5 bowlers, 2 overs each. Wickets to Mia and Rashid. Best of the bowlers in terms of economy, that's Abdul Mahmood. He's always been pretty good, very economic, and they're going to need him with the batting as well as they're going to need him or Rongbi to really fire with the batting to get close to this. Maybe they might pick up a point. I think that the bonus point's going to be around 102. We'll calculate that and just confirm that. I think Vinny said it was about 102. We'll see that in a minute. And there's the summary. Spartans 144 for 2 after their 10, led by Dominic and Panelet, and Balakrishnan helping out there at the end with a very quick 5.29 in quick time. A couple of wickets only fell, so 1 to Mia, 1 to Rashid. Bottom line, the Dominators need 145 runs from 60 balls, and they're going to have to go hard right from the very start. Can they do it? Well, it's going to be a real test of character for them, and we'll see. We're going to be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes. This is Phil G here at the lovely ground at Vinohrady. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here in this ECS Czechia 2024 edition, match 18, halfway through. Join us for the run chase. I'll be back here with Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, very shortly. Until then, don't go too far. We'll see you in a minute.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And good afternoon to everybody and welcome back to the run chase here in match 18 between the Prague Spartans and the Praha Dominators. And the Spartans were out there just a few minutes ago finishing up their innings of in this game. They got 144 for 2 after 10. Really good. And let's have a look at the bonus point equation. So with 144 being the score that's been achieved by the Spartans, if they can get that, if the Dominators can chase that down in 7 overs, they can pick up a bonus point. And if the Spartans can restrict the team to 100 or less, they pick up the bonus point. And obviously that can flip the other way for a bonus point if a team manages to not do that. But we'll see what happens. So 144, the target for a bonus point is 100, or it's 7 overs to be chased or less. So bonus point, a wonderful addition to the ECS way of doing points here. Just offers something to teams which maybe they're not in there for the win, but they're in there for something because they've done pretty well. And I think it's a really good addition to the system, the way we do points. And that's up for grabs for both teams, of course. So Dominators, they're going to have a bit of a tough run chase here against a pretty efficient Spartan lineup in terms of the bowling. And very sharp in the field too of the Spartans. They've had a pretty good tournament already. And the Dominators, well, they haven't managed to get any points in their column just yet. But they've got this game to try to prove something here. This would be their, I think it's their 5th game. So they're going to be halfway through their ECS by the time they finish this one. Be really good for them to get something in that points column, just to sort of show that, yep, this is what we're about. Now we've got that, we've broken our duck, we've broken that hoodoo. We can now kick on and be a bit of a threat to the rest of the teams in this ECS. Spartans, of course, looking for another win here to solidify their position maybe in the top 4, as they've also got teams like Barbarians barking at their heels for that top 4 position as we start the run chase. Just been tucked away there, just a dot ball to start with. And it's Rayoprolu is starting the attack. Wrongdi facing, as he always does, the opener. And he's out there with Hasham at the non-striker's end. As I said, for a bonus point, it's 100 for, 101 for the win. They need 145. It's going to be a very challenging next 9 overs and 5 deliveries for the Dominators. Oh, it's edged, it's risky, but it's going to run away for 4. It goes away very quickly. Any way you can get them. That's pretty much what the message is going to be to all the batsmen here. And we shall see how they go. And obviously wish them best of luck as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Vinohrady. Slightly overcast. It's warmish. It's sort of around about 24 degrees. There is a cool breeze coming across the ground, and making things a little bit tricky sometimes for the outfielders when the ball is skied up in the air. But it's good seeing conditions though, very bright out there. Oh, good full delivery, Yorker length, just blocked out there. Runs away to the point position of the dot ball. Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Vinohrady, which is about 15 kilometres as the crow flies from the centre of Prague. We're on the outskirts. You can see in the background during the beauty shot, there's a lovely little zamek in the background surrounded by forest and trees. And that's been punched into the point position. It bounces off the fielder and that has gone across the boundary for a second 4 in this over. A bit of bad luck there for the fielder at point, just trying to see who that is. Might have come off him a little bit awkwardly. Might be actually been Tiagi out there who copped that one. And Wrongdi, he's up for a couple of boundaries. He's on 8. 2 more to come in the first over. And he's pushed that one a little bit wide, has he? Yes, he has. So Rayoprolu just trying to tempt Wrongdi into another drive, maybe outside. Well, that side off and just straying a bit too far over the tram lines there. There is protection on the boundary way over at a deep point position, and otherwise you've got a regulation infield group there, all on their toes. Just hit down to the ground, a couple of players converge, and just the single to finish off the over. No, not to finish off the over, 1 more to come. And looks like it's going to be Hasham gets his first look. Taking guard, gets his first chance to face his first delivery here. So last ball of the over coming up. Oh, lofted very nicely, square. Couple of bounces, and it dribbles over the line. It sort of didn't have a lot of power behind it, but it had sufficient enough to get across the boundary line for 4. Just very square leg, just slightly backward. And that's another 4. So that's 3 boundaries off that first over. 14 on the board. Well, that's the asking run rate. So at this point in time, I'd have to say they go on target. 46 matches since a golden ball, and if ever I've wanted something any more in my life, it'd be this right now. I'd love to be here to see a golden ball live. To commentate it would be just icing on the cake, and maybe I'll get my wish today. Don't know about this match. You never know, Phil. And that's what my parents used to tell me, Phil, you never know. I used to ask a lot of questions as a kid. So 46 matches since a golden ball. It's been a while. 14 for no loss after the first. Wrongdy on 9. He faces up to Niraj Tyagi. Hits him straight back past him, and that's going to bounce along for 4 runs. As a bowler, when you come on to bowl your first delivery, there's nothing more depressing than seeing a ball rocket straight past you like this one. Look at that. Bang. Umpire steps out the way. Even his non-strike has to step out the way as that one goes through about chest height, and it went through like a bullet. Wrongdy up to 13. He's got a lot on his shoulders here. A lot on his shoulders. He's the biggest run getter in his division and in his team in the domestic league at the moment. And he's going to show this. That went out really quick as well. Wow, that could be a bit of a handstinger. Aditya out there. Oh, it's no. His throw has gone for overthrows. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Vinny Sandhu's just rejoined me. Just see that. That was really, there was a hit so hard, and he threw it back. I mean, it was every chance for a run out if he'd hit, but, wow. Unbelievable stuff. But there you go.
I've come back at an interesting time.
You
It'll be
have.
a 5. I wasn't sure for a second where that. I mean, if you want to be super technical, you need to work out had they crossed at the moment of the throw. That's why it shows how impractical that rule is, because when you're watching the guy throwing the ball, you're not really watching the position of the batters. And this should be gone, so it's going to be 5 and out. I don't see that very often.
That's
that's super weird. But it's going to be out.
That's incredible. Well, it looks like on that previous one it was only 4, so they didn't cross and they went back to their positions.
It has been listed as 5. Let me just see. Yeah, it's been given as 5, so I think they just need to make sure that the right striker is on strike.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just going to get to the bottom of this.
Interesting. Okay then. Well, we'll see that catch again, but it was hit straight down the throat of the regulation fielder at mid-wicket. Just double checking we've got the right score on the right fielder. On the right batsman there. Interesting stuff. So Tyaghi's gone for a couple of boundaries, including some overthrows, but he's got some revenge, and he'll feel good about that. Obviously Niraj Tyagi, a bit of he's often pops up in the national team as well. He's in the side currently, and often gets asked to open the bowling as well, which I think is really, really good. Gets his little slow sort of dinky little off spins in there early against an opposition who may not be prepared for him, and it's a pretty good move. He charges in a little bit. He's got this little stuttering sort of run up. Loves to bowl around the wicket.
I'm back with info that everything was correct.
Everything was correct.
Which is actually, everyone gets confused by a 5.
Yep.
But, because obviously you see that Hasham was out for 4, so he didn't hit the 5. The 5 was hit by Wrongdy, and then Wrongdy's at the other end, and then
fair enough.
And Hasham is out. Next ball, nice catch by Balakrishnan, by the way. Banged back straight past the bowler, but that fielder is very, very straight. Riaz Ahmed then smashes the stumps down in a signal of intent.
Yeah, Riaz. He's a fire customer, is Riaz. When you see him come under bowl, you know exactly what I mean. My first introduction to Riaz was watching him playing indoor cricket, and my goodness, he can really hurl that tennis ball in indoor cricket. So it always translates here to T10 as well. Fantastic stuff there. Joined in the chat by Trip Denny. Hello there, Trip. Good to see you. You managed to pick that it's me on the comms. Well done, sir. Appreciate that. And hello to everyone on the chat. Whether you got a blue spanner or not, we welcome you, and it's good to have your contributions as always. So Tyagi continues. Oh, a big shout. Continuous shout. It's an elongated shout. Umpire unmoved. Have a look at this one again. Or
That's probably a terrible shout.
I think it's
Not probably, definitely.
it's properly definitely. I mean, it's pitched outside the line, and
There's not
I'm not
really
sure what he's
anything
thinking.
going for that. But hey, you don't know if you don't ask. End of the second over, 25 for 1.
I guess that's also true. If if you don't appeal, you don't ask. You're going to be left guessing. So you might as well shout and make it heard around the ground. And anyway, batsman survives. Shaggy will be thinking about that one. I think he pretty much knew what the answer was going to be. But once your team mates join in, you got to continue. So Rongdi playing a bit of a lone hand here. 19 not out from 8 deliveries faced. And there's a lot on his shoulders right now as he faces up to Riaz Ahmed, we just spoke about before. That's pretty full. That's hit like a rocket into the covers.
Yeah, nicely struck. Yeah, Rongdi, he certainly looks capable of scoring a big score. He's had his moments. I like this guy though, Riaz, who's a proper throwback, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh, look at this.
Probably tramline kind of ball. Rongdi hits it to the field and doesn't want to run.
He's a good competitor though, is Riaz Ahmed. Really good competitor. Always got a smile on his face. Always very positive when I see him outside of the game. And he comes in again.
Edged and caught at the second attempt. Rongdi won't get past 20. He's going to go for 19, in fact. It was a thick edge. It was misheld originally by the keeper. That's Shubham Gupta that has the job today for Spartans, but fortunately for him, it popped up for a simple second effort. So the first wicket, or the second wicket, I should say, goes down now, 25 for 2.
Yeah, and that's going to put a massive dent into the chances that the Dominators have got of not so much a bonus point, but even the win as well. Just, yeah, that's really going to put a real sort of a broadside into their attack now with Rongdi, the big run getter for their team, and he's back in the pavilion now, and a strike by Riaz Ahmed. Good stuff for the Spartans here. They're looking pretty good. And yeah, the Dominators going to have to find something else here. Maybe we might see was it Al Mahmoud getting pushed up the order a little bit?
Yeah, you'd like to see it, actually.
Would.
This one comes back in towards the right-hander.
Yeah, just tucked up a little bit there.
We'll say quick hello to everyone in there. And yeah, okay, I know that you've been doing a bit of, you knew a lot of the pie versus pudding debate. So before, you know, luckily things been kicking off in there. But you gave me quite a good explanation in the halftime break. And that's a baseball shot up in the air, but it's catchable, right? Prolu is going to take the catch.
He's got it.
And that's certainly not the plan, I think, from Riaz Ahmed, but it'll take the result. Again, it's probably kind of top of the pad high, maybe knee high. Nice catch by Aditya.
I think he's might have done himself a mischief on the fingers on that one. He went down on haunches after he took that one. He was a little bit sort of owie.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably at the crease.
Ooh.
It's going to be just below, but it's a tight one. But anyway, Riaz, he was pretty impressed. He celebrated like it was what he meant all along. Maybe a bit of a finger banger for Aditya.
I think it was.
But anyway, all right. Now that the score's 25 for 3, tell us, what are you talking about? Can you talk about suet, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What are you, I've never heard that word in my life.
Okay.
Talk
so
to me.
this is what we saw in the chat. We saw was Martin Glaze in the chat. He mentioned about a steak and kidney suet pudding. He actually mentioned the pudding. Then he reiterated and said it's made of suet. Now suet is something that's a little bit old-fashioned. You don't hear about too much these days.
Oh, he's chopped on. And Al Mahmoud does get pushed up the order. And
no.
Riaz suddenly is on a hat trick. It's the good old-fashioned chop on. Dominators just can't take a trick in this series. They're 25 for 4. And Riaz Ahmed's on a hat trick.
You know, as much as it pains me to say it for the Dominators, that delivery and that chop on is how I sort of see the unfortunate luck of the Dominators right now. Honestly, they just can't get any piece of luck going in their favour, and that chop on sort of typifies that. Very disappointing. He's walking off, not looking happy at all, accompanied by a golden derrick, and that is the end of Abdullah Al Mahmoud. And that could also be the end of the Dominators' chance of picking up any kind of point in this match. Spartans all over this one. Ah, well.
Oh, well, indeed.
Oh, well. Sorry, Dominators, but I really feel for them. Like I was saying in the intro that they remind both of us of our UCC when they first started and how we were really hoping and gunning for them just to pick up something, some kind of win, some kind of points in their very first outing. And I think in their first ECS they really struggled to get any kind of momentum. And yeah, I'm sort of hope to see something here.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah, for them. Be good.
Let's have a look at the Hat Tricks Hall of Fame. We're on a bit of a drought, aren't we? Tomorrow's 1 month since our last hat trick.
Oh, here we go.
Historically, we'd have more hat tricks than centuries in a year. But
It's bizarre, isn't it?
now things have completely switched. By the way, he's on a hat trick, but he'll have to wait because that was the end of the over 25 for 4. So we're going to have German Dominic, who's going to be bowling the fourth over. Put Riaz on ice for a second. Nice little glance. This is going to be for Rashid trying to move the needle. He's played some nice shots today. Gets his first boundary here of match 18.
Yeah, it's a nice little tuck around the corner that. Just a nice little glance. And as we've said many times, that is the fastest part of the ground. Get a ball down there past an infielder. It will run away and continue to run away. It's very, very quick down there.
It definitely is.
So look at that. Look at that equation. 116 runs in from 41 for the win. It's just under 17 runs and over. Not sure if that's within their vocabulary to be able to get that one. That's a tough one. Very tough indeed.
Lifted up in the air, thick outside edge. This is flying away too, and that's going to be 4. So yeah, I mean that 101 though, I think it's a realistic target if they can bat well. It also would be the first time they've made the 100 if they could do that.
If they can set themselves 100 as their target rather than the winning score, and put their mind to that, especially with Rashid, who's striking the ball quite well. He had a good innings in the previous match as well, made a good 30 odd. If they can capitalise on that, hey, they may be able to pick up that bonus point. I'm not sure about all 3 points, all 4 points, but that bonus point would be really good for them.
So is there anything you want to add to the Suet conversation?
Yeah, the Suet
Before
conversation.
we're rudely interrupted with all the wickets.
Sorry about that, everybody. These wickets just get in the way sometimes. Yeah, it was. Martin Gleaves corrected himself and said, steak and kidney pudding. It's made with suet. Suet is the fat from farm animals, so it's your beef, lamb, mutton, that sort of thing. And I think it's generally the fat that comes around the organs. That's what I think it is. And Martin will tell me if I'm not quite right there.
It's a return catch there for Dominic.
So close. So you take all that fat, you put it into like a cloth, and all the steak and the kidney goes into that, and you tighten up the cloth, and I believe you then boil it. And it's supposed to impart so much flavour from the fat into the ingredients. The ingredients go nice and soft, and it's a very, very flavourful pudding. They call it a pudding because it's not a pie, it's no pastry involved.
It's fairly full, but I think it down side.
I think so too. So Martin will tell me if I'm wrong there. It does sound a little bit sort of, people start talking about offal. It's not a popular, offal is not a popular thing really these days.
Gets a bad rap.
It does
but
get a bad
people
rap.
have been, it's very nutritious, isn't it?
It's incredibly nutritious. And if it's cooked well, it tastes amazing.
If you think of most things, if you really think about it, it is kind of gross. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, this is going to be off the inside half of the bat. It's a long single, potentially 2 there, but I think Rashid wants to control the strike. Or does he?
That's a funny odd bounce.
Doesn't want the overthrow either. It might have been a bit risky anyway. End of 4 overs. And the Dominators are 36 for 4.
I said it's a funny bounce as it came into the keeper. I think it's because it came off his leg. That really looked quite sore. Oh, I'm feeling it from over here. 36 for 4 after 4. It's okay, so good. We're going to see Riaz coming in now for his hat-trick ball. As we have a look at the run rate graph there, as you can see, the run rate for the Praha Dominators is well below where it needs to be. There is a bit of an uptick there as it heads towards the blue line, so that's encouraging.
3 wickets
losing
in the over.
3 wickets in succession.
It was actually a triple wicket maiden, by the way, that Riaz bowled in the last over.
Incredible.
As he was able to get Rongdi and then Azad, then Al Mahmood. But yeah, could this be hat-trick number 18 of the season?
Here we go.
I feel it's time. I can feel it. I'm going to go out on a limb.
I'm with you, Vinny.
I think this is it.
Here we go.
Rashid, though, probably the guy you want on strike if you're a Dominators fan. And he gives us a big filthy no ball, which I'm sure is going to be called in a minute. Anytime you see a genuine pull shot off a full toss, then...
Yep. I think they're asking to see the replay.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear one. We've had some today that the umpire's been a little bit generous, I suppose, giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt, but that time I think no doubt at all. Free hit to come.
Yeah, I think to the naked eye we caught it pretty quickly. Yep.
Yeah. So I just wanted to have a check. You can understand that. But
Yep.
ruins his figures. He had 3 for none before that.
Was that the 3 for 2? Let's have a look now. Free hit signal.
Oh, it's another pretty high one.
Yep, I think it maybe I have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, I think this is actually pretty close as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's a no ball too. I know he's slightly bent, but it's pretty high.
Yep, umpire's just shown the extent of the arm, which means, of course, going to have that free hit again.
Yeah, it just seemed that way as well when
Yeah.
presenting the flat bat. Yes, he's slightly crouched. Remember, if even it's at the waist, it's a no ball in
Yes.
ECN cricket, which
Yes.
I think is it's designed to kind of discourage those kind of deliveries. So anyway, he's on another kind of a hat trick now, isn't he? Riaz Ahmed. This is another free hit. Better, but wide. That one had some late movement.
We'll get there. We will get there. Stick with us.
Yeah, it's been a really fun series so far. We'll continue. Still another free hit. Umpire just has to signal one more time just
That's
so
right.
everyone's aware. Batter probably says, "I know." So can't get a wicket off this ball. Oh wow, that one took off, and Rishi probably liked the idea of pulling it, but had to go for a bit of self-preservation in the end.
He did. He took immediate evasive action. I mean, he himself is not exactly a tall customer, and that it bounced up, but just enough to sort of whistle past maybe the mouth area, and he thought, I'm not copping one of those in the mush. And there we go.
Hello to Monkey Man, who's in the chat as well. Crew brings up a good point. There's been another wide. He's just kind of lost the plot a bit in this over as Riaz. He said, how many hat-trick balls have been wides or no balls in this last month? Well, I've got a short answer for you. Danny, who to check? Whenever doesn't matter where I'm commentating, if a hat-trick ball's a wide, normally a wide, I call that a Danny who to check because it seems to happen more when he's around.
Yeah.
But it makes me think of him because it happens so often.
Funny about that, yes. Once again, Danny's summary of Vinohrady getting the shakes. Doesn't know why. It's true, though.
Oh, it looks like he's been asked to remove the headgear.
Oh,
the
no.
white headgear.
Wow.
Well,
That's interesting.
wow, the hair's running free.
Oh,
That
there he is.
produced some great footage. Tries to dab at this.
Let's have a look.
Right now, let's see how the... Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a magnificent mane, isn't it?
That is a proper mop of hair. That's really outstanding.
Or maybe he has to take a layer off every time he bowls an extra. In which case, we might have to change the rating of this broadcast by the end of this over. That's a good kind of change up there, off-cutter.
Trip Denny calling that previous no ball a filthy no ball. Why has he named that after me? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's a filthy.
That's a filthy.
Okay, so the Danny Hudacek is a wide off a hat trick ball, but a no ball is a filthy.
It's a filthy no
I'll
ball.
remember that
All
wherever
right.
I go.
We'll lock
Okay?
that one in. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trip.
Oh yeah, that's
Ooh.
good short ball. It's not going to be it's not going to be a bouncer because it wasn't actually over the shoulder, but that might have copped him. It has, I think, on the arm. A little bit of an apology there.
Yeah.
Because also you've got to realise that Dominators there are playing a couple of levels up
Yes.
compared to what they normally would be playing against in the league.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So this over's still going. Feels like this over's been going for a while.
Because it has.
It certainly has.
So this is going to be punched through the offside element, claps back, and gets 4 more. Yeah, not a bad shot there.
Not a bad shot at all, actually. Yeah, pretty nice. Breaks the shackles a bit. Damages Riyad Ahmed's figures just a little bit. He's still got 3. He's got 3 for 10. He's got 1 more to come in this second over of his. This over stark contrast to what we saw in his first over. And Alamin, he's on 6. Ul Rashid, he's on 12 from 12. Dominators 47 for 4. Last ball, the 5th. Sorry, yes, last ball of the 5th. And that is going to go into the hands of the fielder. And he is out inches away from the rope.
Yeah, I mean, he's just inside, hasn't he? And he basically planted his feet there, Ditcher. We'll check it out in the replay, but I don't really see any issues here. We'll have a look at the feet. It's all about, I mean,
Well, it's a bit blurred.
it's blurry, so you can't really trust that. I saw it live.
I saw it
But I
live
suppose
too.
the question is, does he come from the rope or not? You do that, but not so slow. So let's,
Yeah.
I don't know, we can probably have another look at it here. Geez, the Dominators probably deserve a break, don't they? But let's see. What do you see with your kind of naked eye here? Because it is pretty blurry. I got a feeling he might have just come from the rope, in which case there's a chance it's going to be 6. But here's the thing. If you're not sure, then it's going to be out because the benefit goes to the
batsman.
benefit goes to actually, yeah. So in this case, the benefit goes to the fielding team, right? I mean, the thing is, live it seemed fine because it's the camera's moving and it's kind of blurry. You know, it suggests they're touching, but I got to say, live it felt like he didn't come from the rope. But anyway.
I thought live it was a clean catch, but I got to admit, I didn't look down at his foot until he'd already gloved the catch.
You know what, you're right there. But then the other thing is, as long as he was off the rope before the ball hits his hands, because he's got another foot already in the field of play.
Yes.
So it's a clean catch. I think it's one of those ones, you know, normally benefit of the doubt goes to the batter, but this actually falls under boundary stops. And in boundary stops, the benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder.
Yes.
So in that case, you're saying, is it a boundary or not? Let's just say inconclusive, so it's not a boundary. What's the result of the play? The result is caught.
Fair enough.
But yeah, poor Dominators. They can't, those 50-50s are not going their way.
They can't take a trick, can they? They just can't get that, just that one thing tipping in their favour. They're right up against it.
47 for 5, then after 5 overs, that over finally comes to an end. Riaz is going to finish with 4 for 10 with exactly 0 runs off the bat, I think. Looking at that last over.
Right.
I know he had the 4 off the bat, but 4 off the bat, 2 wides, 2 no balls. Sorry, yeah, 4 no balls, 2 wides. There's a lot happening anyway.
Unreal. That does bring up the 50 for the Dominators, though. 51 for 5 in the 6th, start of the 6th. This is Sahib Wani is the new bowler on. Hit down the ground, could be consecutive boundaries, and it is. One bounce into the ECN 10.
Yeah, a bit of a hot spot, hasn't it? The scorers, 10.
That's got to be about the 5th one in this game. Maybe the 4th one in this game, but the 5th overall today. Into the tent. And this time we can see Mars, so we know he's safe.
I want to say 10-8 to Jacob Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Great to have you with us. And Trip saying that one of the reasons he likes this channel, Trip's watching in the USA, is that no one judges anyone on their cricket knowledge or personal views or values. We're all just here to enjoy the cricket and the friendship that it brings. Well said.
Oh, that's very well said, Trip.
I'm just going to say it. Sometimes, in some parts of the world, and I'm not going to say where, and actually in all parts of the world, there's a bit of this. Sometimes cricket can be a bit snobby.
Yeah, I see
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly
I
what you're
think
saying.
it's a kind of,
Yeah.
you need to know this much about it or you're not appreciating it. And,
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
in some circles, right?
Yeah.
We're the opposite. We are open source. We're free. We want you to enjoy it. We want you to have a good time. We want you to enjoy your life, and ECN can be a healthy part of it.
That's exactly right. And, you know, if your cricket knowledge is lacking, people sometimes come here and they pick things up and they think, oh, I didn't know that.
There's no silly questions here.
No, absolutely not.
All right, lift it up, out of the ground. Nice shot, Rashid. He's representing. Can they get this point? They're still in the hunt for it. Takes it back under 10 and over. That one's still going.
That is still rolling. That was a really good big hit. Sahib here is coming in for a little bit of stick. He's come on in the 6th, and he has really freed up the shoulders of the Dominators batsman, not through his own bowling. Even skipper goes over and has a chat to him, and even he's asking the question about what's going on there. He's gone for 14, which isn't magical, but it's still enough for his skipper to come over and say, come on, Sahib, you can do this. And he delivers a wide.
Sure, I mean, you'd have to have a heart made of stone to not want to see the Dominators get a point out of this.
39 from 25 to get that point.
Turn down the run here. Rashid kind of wants to, well, I was going to say control the strike, but that'll be the end of the over. So Goswami, well, he batted 3 last game, batted through. So he's had plenty of time out there. But let's see. if he can do something off his own bat this time. 62 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, now we saw Goswami in the previous match. He picked up 18 off equal number of deliveries, but I think he frustrated his counterpart batsman by not sort of moving along quick enough and maybe keeping the strike a bit too much. You see the batting card there. It was a good 19 off 11 from him, a Wrongdy at the top of the innings there, and then not much more to talk about. A couple of derricks, a second ball and a first ball. Second ball to Azad and a first ball to Abdullah Ahmed, which you'd rather forget. And now, at the moment, well, it's Rashid who's in the driver's seat. He's hitting the ball quite well. But as we said, Goswami, he needs to open his account and needs to continue on if they're going to pick up that bonus point. We really do hope they pick up the bonus point for the benefit of the team and to give them a little bit of a boost, a little bit of an injection of love into their arms. They can say, "Come on, we can do this. We can bother some of these bigger teams around us." They're a third division team in the T20 league here in Prague, and it'd be really good if they can pinch a point away from someone who's way up the ladder above them, and this could happen here. It's up in the air.
In the air. Well, that should be caught as well. He's got a very good pair of hands, doesn't he? Coming forward this time, Ryaprolu. And Goswami, he has the right approach here, I think. Goes for it, just doesn't quite hit it. And that's good anticipation by Aditya to run in so quickly and turn that into a catch.
Agreed.
So, yeah, Golden Derrick is activated. And Goswami will go first ball. The score is 62 for 6.
Sadly for the Dominators, that will be the third derrick of the innings. Second golden derrick of the innings as well. Chiagi jumps in there with a wicket in his column. I think he's already got a couple, so he's doing the job for his team, leading by example. And Dominators looking for someone else in the middle order here to stick around with Rashid and really try to push that score close to 100. There's every reason to think they can do that, but they really need to dig deep and get after some of this bowling. Anything loose, they need to make sure they pick those gaps. If they can do that, they get that bonus point, I guarantee there'll be a noise around the stadium like you haven't heard before. I call it a stadium, it's a ground. But it feels like it's a stadium.
Yeah, it feels like it. I like it. Hey, can Rashid keep this up and get them to that point? They've
Really hope he
eluded
can.
them all the time so far.
Be so good if he can. If he can keep the strike. And Ali Akbar joins him. He gets off the mark straight away, turns the strike over. So if it's all on Rashid now. And Shagi, he's got 2 for 12 off his 1.4 overs. Sorry, 1.3. I was jumping the gun there. Once again, I've gone through time travel.
It happens.
As a commentator, we've got to be careful of time travel. We mustn't allow it to take us anywhere further than the present time.
That's a whole random thread we could go through at one point. Oh, time travel, fascinating. That's up in the air and a pocket of space back here. Rashid will move to 30, and he's been a real standout with the bat for Dominators today.
Well, we could talk about time travel, but we've already discussed it tomorrow. Took you a second.
You made, yeah. Not the sharpest tool in the shed sometimes.
It's been a good day today, Vinny. It's been fun chatting with you, and anything I can sort of just slightly get past you or just get up next to you, I'm happy to do that. As you know, Dale always like to commentate with a smile on my face. 67 for 6, still a couple to come in this 7th over. Shagi in again.
Yeah, just whipped away by Rashid. Been joined there by Ali Akbar now. Yeah, but hello to Terry Richmond as well. Don't think I've said hello to you just yet. And also, I want to say hello to Dr. De Soto, who thinks maybe Ray probably deserves some credit for feeling for the rope location. I don't know how deliberate it was, and actually, I'm not even sure he hits the rope. I know it looks that way with the pictures, but you got to realise it's kind of. Oh, has a good look at this. That the camera's moving, and it gives you the. Because it's blurring, it looks like things that are together that aren't.
Yeah.
So, I mean, live, I actually, as you said, we weren't really looking for it in time. That one just hits him outside the leg stump. I think it's going to crash into stumps, but Chagi's very unlikely to get an LBW from that angle that he likes. This is what's coming up in match number 19. We have Barbarians back. They're 2-0, flying high at the moment. Vinohrady without a win in this series. They're a proud club, though, led by Adnan. Muiz is in there. See Honza Corners coming in. Anas Tariq comes in. They'll have Navin Kumar behind the stumps. Joe Cope, I think, is always a threat with that new ball.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, can they get something going? They have won the toss. They will be bowling first. So a little bit like when we last saw them last night.
Yeah, yeah.
They're going to chase. So let's see how that goes when we return for that game in 30 minutes' time.
Looking forward to that match. It's like Barbarians versus the old enemy, the Vinohrady Cricket Club. Can't wait for that one. 68 for 6, 7 gone. 33 needed from next 3 overs to pick up a point here for the Dominators.
Got it away and
3-1.
yeah, 33 off 18 for a point. So it's 3 solid overs. Oh, now they might get another one. They will. It was fumbled by the bowler. Prolu. Pretty unhappy about it.
Yeah.
But they will get back for a second. That's pretty important. It does keep Harun and Rashid on strike.
That was a very important additional run there on the overthrow. So Raya Prolo got a bit to do here. He went for 14 off his first over. Oh, swing and a miss.
But as far as standing on the rope deliberately, that's actually something a lot of professional cricketers do. They don't run in, they don't walk in kind of aggressively. They still want to take a step, but they push off the rope, so it gives it that tactile feeling of, okay, I know where the boundary is.
That's where it is,
But it's still got that kind of forward momentum when the ball's bowled.
Yes.
But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah.
To be honest, I miss the fence. You would have grown up watching cricket when they had the boundary
Yes,
fence. And even
absolutely.
lots of places in England, they had lots of picket fences.
Yeah. The picket fence.
How badly do you want to stop this for?
Yeah.
Enough that you are willing to throw your body into a fence?
Yeah.
I feel like
I
got
grew
it
up.
too
I did grow
easy.
up with the fence. Yes.
Got
Sorry.
it too easy with
I
the
did.
rope now. Uh-oh. Well,
Ooh.
this one is going to go for 4, whether it was rope or fence.
Didn't matter.
He's got several bits of headgear back on now, does Riaz. But for our Prolo, was grumpy before that. He'll be even grumpier now. That disappears for 4 down the ground.
See that Kevin in the chat's asking me a difficult question. How difficult is to commentate then, Phil, if you've been to the future and know what's going to happen? Well, Kroom, I can answer that question pretty easily. I do have short-term amnesia, so that's how I get away with that. Next question. Bowler in again.
That's hit pretty well. That's going to be 6. This is a great innings by Rashid. It'll feel a bit like a win, I think, if they can get a point out of this game. Against Dominators. You're looking for positives. I think they've held together pretty well. And it's obviously very different. They've been doing really well, obviously, in their division. I think ECS has that unique opportunity to bring teams together that might not otherwise play in some locations.
Yeah, I completely agree. And when we see Ostrava here tomorrow, that's going to be exactly the same situation. They're a Division 3 in our T20 league. They're going to be facing off against some of the big boys as well.
Yeah, awesome. It's 81 for 6 here after 8, so Rashid will retain the strike. 20 required off the last 2 overs if the Dominators are going to keep their point here in match number 18. Yeah, tell us about what you know about Ostrava.
Ostrava, they are a plucky bunch there in Ostrava. Now they don't have a like a proper facility. They have access to a football ground to play on, and we're in discussions with that football ground as well, the Ostrava Football Club, to try to help get some sort of artificial pitch there for them, some sort of section they can put their nets in.
Yeah.
So they don't have the kind of facilities that the clubs here in Prague or in Brno have to practice, but when they've come to Prague for the games, and their home games are technically in Brno, so when they come to Prague and play, they are a really feisty, plucky bunch of guys. They are competitive, but it kind of shows that they're missing out on just a certain little edge that they will have over the other Division 3 teams. So they haven't had a lot of success coming up here to Prague to play, but at the same time, when they've played in Brno, they've actually been pretty good. And that's playing against the other Division 3 teams there. So I'm looking forward to seeing them in action here, because they're one of these teams that could really put the scare into a division, a team from a higher division, if the conditions are going well. Obviously, it hasn't gone well for the Dominators thus far.
Yeah,
They're in that similar position.
it's great to see it spreading geographically as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important, especially with less teams in Europe, kind of per capita, if you like, that you can just find a solution based in your country. And Czechia, it's kind of bigger than some countries, but it's smaller than most.
Yeah.
I don't say most. Maybe it's about average sized in that you know, you
Yeah.
do have some hours of travel.
Yeah.
But it is manageable.
It is manageable, yeah.
There are some places, you know, look at Spain, Germany, Italy, something that it is very complicated sometimes to get teams being able to get to other parts of the country. Sweden's another one where
Yeah, Sweden.
this one's going to
Miss.
climb over the stump. So 19 off 10 for a point. But Ali Akbar's got to read the room here. Doesn't need to be swinging wildly. Can just knock a one and hand it back to Rashid. It's a wild swing.
Rashid's 45 from 28. You'd want to turn the strike over and you want to do it on this delivery. That's what he needs to be thinking. And his batsman, his partner should be telling him that too. You don't have to play that. And he's been given. Gets a feather edge. Oh, and you can see Rashid, he's a little bit frustrated at the striker's end. He sort of swung the bat in a little bit disappointment. He's thinking, why did he do that? He just had to just touch it away for me, get me on strike, and let me get this bonus point for the team.
Yeah, it's probably not the wisest batting, but he'll understand that when he watches it back. But yeah, right now he's going to have to disappear. He'll be the 7th wicket out, and it's 82 for 7.
Yeah. Question in the chat there from Helix. Phil, is the competition a promotion and relegation type of setup? Obviously, you're talking about our T20 league. It is a promotion and relegation setup. And last year, I can tell you now that the UCC Hawks, they came top of the Division 2. So they're now mixing it with the Division 1 teams. And they were so happy to get that win, a couple of wins last year that solidified their position for promotion. And even during our Czech Cricket Awards night, couldn't wipe the smile off their face. They were so happy about that. So yes, it is promotion relegation setup.
Swing and a miss outside the off stump. This has been a great over from Dominic, but also, you know, I think that the previous 3 balls have hurt them a lot. Trying to get this point now.
Yeah.
In a situation where it's 19 off 7. And Rashid pretty much is going to have to do it on his own, you'd imagine. I don't think you want a single here even now. You might as well swing away. Well, it gets hit by it. And Rashid never leaves his crease. He said,
Did not move a muscle.
I will try and take care of it. Could be another tease. I just feel another heartbreak on the way for Dominators.
Oh, no.
He need 19 to score their first point in the competition. With 1 over to go, it's 82 for 7.
Yeah, Rashid was at the non-strikers end there. The batsman who was at the other end, Hossein, who faced that last couple of balls, he put his hand up to say no run there, and I guarantee the only muscle that moved on Rashid there with his eyebrow just raised, as though to say, do you think? He just held his ground and said, I will take this now from this last over, this over number 10, and it looks like it's Path Balodya, as I like to call him, the Warpath. He's a big fella. He's a great competitor as well, and he loves his cricket. Had a few good chats with him after he made a couple of really big, good scores. A couple of 47 not out in the first day here, and now he's just marshalling his field, getting ready to try to hold on to this point. As we see there, someone's little toy glider gliding around the ground, and then crashing into the ground. Just on the cam there, good to see. Enjoying the breeze here, which is blustery. It's moving around a bit, making this a bit tricky for the ball that goes in the air.
All right, 19 off 7. And he doesn't want to run here. So he's going to try and do it all in boundaries. I guess you can see he hasn't had the kind of support he would have hoped for. It's just the way it's gone.
I think it's exactly how it's gone. Unfortunately for the Dominators, they're up real against it now. 5 deliveries to go.
Let's this one go.
Yeah, they'll take that.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a frustrating one, hasn't it, really? Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo!
There you go, there's one.
And that'll do. And well done to Harunur Rashid, though. He'll score a 50, and it's the first 50, I think, for the Dominators in this competition. So what a great moment for him. He's been left kind of in this situation, trying to get them to the point. Goes after this. This is going to get over. It's into the gap. That's going to be 4.
Ooh, hello.
So yeah, his
Hello.
50 is the first 50 for the Dominators in ECS cricket. That's a record he'll hold forever.
Well done
goes
to
past
him.
the 39 not out that Himal Rongdi scored against Prague CC earlier in the competition.
Well, it's fantastic from Rashid to get that. 55 not out from 31. 8 from 3 for the point. They're looking good. I don't want to jinx them. I'm not going to say anything more than that because I'm one of the worst when it comes to commentator's curse. And that
So
rhymed
noted.
as well.
So noted. Anyway,
Thank you.
here's the warpath. Well, that's hit pretty well. Going, gone. Maximo. Well, now,
Ooh.
there you go, 2 off 2. Now, here's the question. Would you take a single here or not? I think I would to the outfield and maybe try and get back for 2.
I would take a single.
Yeah, because then you need 2 off last
But
ball.
then I would tell my counterpart, we're running.
Yeah.
We are running.
Yeah, gotcha. So can they get the point? I just feel, again, set up for heartbreak. What a good innings, though, from Rashid, who's 61. 2 required for the Dominators. Make that 1. So now they're in great shape. And to be honest, if you were Spartans now, if they're smart, they bring the field up to see, you know, can you prevent this single? Maybe you can still grab the 4 points. They might not have to worry about it because that will be 1 run, and well done to the Dominators who do achieve a point. That's really intelligent batting as well, even to know to take that single.
Yes.
So now
Very good indeed.
Dominators have a point. And we have 1 more ball for show. Let's see if Hussain can at least get off the globe. Last ball for Path. Hey, gets a piece of it. Going, and gone. And a slight collision. Hopefully he's right. Maximo time. And well done to the Dominators. They get their first point in ECS cricket. They get to 100 for the first time in ECS cricket as well. But that was a bit of a cook-up towards the end. But look, Prague Spartans, it's so funny how this has ended up. They kind of walk off feeling a bit frustrated. You would have thought the Dominators had won the game. But it is still 3-1 to Spartans here in match number 18. Coming up, we have match 19 with the Barbarians taking on Vinohrady. That's starting in 20 minutes' time. Vinohrady winning the toss and bowling in that. Join us. Still have 2 more matches here on day number 4. Keep the comments in the chat coming in. That's been outstanding as well. We'll try and catch up on those during the break as well. But let's have a look at the highlights. And a few issues early. We had the untraditional 5 and outs, didn't we, here
right.
early on? But look, despite losing some of those wickets, I think the Dominators, they have the right approach. They're trying to be attacking. Hey, look at someone like a Goswami. It gets out first ball. That was probably not going to do his team any harm, whereas earlier on you got 18 off 18.
Exactly.
And it was a bit of a handbrake, you might suggest. But really, I've liked their approach, and they thoroughly deserve their first point. But I suppose bigger picture, the Prague Spartans do get the win here in the match. That was a bit of a funny one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did he come off the rope? Did he not come off the rope? When did he come off the rope? But really, I think that Al Mahmood stole the show, didn't he? Harun Rashid, I should say, with 62 off 33 balls. Even though he lost a few partners along the way, it was a cool head in the situation.
Yeah, I think that when we get through the montage here, we're going to see massive highlights here from Rashid. He was really hitting the ball so sweetly and was so in control as well in his innings. Didn't really give many chances to the bowlers or the fielders. That little collision there at the end, I'm glad no one got hurt, apart from maybe someone's dignity there. That's probably all that got hurt. But in the end, if we have a look at the batting card, you're going to see a couple of really good scores, but then just a little bit drop away there until you see a bit of support there. Have a look there. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought was going to happen. So you get Harun Rashid, 62 from 33, terrific innings. Himel Romdi at the top there with a 19 from 11. And not a great deal of support for anyone else. Next high score was extras, a couple of no balls, a handful of wides, 107 for 7 after 10, trying to chase down 144, I think it was. But Rashid, he's the man. He's the man, looking good and coming in at first drop and getting a good 62 to get his team to a bonus point. That's such a good effort from them. And look at the bowling there from the Spartans. Good bowling all around. A 4 for Riaz Ahmad, who picked up 3 in that first over of his, and then he went for 10. Was it the triple wicket maiden in the first over? Look at that.
Wicket maiden.
Unbelievable stuff. Could only get an extra wicket, only get another wicket to his name. Ended up with 4 for 10, 2 for 17 for Niraj Tyagi, who also assisted as well. And just 1 more wicket there to Dominic. And that's how it ended, 144 for 2 for 10. That was what the Spartans got. Set the target pretty high for the Dominators, who came in with 107. Not bad. They do pick up the bonus point. The fact that they've snaked that point away from the Spartans, that's big for them. Spartans, however, will get the win. They get the 3 points, and they solidify themselves probably in the top 3. We'll check the standings, but I reckon that's probably what it's going to do for them. But a good game, a lot going on in that game as well. Really enjoyable for us, hopefully enjoyable for you as well.
Yeah, it was a good effort by the Dominators. At least they get off the 0 and actually pull themselves off the bottom of the ladder with that performance. They margin 37 runs, and well done to both the batters that made the half centuries there, Joban Dominic and Harun Rashid. Riazdo, I think he may steal the player of the match with those 4 wickets. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll take a quick break and we'll see you very shortly for match number 19. Vinos hoping to get on the board against the Barbarians right here in Prague. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Still 2 matches to go here on day 4, and coming up next we have Prague Barbarians taking on Vinohrady. I think this will be a really interesting game. Prague Barbarians, they're playing some confident-looking cricket at the moment. I do think they're going to run into a Vinohrady side that are desperate for a win. They haven't quite had the start that they would have liked in this ECS. Let's get ready for the coin toss now. The Sheriff, Charles Crouch, up with the two captains and the coin for match 19.
Welcome to the toss for match 19 with Barbarians versus Vinohrady. Vinohrady to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
Vinohrady won the toss and will bowl first.
So Vinohrady win the toss and have elected to bowl, and I don't think it matters who bats or bowls first so much in this one. It just depends how you play. I think Vinohrady, they were pretty brave on the chase in that game last night, but again, couldn't quite get the win. That was against the Tigers earlier in the day. They weren't able to get the win against PCC. That was the game where PCC broke the record for most consecutive wins. And so for Vinohrady, I think a lot depends on who they can put on the park. I just think they don't want to go 0-4 because it's a long way back from there. For Prague Barbarians, got to say, I think they've come together pretty nicely as a unit. Their fielding's one aspect they may want to improve just around the ground. I think Devendra Singh is an outstanding wicketkeeper and he's really important at the top. You've got Vandrasi as well with his tempting little moon ball spinners, but then also his hitting ability. I think Barbarians have to go into this one as favourites. But let's see what happens. Vinos, they're a plucky team and they want to represent their club with distinction. Perhaps they can get on the board with a win here in match number 19. Phil G standing by. I can tell you Vinos are bowling first after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's have a great game.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Vinny, for that introduction. And yes, it's going to be a wonderful game here. I'm looking forward to this battle between two very old enemies who've been at each other for many, many, many years now. Vinohrady Cricket Club versus the Prague Barbarians Cricket Club. And I agree wholeheartedly with your sentiments there, Vinny, as well. This is a really important match for the Vinohrady Cricket Club. They're currently winless. And this is important for them to get their campaign off to a start. They can't afford to lose this one because otherwise they'll be so out of touch with the leading group of teams. And that, of course, would mean that the Barbarians, if they get a win, they'd be one of those leading teams pulling away from the guys in the lower part of the standings, which we'll have a look at later. Let's have a look at the teams as they line up. There's the Barbarians. Looks pretty similar to what we've seen already. Looks like maybe Yash back into the team, but I can see they're led by Murali Vandrasi, who had a really good game previously with Devendra Singh. Those two together, really formidable batting lineup. Definitely. Prague Barbarians, according to Supercomputer, has got 73% chance of pulling this victory off. Only given the Vinohrady guys 27% chance of taking out the win here. That on paper and on form so far, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. From what I can see already, but as Mr. Maximo alluded to in his introduction there before, it's going to depend on a great many things. Winning the toss, probably not that important, but what's important now is that how it gets played out in these, especially the power play, and also the first half of this this innings for the Barbarians. They get off to a flyer, and I think Vinohrady could be in trouble, but we know Vinohrady got some strong batsmen. They chased pretty nicely the other night, and they scored well over 100 in a chase in the last game of the day. Everyone's getting a little bit fatigued at that point of the day. It was a nice, long, hot day. So, anything can go here, and as I said, these two teams have a lovely, long history. I've been a part of that history way back in the black and white era. Well, not quite the black and white era, but you know what I mean. Way back in the days, pre-colour, that sort of thing. And funny enough that we were talking before about the original clubs here in Prague, and you got the Bohemians, the Prague Cricket Club, and I would put these two together as being the top four, the first four teams here in Prague in the domestic league. And we're going to see Joe Cope. He's going to open the bowling with Vinohrady, and he's going to be bowling. And here we go. And we start with a bit of a misfield and a boundary. Bit of luck there for the Barbarian batsman, and they'll take that more than happy. Look at this one, carved through the covers and bounces over the boundary line. So that's 4 runs. Good start to the Barbers. And Joe Cope, good tall left armour with a good natural swing. Very, very sharp bowler he is. And a shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. You got Phil G here on comms. And I'll be soon joined by Mr. Maximo himself, Mr. Vinny Sandu. But for now, it's just myself now. That's been hit on the helmet. That's going to ring your bell. I think Devendra is looking all right. Players just coming over, making sure he's okay. He's not getting double vision. Maybe the umpire needs to come over and have a little check as well. Good to see the umpire. That is umpire Farouk. Looks like he's walking over just to double check that the helmet's looking still in one piece, and of course that divvy's still in one piece. Oh, Charles Croucher going out as well, just to doubly make sure that everything's okay. There was a bit of a nasty short ball. Just going to have a quick conversation, make sure that the batsman's okay, that the helmet's in one piece, and everything's okay out there. Obviously, player safety is paramount in our competition at all times, and if there's ever any doubt at all, well, we'll take action straight away on that. So that's what Sheriff is out there, just to make sure it's all good. I'm joined again by Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's a good short ball, wasn't it? Probably the last thing I was expecting from Cope. I don't know if it's a genuine attempted bouncer or not. It actually, almost hits the chest and goes up under the grill, doesn't it? And lodges between the grill and the face. So when they say keep your eye on the ball, that's not far off. But yeah, I think he's all right. I mean, protocol now, because this is considered a head knock. You can see Charles Crouch just doing the necessary. Divvy seemed pretty cool about it.
Yeah, but it's good to see. That's how we operate when we see things like that. It's good to see. And it's just tucked away around the corner there. Divvy getting off strike, just give himself a little bit of respite. Gets down to the other end. Maybe I'm sure as Joe walks past him, just a little bit of how's it going there? How you doing? Can you see all right? How many fingers am I holding up? Just a little bit of jovial attitude between these two teams. These two teams have been around the traps for quite a long time. There's a good spark between them as well.
Yeah, stay in school, kids. You'll have the best chance of passing the concussion test when you hit adulthood. Hello to Jacob, by the way, who's in the chat, and also to Trip. That was a lovely story about the swimming that I saw in there. Anyway, Cope gets a crack at Mataschetti.
Oof. Good bit of height on that one, straight over the top of the helmet, and that's going to run away for four wides.
I did say earlier in the tournament, Joe seemed to lack his zip, but the zip's back. But this is actually a wide because it actually misses the leg stump.
It does.
And it keeps on going over the top. And on a pitch where we say it all the time, it's not. I don't think it's an especially fast pitch, but certain bowlers are able to make it look fast. And you see what Cope's done this over has made it look that way.
Yeah.
The Beast is one that kind of sticks out to me. And a guy like Romani is another guy. Arias Afridi, obviously, doing some incredible things. But yeah, well, Cope's looking dangerous, even though now we've had 5 runs put on the board by way of the Minimo.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. But yeah, interesting about Cope. Yeah, he looked like maybe he lost maybe half a yard of pace, but that ball before, the one that got up on Devendra Singh, that sort of put paid to that comment, so I didn't follow through with that.
It's been called a no ball for height. I don't know.
That's interesting.
Was it? It still looked like it was on the way up.
Because on the replay, I concurred that, wide, it's missing, but now it's been changed to...
Okay, it was been given for above the shoulder, so obviously I think it's above the shoulder, which, to be honest, probably wasn't. Even the one that hit him was debatable, because it hit his chest and went up under his grill. But anyway, free hit time. Mataschetti will cash it in. Can't take a trick at the moment, but Vinohrady just need something to go their way. This isn't a good ball, really. And it's going to be 4 runs.
It's not for that free hit delivery to be delivered to you piping hot, steaming, ready for the batsman to charge after, was a little bit of a gimme for Mataschetti, who made no mistake whatsoever. Good hook around the shoulders, and that's gone for 4 into the Barley field. A couple of fielders over there searching.
So is it
high and
confirmed
low.
that it's Barley now?
I'm calling it Barley because Danny called it Barley. I figure,
there's a few people in the wheat camp and there's a few people in the barley camp. I'm coming around to Barley. Also, has it changed colour in the few days we've been here?
It was a lot greener.
It was a lot greener
4 days ago.
Yeah.
A lot greener. Actually, it would have been a lot greener when you guys were here on the weekend. I wasn't actually here last weekend for the CE Cup, but you were here. It would have been a lot greener.
It was.
It's getting that lovely little yellow tinge on top now. And that's just because of the heat we've had the last couple of days and the sunshine. So, yep. Well, Barley would be unusual, but I'm only calling it Barley because Danny was saying Barley, and I know he loves his agriculture. He does.
I think my favourite one I've had here is when it's all yellow. It's the canola.
Oh, the canola fields.
When are we doing? There we go. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Yeah, have a look at that.
Just keep an eye on that. And every day we're going to track the colour. It's an extra thing we're going to do.
Can we go by a percentage of the yellow hue that has now come over it? Start introducing interesting words.
Get the colour.
Maybe not.
Out.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Joe. There's been through the ringer a little bit. It's a good ball to finish the over. End of the first, and it's 15 without loss.
That's an eventful first over. Obviously, we saw Devendra Singh take a short one off the chest and into the grill. It reminded me of something that we saw recently. We'll come back to that in a moment because there's the calendar for the rest of this year, and have a look at that for a summer of cricket there. You've got us here in Czechia right now, here in Central Europe, and then we're going to go a little bit further east to Romania and Hungary, take a bit of a turn, head towards Bulgaria, and then double back towards Italy, and then come back even again towards Austria before we head south towards Croatia, and it's going to culminate very nicely at the European Cricket Championship in Malaga before we have a series in Malta, and then the Spain Encore, and then the Women's Championship in December. As I described before, that's a pre-Christmas present. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very competitive. I'm looking forward to that one.
Maybe some bonus action as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we were able to do another night series, maybe a couple of night series before the end of the year. Obviously got some of the T20s in there as well that we've been showing. Got a Croatian bonus weekend at the start of... Well, that was pretty close.
That was close.
Yeah.
It was very close.
That's out. The only question is height. It does keep down a little bit.
Wow.
I didn't see this going over the top. Have a look on the replay thanks to Spring Media. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a good shout.
So hit him inside on the back leg.
Yeah, I mean, look, check the height out. It's for me, it's clipping some of the bails.
I think so
For
too.
me, I don't see it going. The whole ball would have to go over the whole stump, right? And including the bails over the top. I think it's a good call, personally. It probably wasn't the right shot to play. So Matashetti is going to be LBW for 4, and the score 15 for 1.
I think Matashetti was probably lucky there. There wasn't a bit extra bounce in that ball, or else he might be singing in the church choir on the weekend.
Well, he wouldn't have been out, but he would have been out of breath.
He definitely would have been out of breath. And but he walked off quite happily, or unhappily as you like, but he wasn't walking off gingerly, so that's fine. LBW in the book. And that's the first wicket down. Vinohrady strike here at the start of the second over.
So interesting that they decided to open with Matashetti. So they bat Bandarasi at 3. Earlier on, we saw Goyal up the top, and so that's a bit of a change. I'm a little bit interested why they don't just open with Bandarasi and Devendra Singh. Personally, that's what I would do.
It's a funny one, isn't it? Because Goyal got a first ball, if I remember correctly.
He did, yeah.
And then so Vandrasi comes in effectively,
Yeah.
straight away. So I'm not sure about that.
That's a nice shot off the back foot, and Devendra Singh is going to get 4 runs here. Just a little bit of width offered from Anil Kumar. It's a cracking stroke by the Barbarians keeper bat.
Oh yeah, look at this one. Yep. Doesn't have to shuffle his feet too much. He's in position pretty much already, and he's very adjacent and just goes bang.
I think Vandrasi's done well every time I've seen him opening. That's why. For me, I probably would just do it. But that's good that they've got those kind of options available.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to find another opener so Vandrasi can, maybe he's more comfortable not opening. I'm not too sure, because he's an opener. He could open. It's and if he's coming out in the first over, then he's effectively an opener anyway. So, there is that.
Personal preference, really, I guess.
Like that old joke about, Joe Root, when England were in a bit of a slump, he might as well be an opener because he's coming out in the first few overs anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Similar sort of thing. Anyway, score 20 for 1. We've got a couple more balls to go in the second over. And Kumar with a wicket with his wind up his back. Flirting with the wide line, not to be.
Yeah, didn't really move the feet there.
Yeah.
Divvy, watch it on the replay. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler, and that one's even inside the line. So
yeah. He takes that little shuffle with the back foot, but then he just stayed there, and the ball moved away from him, stayed inside the tram line. So a bit of a miss, wild stroke, and carbon copy. But that is actually given wide this time, so maybe not quite a carbon copy.
Yeah, that one just swung a bit more. I still don't think that's a wide. I know it's taking a long time for the adjustment to be made, but you'd have to say that whole ball is outside the line. For me, if any of the ball is on the line, even a tiny bit, then it's not a wide. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's just outside the grass. That's Honza that went after it. And then I love the second effort.
Good work
from Cornice to pull it back.
Yeah, very good work there. Stuck at the mitt, it didn't go in, but his second effort was equally as good to save the boundary line. Good shot, well done. It wasn't a nice shot. It was more up and then across. And you can see here that John gets down. He's about our age is John, and sorry, about my age is John. Sorry, Vinny, I'm not putting you in my category. And he got down low and he saved the boundary. Well done, sir.
Doesn't look it. He's Yeah, very agile there. 23 for 1 then at the end of 2, Barbarians. Vinohrady searching for, I think these are the 2 key wickets, obviously based on what we saw before as well.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. Let's have a look at the standings. So Prague Barbarians, with that win they had earlier over the Dominators, they've got 7 points. They're sitting 5th on the ladder, and they've got a pretty good net run rate as well. And you can see their Vinohrady there. They've got a couple of bonus points to their credit, but they don't have any wins, sitting sort of towards the back end of the group. Got a lot of work to do to push themselves up into some sort of finals contention, but there's a long way to go in this tournament, in this European Cricket Series, Czechia. So don't you worry about that. Vinohrady should be thereabouts. If they get a few more wins, that's a great hit. Shot. It lands finally. I was waiting for it to land.
To be honest, it had amazing hang time, didn't it?
It did.
It had and Joe Cope, I think this is actually a pretty good ball.
Yeah.
It's threatening the stumps, but even more threatening is Vandrasi. This is what I mean. I mean, he's facing the opening bowler here, Vandrasi. To me, he looks like an opener in this format. Why wait?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you've got somebody that's a genuine kind of pinch hitter that you really want to go after the power play, risk their wicket, but I just don't see anyone necessarily fitting that mould.
Yeah, it's a good thing about Vandrasi is he can... Oh, that's a lovely shot, like a rocket along the ground. It bypasses Joe Foster, who's working the PMO area, and it goes right out towards the golf course.
Bypasses was an interesting way to put it. I would say
through
blasts past because Joe, he does his best. I think they might have crashed in the production van in the end. So Joe will be paying the bill if there's any damage to the van there. He should be. He has got the clipboard. At least he didn't do the Shub and try and stop the ball with a clipboard.
Oh, that's what Shub tried to do.
He does do that occasionally, but then he drops clipboard and there's papers going everywhere.
It's uppish in the air. Oh, it's through the fielder in the covers, and that's going to go for another boundary. Probably not hit as hard as the previous rocket that went through Joe Foster. Yeah, I think I was being very nice by saying it bypassed him.
Well, this one bypasses the fielder again.
It really did, didn't it?
If Joe Cope was an emoji, he'd be that emoji that has the head exploding and fire coming out.
That's the one, yes.
Because he hasn't really done too much wrong. He probably knows exactly what I'm talking about.
He does. As soon as you said it, he gave us a look, a lingering look.
Come on, Joe. I mean, he does that. Now he's going to work. This will go 4 as well. It's just
That'll
a push.
run away. Yep.
Oh, well, I mean,
run away.
It's not often I say this. Maybe it's time just to give it up. He's just, poor Joe, he cannot take a trick. No, I'm being facetious, Joe.
Yeah,
Please don't.
No.
And,
We're all
so what
friends.
goes around comes around. He has had no luck. None for 28 off 10 balls. It doesn't really tell the whole story.
It does not. No, that's just unfortunate. And you know what? That last shot for 4, the ground is quite fast, the outfield, in certain patches. And that once it's through the infield, forget about it. It's just going to keep running away. Well, that's also going to run high, 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 and plonk down, almost similar to the one we saw before. It just plugs and lands next to us, not too far away, underneath the scaffolding. A really good high hit. And so, there's some pretty flowers there for you. Let's see if we can get the ball to smash into some of those. Pretty good stuff. That's good strike in there. Oh, Joe. Joe will think what could have been. He's taken a bit of stick here, not just from the batsman, but also from us as well. 47 for 1. The power play has still got 1 more to come.
I touched the ball for luck. I said I gave it a little rub on my trousers. I said I give you a bit of luck here, Joe, because he deserves it. Madrasi puts him out of the ground.
If he gets a wicket here, I was going to say, if he gets a wicket here, he's going to come and run and give you a hug for sure.
It's probably fair.
That would have been fair enough.
Anyway, that will be the end of the power play. 47 for 1. Cope goes 34. Oh, he really didn't tell the whole story.
Nah, he's a better
now
bowler
we're heading to the
than
middle overs.
Yeah, Joe Cope, he's a better bowler than that, but luck running the way of the batsman on this occasion, and he got taken a little bit apart. Look at that, 24 off that over. It went magical, went proper magical.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Oh dear. But yeah, he was. He is that emoji. As soon as you said it, he turned and looked around because he probably knew, yeah, they're right. They're exactly right. I am feeling it right now. The next ball went for 4. So, wonderful start in the power play to the Barbarians. Let's not forget that Vandrasi and Singh are really turning it on here. They've had some wonderful... They've already had 2 really good partnerships in their 2 previous games, these 2 batsmen, and they are properly important to the Barbarians. Hope of getting a big innings here. New bowlers coming in. Looks like it's Nitin Meal. Clobbered. Absolutely clobbered. And that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, good hit.
At this ground, I don't know, something about this ground. Balls travel so far, even when they've gone past the boundary. So
Look how far away
I'm
he
not
is.
joking. Sometimes you'll have a ball end up about 150 metres from where
Yeah.
it's actually hit.
Yeah.
Because it's so fast, and it ends up running onto the other field, which is also fast.
Well, this is the thing. We've been looking after the Scott Page field, the field run right now, but we're also looking after the neighbouring field, which is the Hugo Banks field, and given that one a good grass cut as well. In between those fields, there's a little bit of rough area, but once you get past that, the ball will just keep running on the other field. So you're right, it will go at 150 metres if people aren't careful, and our ball boys got their work cut out for them. Oh, that's full, and that's going to go for our Maximo. Lovely shot there from Singh. He is getting on his bike and pedaling hard now. He's through that little patch that he has in the early part of his innings now, and he's seeing the ball really well.
Yeah, beautifully struck.
Lovely shot.
Oh, Vinohrady certainly challenged early, but they're on the back foot now. Staring at 150 according to what the computer's saying as well. If they keep going at this rate, it'll be over 170.
Oh, yeah. Yep. If they don't remove one of these two players in the next over, there could be trouble aplenty for the run chase that's going to come later on. That's going to be let go as a wide.
Hello, by the way, to Mike Seal, who I noticed has popped in. Hello, Mike. Good to have you with us as always. And Dave B is also in.
Oh, Dave's in the chat.
Ronnie
Hello, Dave.
Spracon as well, I think, is in the chat. But, yeah, can Vinohrady break this partnership?
Oh, nicely knocked down, though, in the infield.
Vinohrady obviously have had a tough start to the tournament, but it's not getting a lot easier. Obviously, they're playing Barbarians here. They're running into a red-hot Bohemian side in the last match of the day as well.
Yeah, that's tough. Bohemians are looking good. We talked about them before. They're looking properly good at the moment. It's in again. It's a bit straighter, and it gets through the batsman. He took a bit of a long iron drive at that one. That was Van Drussie, and he misses it. And I guess as far as the VCC team are concerned, a dot ball is a good ball. Absolutely, in T10 it is. So Nitin's gone for 12 off his over. Still got a couple more to come. 59 for 1 here in the fourth. Expected score still pushing around the 150 mark. Oh, nicely played, just with soft hands, just backward a point for a single. Yeah, we keep saying it, these two critically important to what I would say the success of the Barbarians in this tournament as well. If these guys keep turning it on like this in all of their games, they're going to cause all sorts of trouble for the top teams. And you have to consider these guys, the Barbarians, as a top team as well. I certainly do. That could be my Barbarian talking. I'm not too sure. You compare them against, you know, the Bohemians and Brno and the Prague Cricket Club and, you know, Spartans. I like to push the Barbarians into that group as well. Oh, that sounded good. Well, a bit of work out there, and unfortunately, yep, there was a bit of work out there for the fielder. He was behind it, but not behind it enough, and it has trickled over the boundary line for a boundary. Unexpected. Have a look at this. In the hands, out of the hands, and straight over the boundary line. 4 runs to finish off the over with 64 for 1. 4 overs gone. Both batsmen on 26. Van Drussie scoring a little bit quicker than Devendra Singh. He's got his from 9. Devendra's got his from 12. Either way you look at it, they're spelling big trouble here. The run rate's now up to 16. 64 after 4 is good in anybody's books in the T10. Just that one wicket that's fallen in the second over. That was Matasheti who came unstuck. But ever since then, it's been pretty smooth going for these guys. They haven't really given an opportunity for the Vinohrady bowlers whatsoever.
Start a new over.
Yeah.
So,
Anil Kumar.
yeah, Anil Kumar hoping they can provide another breakthrough. They've been chasing a lot of leather so far. Don't forget, they did elect to bowl first, didn't they, Vino?
They did.
So really got a plan. Once again, these two putting together a meaningful partnership for Barbars.
And gets him swinging and missing outside in that channel of uncertainty around about that 4th or 5th wicket line. Have a look at that. Just a bit of a late sort of cut shot, a dab down towards third man. Almost could have brought Devendra Singh unstuck there. 65 for 1 is the score. Kumar in again. Oh, he's laced that one out. That's gone along the ground all the way. Lovely shot. Well placed. 4 runs. Off the bat, immediately I was going to go for 4. Knew it was going to get through the infield, and poor old Adnan Mod, who's down here in front of us, never going to get around to that one. Went very, very quick. Up to now 69 for 1. Devendra Singh up to 30 suddenly from 14 deliveries. It's looking scary now for Vinohrady. Now these two are just playing so well together. This tap and run immediately. They both set off exactly the same time. Their running between the wickets is very, very good. Any kids out there watching this one should take note from that. That is a textbook way of running. Good, quick, early call, and supported by your fellow batsman, your counterpart. And Dressy now. He's gone the clobber, and he's found the gap beautifully. He couldn't have bisected those two fielders any better. That is perfect timing, perfect placement from Vandrassi. Goes for 4. Have a look at this. Little twist in the wrist there as well. Nice shot. And 2 fieldsmen converge as it crosses the line. Good shot for 4.
Yeah, he's been absolutely on fire. Both these batters on 31 and counting.
Yeah, they're keeping neck and neck with each other. It's interesting stuff. 31 from 15 and 31 from 11. And that is Maximo time. Vandrassi turning it on here. He's up to 37 now. That is a really great way of finishing that over. Look at this. Nice and flat, not too much air time, and a good shot for 6. Nice safe shot over the infield. 80 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, step
That's
hit
good.
stuff, and
Wow.
Finos can't really get anything going at the moment. Okay, it's early in the game. We never want to call it too early, but they're staring down a big chase here. 80 on the board at only the halfway point. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Phil G with me. Thank you so much for helping out, and thank you to you and everyone else at Czech Cricket for what you do here to make things so smooth for us here in the European Cricket Series every time we come.
Oh, it's our absolute pleasure to have you here, Vinny, and for the whole crew who I know is parked over there. A wonderful bunch of people, real professionals, and we love working with you guys all the time. And we love showing off our product here, our field, our pitch, our neighbouring pitch, and all the facilities we got. We love having you guys coming here, and it's a pleasure once again every year.
So it's a bit of a bonus to have Phil in with me today, and probably get to hear him once or twice more as we get back to the action. And it's going to start with a 6 in the 6th. Nitin Meal comes back and gets banged. That one was about as long as he is high. Maximo to start the 6th over.
Once again, that's gone about halfway across the neighbouring pitch. That has rolled an awful long way. And Nitin, we know he's a big hitter, and he's going to be looking at this thinking, well, I'm going to have to come out later and do a lot of this myself. But when are they going to rattle this partnership between Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrassi? I don't know. They're both on 37. It seems to be like a game between them at the moment. They're going neck and neck. I don't think one's pulled away from the other one in terms of the scoring, any more than maybe 5 or 6 runs. Oh, Devendra, he's mishit that one. Probably luckily he's mishit it so badly because it's only just bounced and dribbled down to the man at long on. And he steps ahead. He gets to 38. 87 for 1. Lucky for some, unlucky for others, 87.
Yeah, it's a bit...
Nitin Meal, he's gone for 24 already off his 1.2 overs.
It's like the Australian Nelson, isn't it? It's
It
13
is
away
Australian
from 187.
Yeah. It's just tapped away nicely. Just again for a single. It went straight to the player, but they had all the time in the world to take a single then, these two. I keep talking about the run in between the wickets and they're calling to each other. It's absolutely fantastic. Both scores are up to 38. Once again, keep your eye on their scores. They're going to go neck and neck. Won't be surprised if they can continue this through the next few overs. And who knows, there could be a couple of half centuries on the scorecard at this rate, unless VCC can crack this partnership sometime in the next few balls. He's in again. Oh, there was pressure on the fielder there. I cannot believe they're going to make that into 2. That has gone to the fielder who has misfielded it. They've already taken the one. The one was in the bag, no problem. But it was the misfield and the very casual backup from the fielder coming in from the boundary line allowed them to get through for a second run. Almost impossible to believe they could turn that into a 2, and yet they did. Devendra Singh up to now 40 now, 90 with that loss. 2 balls to come in this, the 6th over. Wow. Authoritative. 6. Bang. Over the head of the fielder down there at Cow Corner. And that's Joe Cope, and he's not a small man. He could not get anywhere near that one. Devendra Singh carries on his merry way here.
Yeah, it's been pretty brutal stuff. Just can't find a way to break this partnership at the moment. And I suppose a bit like United this morning, we saw there's maybe not quite the variety of their attack, especially with no Venki available with his off spin, for example. It's been a pretty tough series for Vino so far. Not too many levers to pull.
Yep, agreed. Oh, that's a lovely sweet shot. That sounded like 6 immediately off the bat, and he's going to break up a half century with that lofted shot. 52 off 20 for Devendra Singh, brings up the 100 as well at the end of the 6th. This is a formidable batting performance here from the Prague Barbarians. Absolutely formidable.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant innings from Divi, 52 off 20. Remember, he got rattled up, got shaken up early, didn't he?
Yes.
But he's come back from it really, really well, knocked him into action. And the 100 up for Barbarians as well, 102 for 1 after 6.
And I was waffling on before about how Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrassi were going neck and neck in the scoring. Well, if Vandrassi wants to keep that going, he's going to have to get on his bike in the next over, because he's now 14 runs astray of Devendra Singh. Has got his 50 off 20. His Murali is 38 from 13. Matachetti, the only Barbarian to be dismissed so far, he went for 4 from 4 deliveries as well. Vinohrady looking to break through this partnership, or else they're going to be in for a long, hot afternoon batting against a really big total here. That's full, hit down the ground straight, and I could just see physically the shoulders slump with the fielders down at this end of the ground as they saw it go between them. There's a big gap though between the long on and long off. They're a bit wider maybe than your textbook long on and long off, and that went straight through, no problem. 4 runs, good shot. Not sure where it's going to come from yet. I saw Mike Seal drop a good comment to me. Phil, you need to work on your shirts to compete with Vinny.
To be fair, I've got you at work today, basically. You know.
Exactly. Look, I'm just surprised I got here with a shirt on. So, you know, let me have that victory, okay? Let me just have that. Bowler in again. Oh, here we go. Here's trouble.
Wow.
Vinohrady got to take this. And does. In the air for an awful long time. But the bowler camped below it, and he steadied himself, and he has taken a very good catch.
To be honest, that's a really good catch.
Because
it was up forever and a day, and just the way things are going for Vinohrady at the moment, you'd be like, oh, this will probably get dropped as well. It was not an easy one at all. But, it was a brilliant catch. Well judged. It was pretty quick to throw it away. Why not? So finally they break the partnership. Kateta is able to take that off his own bowling. Vandrassi goes for a very well-made 42 off 15, 106 for 2.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, the ball was in for air for a long time. We've had the wind swirling for the last 24 hours. It's sort of, the wind has picked up a little bit from yesterday. We had like I'll call it a mini gusty storm without the rain yesterday, and ever since then the wind's been sort of thereabouts, so it is a bit gusty up there when the ball gets up in the air, and that was a very good catch and a well-deserved wicket, and a well-needed wicket above everything else. So that's now Medat comes in. Now Medat needs to probably settle himself down a bit. He's a very, very big hitter. He's a quick hitter. He likes to get moving quickly, and we saw him on Tuesday make a very quick fire. I think he got a 50 actually, very quick fire 50, and he's very wristy as well with his shots, and he could spell trouble for Vinohrady if he gets going. It's we're halfway through the 7th. A lot of time left. Oh, nicely tucked around the corner there. Or actually just in front of square. That was not quite around the corner. It's going to bring Devendra Singh back on strike, who's just recently got his 50. But Medhat, yeah, he's a strong striker of the ball, and expect him to, when he's on strike, to not hang about, either get in or get out. I expect him to produce a few fireworks. Yeah, not much you can do about that. Good change of pace as well. Gets a dot ball past the blade of Singh. 107 for 2. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Expected score is still thereabouts about the 150 mark. If they can maintain this kind of perpetual motion, then they should get there. But this has been a very good over, very good indeed from Quintetta. Very good over. He can finish strong. Good under pressure, Tan, mate. Oh, here we go. This could be another sky chance. 2 people running in, don't spoil each other. And they don't.
Oh, well. He had the hot hand, to be honest. I'm a bit surprised that anyone got in his way. In the end, he muscles out Muiz to take the catch.
He did.
And there was a bit of contact here. But yeah, fortunately, he's able to grab it on the second attempt. So what a great over that is from Tanmay Kuteta. He actually takes 2 for 5. Great for the fantasy points. Gets the court and bowled.
Yes.
2 times in the over, and it's the end of 7. The score is 107 for 3.
Well, he gets rid of the 2 danger batsmen in the same over. I mean, how's that for a double jeopardy? Really well done by him. And so suddenly the Barbarians have to start again, and that projected score of 150, well, unless the 2 new batsmen can start pedaling the bike as hard as the previous 2 batsmen, I think that the 150 might change a little bit. Here we go. Let's have a look at the European Cricket Championships coming up in September, October this year at Cartama in Malaga. You've got the Challenger Division starting things off on Monday the 23rd of September, and then again the Group B on Friday 27th September. Czechia in that group: Greece, Czechia, Luxembourg, Cyprus and Serbia. And then we go to the Premier Division. We'll get to that bit later. So a lot of action coming your way, and obviously culminating in that wonderful ECC activity down there at Cartama Oval. I've been there. I can tell you for real, that is a wonderful place to go. If you can get a week or 2 down there, spend your holiday there, it's going to be really fantastic. It's good cricket. It's a great location, great facilities as well. A bit of a wrong start there for the bowler just about to charge in. It's Habib with the bowling duties now here in the 8th. 108 for 3. And it's Goyal on strike. Well, it's got up on him a little bit. It's a miss-hit hook shot. Bit of fancy footwork there. I think it's by JC. Just kicking it around a little bit. So an interesting bit of footwork on Prague Tigers match not too long ago. I think it was Tigers. I can't remember who they were playing against, but yeah, the Tigers keeper chased the ball out towards fine leg, and then he managed to kick it past the fielder coming the other direction for a goal.
Yeah,
it
that
was
amazing.
really good stuff. A good cross connection of sports there on that day. Had Danny and myself in a bit of a state trying to understand what happened there. So Goyal and Medhat to rebuild and get back this momentum for the Barbarians. The expected score is dropping with every dot ball, as you'd understand it would. 109 for 3. Shout for LB. They're going to scamper through for 1. And it is indeed leg buys. So it was leg. There was no bat on that. But yeah, umpire not interested in the LBW. Shout 110 for 3 halfway through the 8th. So Goyal back on strike. What can he do here? Well, it's down leg side. It's a dirty old leg side wide. Well taken by the keeper though. Gets across and covers that off. Made sure that it was not going to get past him. But we'll have to re-bowl that one again. So VCC fighting back here with 2 good wickets in that previous over from Kunteta. 2 caught and bowled. So maybe he's given a bit of impetus now to the bowling attack and shown him this is how we do it. This is how we should have done it. This is how I want you to do it going forward. That's hit uppishly, and it's over the infield. And this time the fielder covering off that boundary square on the offside keeps it to just 1. And brings Medhat on strike. As I said before, Medhat, he's only got 2 from 4. But I saw him in action a couple of days ago, and let me tell you, he was hitting that grizzly everywhere. It was wonderful to watch. Let's see if he can do something like that again. He hits hard, but it's a miss hit down the ground. It's going to be cut off just down here in front of us. Nitin picks up, underarms it back to his bowler. We'll go again. So yeah, the scoring has slowed down quite a bit now, quite appreciably, with the dismissal of 2 informed batsmen, as you'd expect. Still got 2 overs and this delivery. And now we've just got 2 overs to go. That's dot ball. So VCC fighting back here in the towards the back end of this innings for the Barbarians. They've managed to slow things up, and I think it's really good for them. They did win the toss and elected to field first, and at some point, a couple of overs ago, we were starting to wonder if that was paying dividends. The answer was no, it's not paying dividends. But now, well, they start to slow things down a bit, and if they're still going to be chasing a score around the 130, 140 mark, it's still going to be tough. We'll see what happens. Have a look at the run rate graph here, see what's happened. That tells the story right there. 2 wickets going in the 7th. That was obviously the informed Vandrasi and Devendra Singh. And things have sort of slowed down a little bit there. The run rate was there, sort of 15, 16 runs and over. It's now down to 14. Might continue coming down a bit. Depends if these 2 can really start pedaling harder on the bike and get things motoring again. That's been clubbed down the ground. Good work from Mod here on the boundary line in front of us. Fires back a return, gets a generous applause from his teammates.
Yeah, just trying to keep it under control. They had a big chase last night, didn't they, when we last saw
Yeah.
them? Vinohrady, they couldn't quite do it in the end. They were chasing 134. But, you know, they weren't too far off then, up at 120. But
Yeah.
it's been more their inability to contain the opposition that's got them into trouble.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but looks like they're going to be chasing a similar score in when their turn comes in not too far away. Maybe the next sort of 15 minutes they'll be out here trying to chase something. That's leg side wide. Have to re-bowl that one again. So the score is already 116. Gets into the high 130s, maybe low 140s if Medhat can start to sort of middle a few. And suddenly VCC are suffering deja vu and thinking, well, now we've got to get another 130, 140 again. Could be tough. Let's hit to the covers. Well done there. Good bit of fielding. Gets the body behind it. That's Abdul Muiz. They'll be needing a fair bit from him when it's his turn to come out. He might come out and open. I'm not sure. But when he does come out, they're going to be looking to him to really start hitting the ball hard and take after the Barbarian bowlers. Oh, just waits on the slower ball, but unfortunately he's mishit it and hit it straight down Muiz's throat, and that's another wicket gone. So VCC doing the job here in these final overs and really slowing things down for the Barbarians. And the innings is losing a bit of impetus now that the two big hitters are gone. And VCC, yep, well, they're doing what they should be doing, and that is taking wickets and putting up dot balls. Good work there.
Yeah, maybe having a bit more of the rub of the green towards the end of this innings. So, yeah, Barbarians continuing to try and attack, as you'd imagine, in this situation. But, yeah, Kateta's been brilliant here with 3 wickets, and Barbarians now 117 for 4.
Yeah, he's really turned it around, hasn't he? He's, I wouldn't say he's playing a lone hand, but in this this part of the game where he's picked up those three pretty important wickets, especially those first 2 that he took, doing the job for the VCC team. Tries a slower ball. It's hit very straight. Bit of work here for the fielders. And very good work from Nitin Meal in front of us here to stop that one getting through him. And fires in return. Can't stop 2 runs being done, but he saves the boundary. Have a look at this. Good desperate work here. The dive, the scoop, the dive, the collecting. Make sure it doesn't get past him. And rifles in a return. Great work on the boundary line here in front of us. So Kanteta, last ball of his spell. He's got 3 for 11. And he's going to have to bowl that one again because that has gone wide. I think he almost tried to plead his case to the umpire, but I've found in my recent history that bowlers plead their case. It doesn't always work. Falls on deaf ears.
Yeah, falling on deaf ears for sure.
Definitely. If the umpire calls it, well, you know, that's what it is. Last ball of the over. Well, that's been skied. There's every chance here he's going to get another wicket. A 4-for maybe. Oh, Joe, he just didn't look comfortable at any time running it. He came in, he stopped, he came in again and stopped again, and it bobbled out of the hands. And he doesn't manage to hold that one. Sign of apology to the bowler. Yeah, I know I should have caught it, he says. He had the sun to contend with. He had a bit to contend with. He just couldn't get steady. And the chop goes down. But in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not the worst thing that's happened today. So 122 for 4 after 9. 1 more over to come. So that expected score of around the 150s, 160s, that's a fantasy long gone now. And, well, if they get into the 130s, Barbarians, they'll probably still be happy with that. But from where they were, maybe 4 overs ago, it's going to be a bit shy of where they wanted to be.
All right, what can they get to, though? And like I said, they were chasing 134 last night. Came up just short, Vinos. But, yeah, worked their way back into it.
They really have. If this is a nice tight over, keep it under 130, game on. Oh, bowler tries a bit of footwork there. Might have only ended up in a bit of an injury.
Yeah, so it was Insan Habib. He's getting one here.
Yeah, Adnan firing a return from the boundary line. So Habib now with the duty to try to keep this score contained. 2 relatively new batsmen, although Medhat's still out there. He hasn't sort of shown the technique and the style and the big hitting we saw only 2 days ago. And the stumps have been disturbed, and batsman's on his way with a pretty sort of ugly swipe across the line. and Gangapa doesn't bother scorers any more than a 4 from 4 deliveries, and that's a wicket in the 10th. So VCC have slowed things down appreciably now. It's like the Prague Barbarians, they're running really fast and nice and tight, and they've just gone through some molasses or something, and it started to harden, and they're just getting slower and slower. And, well, I've got a funny feeling the Barbarians chat will be, during the break, will be, you know what, guys, we were on for 150, 160, we didn't get there. How did that happen? Anyway, we have to defend, whatever they're going to defend, high 120s, 130s, still a few balls to come. We'll try that one again as Habib just loses his run up on his delivery stride.
Yeah, another effort from Habib. Another wicket might just keep things below 130, and this could be a wicket. It will be a wicket.
It is a wicket. Good call there, Vinny. Well done.
Sometimes you just know.
You just get that feeling, don't you?
Great effort there from Honza.
Yes.
By the square leg umpire. You mentioned that. Well, you said he's not quite a spring chicken. Well, I beg to differ. He's certainly done a good job there.
Oh, he has. He's moved very well to get that catch. Yeah. I could tell you, he's about my age. He's on the wrong side of 50, and he moves really well. He moves better than I do, that's for sure. And he's taking a good catch.
Anyway, hat-trick opportunity. Been waiting for one for a while.
Finally, here we go again.
Is it time?
This one. Yes, Riaz Ahmad couldn't deliver one for us in the previous game. Let's see if we can get one here. Comes in. And it's up in the air, but don't think Joe's going to get around. No, it falls well short of him.
And he wants the one. I think Medat wants to take control. Just below for me. I think you can see it's on the way down.
I agree. Yep. So 2 more to come. 124 on the board, 6 wickets down, 2 balls to come in this innings. Umpire attending to a little bit of a shoelace concern for the non-striker. So bowler in again. 2 balls to come in the innings for the Barbarians. It's been hit down the ground, just down towards Cal. Cope there. Oh, they're going to go for 2. They go around each other, but the throw is wide. A good straight throw could have had a bit of trouble. The 2 batsmen sort of both ran to the same side to go around each other, and it was it probably lengthened the duration of their run probably by about 2 seconds, both of them. But unfortunately, the throw was just wide, and they get back for 2. 126 for 6. Last ball of the innings coming up. And we're going to finish with a dot.
It's a great comeback from Vinos.
Very
They've been chasing
good.
so many more. And now, to me, it's around about a pass score, maybe half a dozen more.
Yep.
126 for 6 of 10. Suddenly, 127. You bat well, you get it. And all those bad memories of the dark Joe Cope overs will disappear away when just nothing seems to be going their way.
That's right.
So, yeah, it's going to be a really good one to watch in the second innings. But let's go back and reflect on the first 10 overs here of match 19.
Yeah, this is going to be probably a good run chase coming up. If we see this first over again, Cope there, he hits Divi on the chest, and the ball bounces up under the grill, or just onto the bottom of the grill. And then there was a few little sort of rash shots going around, diving over the branch line. Honza there, JC with a good save. And then things started to sort of swing very heavily towards the Barbarians when it was the Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi show, and both of them were going neck and neck through pretty much overs 1 through to, well, actually, no, Medisheti was there for a while, wasn't he? Sorry, I jumped ahead of myself again. But when eventually it became the end of Medisheti, it was Devendra Singh played a blinder innings, well-deserved half-century to him, and ably assisted from Vandrasi at the other end as well. He wasn't a slouch with the bat as well. That shot there from Devendra Singh, putting it over Cal corner for 6. The second one that came straight after it sounded way, way better. Lovely clean hitting, well onto the neighbouring field, as you can see there in the replay. And then we had a couple of shots that went skied up in the air. This one's coming down into the hands of Kunteta, who took a really good caught and bowled. And then he came in for his second caught and bowled, despite a little bit of contact from his fielder Muez, but he held on. He was very happy to get those 2, and did very well to do that as well. Then there was a nice clean hit directly to the fielder. So a few wickets started falling about this time. And suddenly the Barbarians, they just lost the momentum. It was a strange old time. Hit around the corner, John Corness runs around and takes a catch there. And the batsmen walk off with a score of, well, probably a few runs they might have missed out on. I think the Barbarians will feel that that didn't end up where they wanted to end up. But regardless of what they wanted, that's what they got right there. 126 for 6 after 10. Devinder Singh 52 from 22. Murali Vandrasi 42 from 15. The stars of the Barbarian innings. Unfortunately, not many more batsmen managed to sort of annoy the scorers too much. Very low scores. Extras was the third highest on 12. And well, we'll have to be content with that because that's the score in the book. At one point, we were talking 160, maybe even more, when Vandrasi and Singh were really getting going. Let's have a look at the bowlers there. Well, the top bowlers at the top there came from Badistic. Joseph Cope there, 34 from his 2. Really felt for him, wasn't all his fault. Nitin Meal, 39 for 2. But those two at the end, Tanmay Kunteta picks up 3 for 14, and Habib got 2 at the end there, 2 for 9 from his. Anil Kumar chimed in with 1 for 24. And it was that really good 91-run partnership between Vandrasi and Singh that put things on track for the Barbarians. But all credit to VCC, they kept at it, they kept fighting, and they brought it back at the end there. Really slowed things down. Be interested to see what happened in those last 4 overs. I suspect it's going to be basically 5 wickets for not many runs. 5 for 20-something those last 4 overs, I think it was. And that is a really good comeback from VCC. So now they're chasing 127 for a win, and they're not chasing 150 for a win. I guarantee the dugout over there for Vinohrady is going to be thinking, you know what, guys, this is it. We tried doing this last night, the last game. We almost got there. This could be a bit different for us now. And the Barbarians, well, they've got a score to defend, and they've got a bit of work to do. So we'll be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes' time with the run chase. Vinohrady need 127 from their 10 overs at 12.7. We hope to see you back here at Vinohrady in Prague. So on behalf of myself, Phil G, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, we'll see you here soon. Don't go too far away from this exciting run chase here in match 19, Vinohrady versus the Prague Barbarians. We'll see you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back everybody to ECS Czechia 2024 edition. This is Phil G on comms here in match 19, Vinohrady Cricket Club versus the Prague Barbarians Cricket Club. And well, the Barbarians, they've set themselves a total here of 126 and 127 for the win. And there's the bonus point equation you can see there. If the Vinohrady team can chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up an extra point on top of the 3 that they'll get for the win. If the Barbarians can restrict Vinohrady to 88 runs or less, then they will get the bonus point, which will be really, really big for both teams to earn something here. No matter what happens, someone's going to earn something, we know that for sure. And the Barbarians will be sniffing for their second win of the day and the third win out of 3 games for the tournament. Vinohrady really going to be pushing hard to get their first win of the tournament and get their names pushed up in that standings order. We'll have a look at the standings a bit later on in this innings and let you know where things are and how things are sitting. But this is the 4th match of the day, match 19. The run chase is only moments away from starting. This is going to be exciting stuff, real exciting run chase coming your way right now here on the European Cricket Network. And here we go. We start with a leg side wide, or the build up for a leg side wide. As the bowler just strays a little bit there. Have a look and see who we've got out there. This is going to be a very important open partnership for the Vinohrady Cricket Club. And need to make sure they get off to a flyer. They're going to need a good power play here as well. Use that power play to their advantage. And there we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's hit around the corner, very square. Bit of a chase out there. The chase was never going to end in any other way apart from the ball running across the boundary line for 4. Good hit. Just straight at 2 straight, slightly on leg and put around the corner. Good hit. It's Pura hit is the bowler, and he's just pushed it too straight towards Muiz, who obliges, and he can hit the ball really hard. Muiz, I've been really impressed with him in this series, and obviously I've seen him in action as well in the T20 league that's going on at the moment here in Czech Republic in the domestic league, and he's batting exceptionally well for Vinohrady. That's a better delivery from Pura hit, much better, on the money, on the spot. And there's Paris Tanois, who's at the non-striker's end. He'll get his opportunity to face some deliveries soon. And the Barbarians be really chafing at the bit to try to restrict this total to get the 4 points, the total 4 points. Unfortunately, that's another leg side wide. Hey, Purohit's just feeling a little bit, needs to reset that radar and get things into line. I'm sure he will. And obviously the Barbarians need to be holding their catches here. I can see the Murali Varandrasi, the skipper, just fielding down in front of us at long on position. Devendra Singh behind the stumps, very good keepers, had a good tournament so far with the gloves. That's been hit uppishly, but that's going to fall safe. 1, 2 bounces, maybe just 1 bounce actually over the line, and that is another 4. So Muiz starting really well. Have a look at this, just off the toes, clips it effortlessly. 1 bounce over the rope, and to our very efficient ball boy. One of 2 ball boys out there looking after those white grizzlies flying through the air for us. We thank them very much for their contribution to the tournament, of course. Now that's hit pretty full on. That's a loud shout. Umpire unmoved. Unmoved and leg buys signalled, which means there was definitely no bat. Having a look at this, what do we think? Left armour, very wide, massive in swing. Batsman was quite forward, hit him low on the pad. Got a feeling that ball was doing quite a fair bit there, because that ball came out of the hand and it was going very wide down leg side, and the big swing, I think it was going to keep swinging away, and maybe the movement of the keeper behind also suggested there was a big swing away as well. Swing and a miss. That's a better delivery. Pushed it past the right-hander. That's Tanois there. He's got his chance to face his first delivery. Doesn't get a tickle on it. There's 1 more to come in this first over. Chasing 127 for victory, 89 for a bonus point. Let's see how they go. Oh, that's a bit of a rotten beamer, that one. No ball signalled immediately by both umpires, which tells me that is absolutely a no ball. And we'll have to have that one again. Bowler just resetting himself, as I said, bit of a wayward over this one, And a free hit signaled there by umpire Farouk. Just asking the bowler just to wait until we're ready, and he's ready and comes in now. And he gets a dot ball past Tanwa's slashing blade outside the off stump, looking to push it through the covers possibly, and he connects with nothing, and that is the end of the over. 12 off the over. It's been 47 matches since the golden ball. Well, I'm running out of opportunities to be able to commentate a golden ball. This will be my last one. Unfortunately, I won't be available for the final match today, but I'm here until the end of this one. I had to be here for the end of this one because it's Barbarians versus Vinohrady. It's probably my favourite clash of the Prague teams, this encounter. Been looking forward to this one for quite a while. But yeah, 47 matches since the golden ball. That figure's starting to creep up a bit now. We're going to be due for one soon. Just by law of probability, we should get one soon. I wouldn't be surprised. This tournament, we'll have to have a golden ball this tournament. That's the one thing about the ECS here in Prague is when we get fantastic golden balls when they happen. Real exciting stuff, very memorable as well. So Vinohrady need 115 runs from 54 deliveries. So the run rate asking is 12.77. That's what the ask is. So this is Piyush Bisht now coming to bowl the second over. And that's in at the pads. Everyone's interested in the LBW shot except for the bowler, which tells the umpire a great many things, and including us. And that's just a leg by. And field switches over for the right-hander now. So Tanwa. Can Tanwa get off the globe? He's currently on his phase 3 deliveries. He hasn't managed to bother the scorers yet. He'll be looking to get off the mark and help his team along to a potentially winning score if he can get going here. Tucks around the corner, a lot of bat on that, and he'll just get the one. Goes fine. Good running by Muiz to get down there very quickly because the throw came in quite fast. And it was a sharpish single, and Tanwa opens his account. Here's 1 from 4. Muiz is 8 from 5. The score is 14 for no loss just at the start of the second. And yeah, Bisht looking to put a bit of pressure on. And Barbarians searching for a first wicket to put added pressure onto this Vinohrady team. And they're not chasing a massive score. They're chasing what we feel is a bit of a par score. 127 for the win. Swing and a miss. They're going to get through for what looks to be a leg by. No, just regular buys. Didn't come off anything there. Fair enough. Yeah, we kind of felt that at one point in the Barbarian innings, they were looking at a score, expected score, pushing into the 150s, maybe even higher than that, maybe even the 160s, going along very, very well when Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi were in there. And then VCC came along and just put the brakes on. Oh, stumps have been rattled. Bang. Look at that. Through the gap. Tanwa does not bother the scorers any longer, and he's on his way. That's a great straight delivery. Piyush Bisht comes in. Have a look at this one. Oh, good bit of outswing there. It was angled in, and that final bit of outswing did him neck and crop, off stump, knock back. Yeah, lovely ball. Lovely delivery that, and not a lot the batsman could do about that because it was angled in, so he played for the angle, and then the swing after it pitched was yeah, that's what pretty much undid him. And it's going to be Mohammad Adnan comes out now. He's going to attempt to get things back on track now for Vinohrady. As I said before, not a massive score they're chasing, but it's about a pass score plus maybe half a dozen runs. We feel 120 is better pass score on this wicket. That's the kind of scoring we're seeing at the moment. I think the stats probably say a pass score is around about 112, 115, that kind of error there. But I'd say 120 is a pretty good score. And that's played out very nicely off the toes for 4 runs square. Good shot. Picks it up very early and turns it away. Good hit. Have a look at this one again. That's really nice. It's straightened down the line and played off the pads. 4 runs as soon as it left the bat. Good shot. And Adnan off the strike. Sorry, off the strike. Off the mark with the 4. 19 for 1. One more to come in this over. Successful over from Bisht. Just needs one more. One more ball here. Just been chopped down on the offside. They scamper through for a single. It's good running. And that will conclude the second over. It should be 20 on the board. A loss of 1 wicket. So Vinohrady going to need 107 runs with 48 balls remaining. Run rate up to 13.37. So 127 for the win, 89 for the bonus point for Vinohrady. They need to be thinking about both targets if they can get up there. Let's have a look at the standings. Barbarians there in the middle. They're they're at 5th on the tables there. If they can get a win here, that pushes them up on equal points with Prague CC and Prague Spartans. They will leapfrog Prague Spartans with a better run rate. If they can get the bonus point, they go neck and neck with the Bohemians in 2nd place. And they won't overtake the Bohemians because the Bohemians have got such a good net run rate of 6.5 positive. Vinohrady, on the other hand, is a different story. They're languishing down there in 9th position. They have got a couple of points, but they don't have any wins. So they will be absolutely hungry for this win. That's a really good shot. That's going to get through the infield and it gets past the boundary rider. Square. Good shot indeed. So Tripperari comes on and he's immediately put to the square boundary at point. It's 4. So can't count VCC out. They're with a red-hot chance here of notching up their first win against the Barbarians, and that will be a big confidence builder for them for the rest of this tournament. Just chop down to the ground there, just towards point. Fielder slips over, and can you believe the fielder slips over and they take an extra run? It's close for that extra run, but the throw was just not quite good enough. Probably hurried the throw. And Devendra Singh behind the stumps is having a bit of a chat to the fielders about what could have been done better there to effect a run out. So Tripperari comes in again. Well, they've taken a single with the shot that went straight to the fielder, and then they've taken a second on the bobble out of the hands and the recovery. So that's very, very good running. And then Muiz running very well together, similar to what we saw with Devendra Singh and Maruli Vandrasi in the Barbarians innings. Very good running indeed. Yeah, there was a second little fumble there as the fielder tried to pick up and couldn't pick it up. And that's tucked around the corner, going to run all the way for 4 runs. That's a lovely leg glance. Really good shot, that one. And as we've been saying all day, that is an extremely fast part of the ground. Once it gets past the infield there, forget it. That's going to go for 4. Really, really quick. Down towards the barley/wheat field, depends which camp you're in. We think it's, well, I'm not going to say what we think. I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying that if Danny says it's barley because he's an agricultural nut. And, well, it also does look like wheat field. So I'll hedge my bets and say it's a barley wheat field. Tree now. The double windmill action. Tripperari comes in. Tripperari. Good play here by skipper Adnan, very good. He's been very sensible with the batting. He's already up to 18 off 7. Blink and you miss it. Batting very well. He's overtaken Muiz. He's on 8 from only a handful of deliveries faced. The score is now up to 33 for 1. There's one more to come in this over. One more in the power play. This is not bad at all from Vinohrady. Not bad one bit. Really interested in taking this one all the way to the end, and they should be. They need to notch up that first win. They can't let any more of these potential wins get away from them. They had one last night. They couldn't quite chase down 130 odd in the 10, and they got a chance now to redeem themselves here and get a good win over their old enemy, the Barbarians. I call them the old enemy because these two clubs have been around for quite a long time and have had some wonderful matches against each other over the years, over many years. That's it uppishly, and that's one bounce over the boundary line, 4 runs. That's a good lifter. Just comfortable, stands in the crease and just goes bang down the ground. 1, 2, 1 bounce over the line, 4 runs, good hit. 37 for 1, power play done. Muiz moves to 12. And things going quite nice now for Vinohrady after losing that early wicket. Have a look at that over, 17 off that over. Well, that tells a story. And have a look at the equal overs, the middle overs of the Barbarian innings. You compare that up to over 6, and suddenly 7, 8, 9, and 10 went for not much at all. The drop-off of that skyscraper graphic is quite dramatic. And that's where it all went well for Vinohrady. And that's why they applied the brakes on, and they really slowed the Barbarian momentum down. And the Barbers are really going to feel that. But they need to do something here, the Barbers. I think the Vinohrady guys, they'd be pretty happy with where they're sitting right now. Pretty happy indeed. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever in the world you're watching. Hello to everybody in the chat. And that has been, they've put a player there to stop that shot, that leg glance that is going very quickly down the hill. And he's managed to stop that. Doesn't stop the single though. So yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat, whether you got a blue spanner or not. Welcome to the chat. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here. You can see a couple of old friends there in the chat too. Trip's still there, which is good to see. And a whole bunch of others. Look at you all there. Hello to everybody there watching. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. and I hope you're enjoying this match as well. This very tricky little run chase. It's that tantalising score, which, you know, well, some teams might say it's an easy one, some teams might be saying it's a difficult one. It's a tasty one, that's for sure. That's a good shot across the line, and the fielder's not going to cut that off either. It's another boundary. So right now, VCC are actually looking pretty good, I have to say. And the Barbarians are probably going to be desperately seeking for 1 or 2 wickets just to slow this momentum down. But these two batsmen looking pretty set. Muiz on 16, Adnan on 19, 42 for 1. We're only a couple of balls into the 4th. Chasing 127 for the win. At the same stage, the Barbarians were 58 for 1, but that was at a time when Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi were absolutely hammering along. So that ball hit out to the deep cover boundary has taken so long to get there. They're going to take an overthrow as well, so they've run 3. They've run 3, and wicketkeeper Singh is a little bit disappointed. He's pointing to the stumps, and I think the question he's putting to his fielders is, you probably should throw it to me at the stumps. Don't throw it wide. But that's good running, really good running. This is a good partnership, this. And once again, as we said in the Barbarian innings, the opposition need to break this partnership. It's up to now to 45 for 1, halfway through the 4th. Yeah, once again, hit straight to the player. The infielders, they're probably right on the 30-yard circle. They're a little bit deep. There's no one in like really close. So hitting it to the players with soft hands, they're easily picking up a single there. It's very good play from the batsman. So Bish has still got a couple more to come in his over. Let's see if he can make an impact in the W column here now. Well, there you can't, because that has been dispatched with absolute authority for 4 around the corner. Great shot there by Muiz, who has got a fair bit of strength behind him. He plays all the way along the ground. He hasn't tried to risk that with going aerial, and that is a lovely shot for 4. And suddenly for mine, Vinohrady really spun things around. Computer says Vinohrady's 41% chance and Barbarians are 59. I don't think it's that far apart. I think it's getting much closer to 50-50 at this point in time. And speaking of 50, the 50's up inside of 4 overs. And that speaks volumes about the chances that Vinohrady's got of snatching a win here. And I think things are looking good. 77 from 37, run rate back under 13, so just thereabouts 12.5 and over. Well, that's been hit uppishly. Fielder is now deep there at that third man position for the left-hander, and he cuts off any chance of it going past him for a boundary. Scored a 51 for 1 after 4. Well, this is really nicely poised. I like where this game is sitting right now. 76 near from 36 for the win, and yeah, this could go anyway. I'm not sure how to call this one. This is really close. Look at these run rates. It almost looks like someone's taken a carbon copy and just dropped it just a little bit below the line. But that run rate is coming up ever so nicely. It's sitting right on the red line, which is where they want to be to get the win. So if they can maintain this, they're going to take it all the way to the 10th. Yep, interesting. Next few overs coming your way for sure. So, new bowler coming on now. That is Goyal getting a chance to get amongst it. He's bowling to the left-hander, Muiz, who's seen the ball pretty well. Has been clobbered with a bit of authority out to the deep extra cover fielder. Just the single, went out there like a bullet, and his return was pretty good as well. So just 1. Field changing over for the right-hander now. Yeah, I think this match is delicately poised. Delicately poised indeed. I think 1 wicket could tilt things quite badly away from VCC, but then a big over, say a magical over, and suddenly VCC will be in the driving seat. That's how I feel this could go. We're not quite halfway through. Well, after this over, we're halfway through the allotted overs. So there's still a bit of cricket to go here. Driven down the ground very straight to Murali Vandrasi, the skipper of the Barbarians. He fields it no problem and just throws it back to his bowler. So Goyal, he was keeping things tight. That's 2 from 2. These Vinohrady batsmen are not taking any chances. Head down. And shots being played along the ground, doing quite well. And that's coming towards us. That's going to miss us. It's going to miss us, but Vinny's got a chance to... Oh, he's done a bit of foot fielding. Mr. Maximo steps out of the comfort of the cube. That's good fielding by Vinny. He scampered out, saw the opportunity, and well done. Well done. Tried a bit of foot fielding. I was worried about your shins there for a minute, Vinny, but you've come back in one piece. Good to see. So we keep going now. There's a good shot, though. 57 for 1. And he's gone again. Do you want to try one more time? No. 2 fielders converge, and that goes through, and that is a good shot for 4. The straight drive yields 4 runs.
Somebody else get that.
You heard it. Someone else can get that. That did go. That went a little bit wider, to be fair. I don't think Vinny needs to chase that one. That has gone a fair way back. It's actually gone through the fence that's behind us here. 61 for 1. So suddenly, Goyal has been hit a couple of times down the ground for back-to-back boundaries. And umpire's trying to call the players back. He's saying, look, I've got another ball here. Let's get on with it. Because that ball has gone a long, long way back. Let's see if we can get them all back in there. Still 2 to come in the 5th. Moyes goes to 33. He's hitting the ball well. These straight hits really damaging now. VCC, the computer says VCC and now 47% chance to win. I reckon it's a bit better than that. Just that's the feeling, my momentum where the game is right now. Murali moves into a much straighter position to cut off that straight drive. Much straighter he is now, so let's see what happens. So Murali's obliges by hitting the ball to where Murali used to be fielding at long off, and they get through for 2. This is clever cricket from Vinohrady. They're playing to win here. You can tell they've really thought about how they're going to chase these runs, and that's very clever. So 1 more to come in the 5th. And the score is almost halfway there. It's almost as good as halfway there. They're 63 for 1, chasing 127. It's been spanked over the, well, not over, but along the ground, through the covers and through the cover boundary for 4 runs. Well, that is a cracking good shot. And so the run chase for me is we're halfway through the overs, but we are more than halfway through the runs needed. Very, very good. 67 for 1, 5 overs gone. Moves to 39. Let's have a look at this tournament coming up in December. This is the Women's Championship Cricket, European Cricket tournament. This is going to be fantastic. The Challenger Division from the 9th to 4th of December. Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey, and of course the ladies here from Czechia going head-to-head in the Challenger Division. Then the Premier Division, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and Italy the week after. That is going to be a fantastic couple of weeks of cricket there. Think of it as an early Christmas present, something for everybody to enjoy before they get stuck into their roast turkey and whatever else you do for Christmas, or for however you celebrate the holiday seasons. It's going to be a really, really good entertaining time. Coming to you from the Cartman over in Malaga, one of the best venues of cricket in the world, not just Europe, but everywhere. Murali now brings himself on to bowl. That's been punched out into the covers. Well, it's been just missed field. The fielder's looking pretty tired, trying to lean down and get it. He needs support from his teammate who rushes in to help him out. So interesting roll of the dice this one. Murali brings himself on. I think he feels he's saying, look, you know what? I've seen too many runs going around. Let me get on here and give you a couple of moon balls, a couple of looping deliveries. Let's see what I can do here. 69 for 1 in the 6th. And that's a good straight hit. There's a bit of work there. The foot fielding doesn't stop the ball. It kind of bounced up a bit. It probably didn't need foot fielding. It just needed a couple of hands going down about knee height to stop that. Have a look at this. Nice and straight. It was bouncing a little bit erratically. And that's gone past the fieldsman probably at about knee height. I think if he had been successful in his foot fielding, he'd be grasping his knee right about now. 73 for 1. On target. Properly on target now. Well, that's a dot ball. Haven't seen a dot ball for a little while, I feel. Still 73 for 1. Oh, 2 in a row. A little bit quicker there from Murali. That's clever bowling. Gets it a little bit faster through. And Mohamed Adnan is swinging and getting nothing but air. So we get a hat-trick of dot balls here. Oh, it's gone down leg. That's disappointing. It's going to run away from the fielder as well. Yep, that has gone all the way other side of the banner, and that is going to be 4. There we go. So unfortunately, Murali's come unstuck there a little bit with that last ball. Still got one more to go on this over. I'd say it's pretty evens at this point in time, but I'd have to give VCC a little nudge ahead. Gives it a bit of a loop, a bit of air, and that has carried the boundary for 6 runs. VCC are looking the goods now with that strike. They're up to 83. Have a look at this. Gives it some air, and he obliges with a lovely lofted cover drive. Great shot indeed. 83 for 1, 6 gone. Still 4 overs to go. And, well, not a lot of runs needed. This has been a fantastic partnership by these two Vinohrady batsmen. And they are looking absolutely on track here to take the points away from the Barbarians. 39 to Abdul Muiz off 16. 37 to Muhammad Adnan from 16. 83 for 1. Only a handful of extras there on the batting card. Who are they going to turn to? Okay, so it's going to be Tripurari. He's going to come back on and try to stem the flow here. He's got to do more than just stem the flow. They're going to need some wickets. They're going to need some new Vinohrady batsmen out there to try to taunt and to try to or taunt them with some clever deliveries. But they need to remove these two for starters. They're set. They're absolutely set. But similar to what we saw in the previous innings, we saw Devendra Singh and Murali Vandrasi. They were set, and they did both get removed in the same over. Oh, short and just smack down the ground. There's no way the fielder's going to get to that. That went pretty quick. That's 4 runs. That is not a great start to the over. It was short, outside off, set up. Probably could have been hit anywhere on the offside. Could have even been lofted if he wanted to. And this is now going to get a bit tough now. Well, have a look at the percentages now. Vinohrady up to 77%. Barbarians dropped now down to 23. And that's fair enough. 40 from 23 needed now. Well, that's short again. And that is dispatched on the other side of the ground for 6 runs. And if you're going to bowl short like that to someone like Muiz, he's not going to miss that opportunity. And he's a really hard hitter of the ball as well. Vinohrady are cruising right now. I have to say that they are properly cruising. 93 for 1. We're in the 7th. And Muiz is 1 run shy of picking up his 50. Partnership is worth 78 from 28 deliveries. And if that doesn't speak volumes to you, then I'd invite you to maybe have a bit of a clean out of the ears, because that's exactly what it is. So 1 run for his 50. He punches into the covers and he casually takes the 1. And that is a well-deserved, well-batted 50. Good temperament as well. That's been an enjoyment to watch. He's still got a job to do to see them over the line. He acknowledges his dugout and says, "Thank you very much for the applause. But it's all business now." And VCC looking like they are not too far from win here. 33 needed from 21. Run rate is well under 10. And we're getting to the back end now of this match. Vinny Sandhu, you rejoin me here at a part of the innings which, well, it could be all over very soon.
Yeah, it's looking that way, but hey, you know, there could be a twist. If you get these two, then it's anybody's game, I think, at this stage. But definitely Vinohrady, they I think have carried through the momentum that they were able to create towards the end of the first innings, where they just able to peg things back. Look, at one stage they might be chasing 150 or more, maybe 140 or more.
Yeah.
Keeping it in the 120s, but they're not home yet. Here's Tripurari Kanyalal.
Yeah, it's that thing we say, isn't it? It doesn't matter what the score is, you still got to get it. You still got to get those runs, and this is T10, and these last few overs can go very quickly if you're not careful. So they still need to get 32 from 19. So no matter what, they're getting close. Still got to get those runs, and that's going to help too. That's a big 4. That's another one into the ECN tent. I'm losing count of how many have gone in there. It's like a magnet. Absolute magnet today for the ball. Cross-bat shot, went like a rocket. 3 or 4 bounces, and it went in to say hello to our ECN friends, the scorers and the PM. And they've managed to get that ball back in plenty of time. There you go. So next match coming up, match number 20. It's going to be the Bohemians against Vinohrady. So Vinohrady's day is not over. They have to take on the firing on all cylinders Bohemian team. and they are looking the goods there. Sahil Grover with the captaincy there. That's a strong team. Zahid Mahmood and Sazib Bhuyan are absolutely hitting the ball lovely. Granthi's in there as well. Humid Allah, who's doing very well with the bat and ball as well. That's a pretty strong team for mine. I think that's looking pretty good there. Kamaldeep Singh as well is in there. Yep, and a Vinohrady team probably looks a little bit unchanged. Graphic disappeared before I could really read it. Sorry about that. It looked pretty good though. That's another good shot out to the side there. That's up to, oh, thank you very much. So let's have a look at that side. That looks pretty similar to what
the
we've got
one
already.
in that I'm seeing. Are you seeing it? Alfie Socek.
I'm glad to
coming
see
in.
Alfie in.
Yeah.
Good. That's a really good choice. Alfie Socek in. He's part of the cricket academy, but he's playing really well in the league at the moment, and I'm glad to see Alfie in. He's a good young fast bowler.
All right, back to live, and can Vinohrady close this chase out 27 off 17? I'll get one down the ground here.
Yeah, bit of a miss hit there. After the 100 came up, bit of a miss hit down the ground. Doesn't yield any kind of wicket or anything like that. 27 from 17 now. 26 from 16. Muiz on 55. Adnan on 39. He'll be searching for his half century as well. If he can get his half century, then you'd have to say that Vinohrady will have this done and dusted, tied up in a neat little bow and put under the Christmas tree. I know it's not Christmas. Why am I keep talking about Christmas? I don't know. Nice shot down the ground. Oh, and fielder's made an absolute meal of that one. Well, that's really going to hurt at a time when pressure is important, and there was absolutely no pressure there whatsoever. And unfortunately, Goyal has let that go through. He was right on the boundary line, and any kind of fumble there was going to end in disaster, and it's ended in disaster. Vinohrady 105 for 1. 22 now needed from 15. Vinohrady looking good, looking really good to snatch this win away from the Barbarians. Obviously, the opportunity for the bonus points gone. We're into the 8th over now, but the win is going to be really important for Vinohrady. Get their first win up if they can here. They're looking great. This partnership between these two is absolutely brilliant. Adnan just pushes out. He goes to 44. Muiz on 55. He's going to face next delivery from Prohit. He's still got 2 to come in his over. Been really good stuff here.
Yeah, 21 on 14. I want to call it, but I don't know. I just think Vino's have found a way to...
You're not comfortable to call it yet?
Yeah, Vino's have found a way to go off the rails at times. But these two certainly are batting really well. They've put on 92 now.
Well, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call for the car keys because I think that's it. I can't see Vinohrady choking on this one. I just can't see it. Let's have a look. So, 2 more to come in this over. 107 for 1. VCC, computer says VCC a 90% chance to get this one, to snatch this win. They still need 20 from 14, and you know what? I just think they've got this one in the bag now. And that is a great shot. Wow, that is a massive, that's a crowd-pleasing shot, that one. Big hit for 6. Have a look at this.
The tents are magnetic today. I mean, so many balls have gone towards the tents, haven't there? And
really have.
that goes into tent land. What a good strike that is by Muiz, who's 61 and counting. Per hit, gets hit, and now 14 off 13. All right, I'm going to call it. Could not possibly lose from here.
They couldn't.
There's the kiss of death right now on this partnership, which is worth 98.
I couldn't see how anyone could possibly choke from here. But if anyone's going to do it, no, I'm not going to say that either. That's not cool. Oh, good straight. 2 fieldsmen converged, just the 1 run. Remember, Vinohrady got the Bohemians next, so maybe they want to keep something in the tank, but they need to get this win. They really want to get this win. I think they're going to get it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident they're going to take this one.
Looks like it. Hey, I just want to say hello to all the viewers out there. Had Phil G in with me today, and Phil, I know you're busy around the ground. I feel like we'll get you at some point in the second week of the tournament, potentially.
Yeah.
Rico will be here tomorrow. Of course, Danny's still here.
Yep.
But I want to say a big thank you for your work with me today. I know
Hey,
you
thank
got to go after this game, but
Yeah.
this guy, you haven't heard the last from here on ECN, that's for sure. But he does a
Definitely
lot
not.
behind the scenes as well, Phil. And again, having seen it from all angles, I know that you're such an enthusiastic supporter of cricket in general, and obviously what we're trying to achieve here at ECN. So thanks again.
100%, Danny. Danny.
You know what? I
Danny.
take that as a compliment.
100% Vinny. I am 100% ECN. I love what you guys do, as we discussed it before.
If you're comfortable enough with me to call me Danny, and I know you're very good friends with Danny.
We are good mates. Yep.
Then I take that as the ultimate compliment.
Good.
Okay,
Excellent.
Rico? Anyway, 13 of 12. And, well...
Not far from the
Not
end, are we?
impossible, but I kind of like Van Drassi coming on here because he's going to toss up a few moon pies. And I think he might just try and get them to overhit, maybe create a wicket. Anyways, round the wicket to Muiz.
Oh, shouts a catch. Whoa.
Super
Wow.
Tortuga. I love the Super Tortuga, which is basically an unfieldable ball.
Oh, my goodness.
It could be 7 meters tall, and there's no way you're stopping that. Vinohrady, they've engineered a good chase. We said, I think when they 80 after 5 overs in the first half, I think it was something like that. I'm trying to remember the exact score. But I said, don't call it too early. I never call it too early.
Yeah.
Because I think they were 80 for 1 after 5. They were actually 102 for 1 after 6, going at 170 pace.
Right.
But Vinohrady, ever since then, they've owned the game. And this will get them one closer.
Well, if the Barbarians can take them to the 10th, you never know. Because as we keep saying, you still got to score the run. Doesn't matter if you need 1 run in the 10th. You still got to score that run. And if you get it into the 10th, you could say anything goes. So let's see what they're going to leave themselves. They may pick them all up here. There's still, 4 balls to go in this over. There's 8 runs needed. Murali could pull something out of the bag here. Maybe not on that one. He needs to try that again. He's thinking about it as well. What can he pull out of the bag? What's he got in his bag of tricks?
I'm throwing it to the moon here and to see what you can do. And it goes kind of more regulation, leg spinner. Smart batting by Adnan as well. If you score for every ball from here, you can't lose.
Yeah.
And eventually this will be backed up. Just a single.
Yeah, I think Adnan has played a brilliant innings here. He's been very, very controlled. Okay, he's got 45 and 21, which shows he's really getting on with the job, but he hasn't given an opportunity to the bowlers or to the fielders for at any moment, at any time. And I think that's really quality, mature batting. Rolling again. Gives it some air.
That's the one. See?
Yep.
I think you probably could have gone that a bit earlier. And look, you may get smashed into outer space, but I feel like this might actually create a wicket, especially when you get so close. Something weird happens when you get within 1 hit of victory. You start thinking, oh, maybe this is it. And things can unravel pretty quickly from there.
Oh, he bowls some short rubbish and he gets taken over the boundary for 6. Well, there goes that.
He's gone slow fast. I would have gone slow.
Slow.
Honestly, I think this is just exactly what the batter wanted. I know he probably didn't mean for it to be that short, but that ties the scores now. What a turnaround from Vinohrady. And, well, maybe the Down Under will be swinging tonight. They're going to run into a pretty in-form Bohemian side end of the day. Anyway, any score wins it now.
And he's going to be caught. Would you believe it?
Well, he's almost saying, okay, I'm just going to take a single. I'm not getting greedy. And he's just given an easy catch. I tell you what he does. He takes his eye off the ball here.
He does.
Have a look. He says, all right, okay, let's just finish it.
Yep, let's finish
it. He ends up offering a catch. So now, well, they have to do a maiden. So what I do if I'm Barbarians here, I bring everyone in.
Yep.
And okay, the other issue, this is one time where the fact you don't cross on a catch, not that they tried, I think, actually benefits the batting team because it's over. It is the established batter who will be on strike.
That's right. Adnan gets the face.
In Adnan. So I can't see any dramas, but yeah, might as well bring everyone in. You need 6 dot balls. It's almost like trying to get all the lottery numbers in because you cannot concede another run.
Yeah.
Yash Bhagat is going to be the bowler.
I wonder if they're not going to bring him in. Okay.
Well, you can set the field wherever you like. If you bowl it that far wide, it is game over. Good swing, though, from Bhagat. Something to watch in future matches.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on that for the next game they play tomorrow. Oh, what a way to finish. Oh, well, it finishes with a wide ball, and that is the game. But hats off to that magnificent partnership between Mohammad Adnan and Abdul Muiz. Really, really just absolutely nailed it with that partnership. And that's brilliant stuff. So the next game coming your way very shortly, Bohemians and Vinohrady. Vinohrady notch up their first win of the tournament. They'll have the wind up their back. They've got Alfred Socek into the side as a good batsman and bowler. He's an all-rounder and he's a young kid. Keep your eye on him. Bohemians, though, that's a strong Bohemians lineup, I have to say. Yeah. They're looking really, really good.
Looking really good. But, yeah, that game is coming up and we're starting in about 25 minutes time. Also random questions and maybe a bit of food chat as well. Phil, I know I'll be doing that one alone, you can be lurking in your car, but don't watch, just listen, okay? Here's the highlights. And what about that for a seed as Bish just bowled one, swung around a corner and crashed into the stumps. I mean, despite that good piece of cricket, Barbarians then found themselves on the end of this partnership. So be careful what you wish for. Yeah. Again, it comes down to the fact that why wouldn't you perhaps just open with these two? I felt they were always going to be the key to. Yeah. They end up putting 111 runs together in this partnership, just 44 balls. Mm-hmm. That is the key partnership that takes the game away from Barbars, who fall to their first loss of the series.
That was it exactly, yes, the wonderful partnership. At one point they were 78 of, I think, 20-something. That was how good the partnership was, and it ended up being a match-winning partnership, only coming apart there at the end when Muiz gave up his wicket with only 1 run needed. The commentary tents and the whole tent area was a bit of a magnet for the ball throughout this innings, and actually pretty much for the whole day it's been a bit of a magnet. But a couple of short balls there from some bowlers that you think would know a little bit better. That's where Muiz gave up his wicket a little bit there. Just took his eye off it. And then the no ball bounced off the pitch. And good away swing, as you pointed out though, Vinny. And Adnan, smile on his face as he realises he's just captained his side to a very good year against a very good Barbarian side. You see here in the final summary of what happened in that innings, chasing 127 for a victory. The Vinohrady Cricket Club notch up their first win. Well done to them indeed. That's a really, really good win. The batting card tells us the story. Abdul Muiz, 73 from 29, shared a match-winning partnership with Mohammad Adnan, who skippered, led from the front, 45, 22. The two other batsmen, nothing much to do there. Paris Tanwar didn't really get amongst the runs, just 1 from 5. And Nitin Miel, he was out there just, I don't want to say token, that's really not very favourable, but he was out there just for a split second and then the match was already over. So 127 for 2. They did it in 9. There was 1 illegal delivery in the 10th, so it technically doesn't count. 8 extras, and that's the Vinohrady batting card right there, dominated by those two who pretty much took the game by the scruff of the neck.
Well, you know what? Cricket's a beautiful game when it's working for you, and Vinohrady just turned things around from the 6th over or 7th over onwards, so the last 13 overs, they pretty much comprehensively outplayed their opponents. 1 for 20, Bish bowled a seed, and Darasi 1 for 28 in there. Just pick up with the economy rate of infinity, but we don't really have the ability to do that on the network. But I'm certainly happy they didn't take my advice, which was, why don't you just give it up, which is what I said when Joe Cope couldn't take a trick. He ends up on the winning side. We'll see him again when we return in 20 minutes. Phil G, big thank you. And again, hopefully we'll hear from you again soon on ECN.
Certainly will. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been a pleasure being here. I'll be around, and I will hope to see you guys next week if I can. If I can get myself crowbarred into the comms, I will do that.
Yeah, watch out for some filthy sightings around the ground. For now, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with the last game of the day when we return from this break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Vinohrady Cricket Ground here in Czechia. We're just outside of Prague. It's a beautiful part of the country. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo in the cube. I'll be going solo this game. Big thanks to Phil G for his efforts in the first 4 matches of the day. But I think this could be perhaps the match of the day between two teams that have been playing some good cricket of late in the series. Vinohrady coming good in that last game. It's going to be Bohemians versus Vinohrady here in match number 20. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, was with the two captains.
Welcome to the toss for match 20 with Bohemian versus Vinohrady. The Vinohrady to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
No ball.
Vinohrady won the toss and will bowl first.
Joe Cope standing in at the toss for the captain, Muhammad Adnan. And he has decided, we're going to have a bowl. And look, it worked last time out. Vinohrady pulled off a big chase there. 127 they chased in 9 overs against Barbarians to get their first win of the series. They were a long way behind in that game. They actually conceded 102 in the first 6 overs. They were looking at kind of 170 plus at that stage, Barbarians, and then it all turned around. They only got 24 run a ball in the last 4 overs. Bohemians, though, they've got a 3-0 record. They've been playing some really good cricket. Got to say that. Sahil Grover leads the side. He'll be behind the stump. Saheed Mahmood has gone full beast mode, hasn't he? A couple of times in the series. Looks like a well-balanced team. Obviously picking up Kranthi as well. Sasi Bhuyan has been in brilliant form as well for Bohemians, who've really come to play. So Vinohrady, okay, they've come so far. They're going to go in with a bit of confidence. But Bohemians, I think they have earned the right to be very confident as well. And I did say earlier on, maybe compared kind of performance versus expectation, I think Bohemians are probably the team in the tournament so far. Having a look at who will win, and Bohemians, heavy favourites. I suppose that makes sense considering the kind of cricket they've played so far. They've been pretty much flawless in the opening stanzas. And they've won 3 times. They won 3 times chasing, though. That's something a little bit interesting. They have 11 points out of a possible 12. Took only 4 overs to chase 74 against the Dominators. They took 8 overs to chase 122 against Moravian. And then last time out, we saw them pick apart Brno, who looked a bit tired, didn't they, on Tuesday night in match 10. It was 106 that were chased in 6.3. They took all the points in that one. But this time they're setting a target. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hopefully you are enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. I know a lot of people have got their eyes on a couple of screens at the moment. I know that Afghanistan and India are playing in the World Cup. Always a lot going on there as well at the moment. But it is going to be Big Joe Cope. He really couldn't take a trick in that last game. Look, ended up on the winning side, so that'll bring him a lot of confidence, I'm sure. Now, it is the last game of the day, so please feel free to drop in a comment or a question in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, always love to hear from you. Clock's ticked over now. It'll be any moment that we'll get going. And Bohemians, new kit, new look, just new feel about their team as well. Okay, Cope's ready to go. We're ready to go. Match 20 live from Prague. Starts with a good ball. This one doesn't really shape back. Mostly inside the line. Remember, the wide playing condition now says the whole ball has to be outside that blue line. It certainly wasn't the case that time. In fact, most of it was inside. Fraction short, only a fraction though. Mahmood pulls away, can't get a run, so decent start this from Cope. Bowled a lot better than his figures suggested in that last game. Ended up with none for 34 off his 2 overs, but really did trouble some of the batters, especially early with that new ball. Pitching outside the leg stump, so it won't be out, but it is 3 consecutive dot balls, so half a maiden to Cope to get us started. I'm glad he didn't take my advice and give it up Frustrated after that last game. This time it will be runs. There'll be 4 of them. This outfit is so fast. Hans the cornice there. Sticks down a hand in hope, but it runs away. And that's the thing on this field. It's still pretty much travelling for another 50 metres after the boundary. Cope searching with his early breakthrough. Most teams are pretty similar. Crack that top 3 or 4. It's a different ball game. Fraction short this time. Yeah, Cope. He's been better when he's pitched it up. This is kind of a length ball. If anything, it's a fraction short. But Mahmood's all over it. Goes bang. 4 carreras más. 4 more. Of course, random questions are open for business if you can think of something you want to talk about. Wow, that is going to be a wide for height. Bowled him, and so Mahmood can't deal with that Yorker. Cope does get it right. Called for him to get fuller, and he does. Oh, and the man Mountain will provide a highlight. Just blows the stumps apart. I think blows the chalk apart as well. So a stump explosion signals that we've got a wicket. Have a look at that. Everything getting messed up. All the chalk flying everywhere. Bohemians lose their first wicket. At the end of the first, it's 9 for 1. This is the schedule of the European Cricket Series. You can see we're all around. You can see the kind of events in gold there. They're the Qatar events that punctuate our season here. But there's so much cricket going on, of course. Looking forward to getting to Romania next for 2 weeks there. I'll actually be off for those 2 weeks, but Rico and Charlie will be taking you through the action. It's always great to see cricket from Moravlasia. I'll be missing it, unfortunately, in more ways than one. But I will be watching, of course. After that, Hungary, GB Oval will be the next location. Adnan ready to grab the ball. The skipper is going to take up the attack. Dave B was saying no golden ball for Filthy, unfortunately, but hey, there's a good chance that he'll get one at some point down the track. Oh, that's pretty close. He's given him. Well, it did come back. The question was, is it hitting the stumps or is it going down the leg side? It does dart back. It's a very good shout. To be honest, I think that's out. I can't see that missing the stumps. I know he's hit on the back pad. It's close. For me, it's clipping some of that leg stump. But that's going to be a golden duck for Sahil Grover. Adnan gets that one to duck in appreciatively. Unfortunately for Sahil, it's not a long stay at the crease. 9 for 2. Yeah, I honestly think this is hitting. The first reaction was, okay, it is coming back a long way. Is it going to go down the leg side? But fairly wide of the crease. I actually think it's a pretty good shout. Remember that only a little bit of that ball has to be hitting the stump. I think it's fair enough. Maybe an umpire's call, but it goes the way of the bowler. And now we've got Kranthi coming out, and he's going to start with 4. Joe Cope dives down to try and stop the boundary, but to no avail. Bohemians move into double figures. And then it's just to come in as well, but it's going down the leg side. Getting that ball to move around. I think you definitely go back to Cope next over. Obviously, he's just come off a wicket. Yeah, but the opener's going in consecutive deliveries. Yeah, I know a few people chasing the standings table. That's why I put the link in there. I know that Zarian Nafis was saying thank you for that. This one goes away. Yeah, there's quite a clever bowler, Adnan. We've seen him bowling mostly in swingers. This one goes out. Now, whether that's on purpose or not, don't know. But sometimes, yeah, but natural variation makes it even more dangerous. But if you can swing it both ways, you're not kind of outdoing 99% of other bowlers. There's that in-swinger, but can't control it, goes down the leg side. But yeah, look at Adnan saying, well, it's really swinging around. We've got a bit of cloud cover in at the moment, but we've seen these new Grizzly balls swinging in all conditions, really. Sasi Bhuyan, by the way, is at the other end. Just chomping at the bit to get into the action. This one's dragged down slightly, and Kranthi finds the gap. He'll find the boundary. Nicely placed there. Yeah, Kranthi's a very seasoned campaigner, very cool head. Won't be too bothered by those first couple of wickets, but Vinohrady have just been on a bit of a heater since the first 6 overs of the day. This is knocked down the ground. Should just be a single to bring Sasi Bhuyan onto strike. This is in the air, and there's nobody back here at deep mid wicket, so that's going to be for Bhuyan. He's been in very good form, and he just picked up the length very quickly there, didn't he? So a boundary to finish the second over, 24 for 2. Bohemians, last time we saw them, they played matches 9 and 10 on Tuesday night, and they won both of them. That's why they're sitting on 11 points. And for Burno, they're at the top of the table, but for how long? Not sure. Burno will play another block of 5 games on the weekend. A real chance here for Bohemians to push towards that top spot. Sasi Bhuyan, 64 off 18. It was an electric innings against Burno that eventually set up a 4-pointer. Hit straight, just timed. It races to the boundary. That's a fantastic cricket shot. It's not quite the Yorker. Kranthi just plays with the full face. I think Joko asked, do you want to field these? He says, no, come on, let's stick to the plan. Nice areas there from Joko. Almost that Yorker push and run for Kranthi. I know that Imtiaz has been impressed that we saw Adnan in the last over swing it both ways. Yeah, it's quite the skill to be able to do that. Up in the air, but that one has legs. Maximo Bhuyan is just on an absolute torture, isn't he? He's gone 64 of 18 last time out. And, well, I mean, that was a bit of a golf shot, wasn't it? All right, let's see. Can this... We haven't got the ball back yet. Has he played his shot? I'd love to see some. If our spring guys can get a live golf shot, then I'll be super impressed by the end of the innings. All right, that one's hooked away. It's shorter, but it's going to be more runs. In fact, this one has bounced just inside, but yeah, Cope trying the short ball. It worked for him earlier. Devendra Singh actually took a bit of a nasty blow under the helmet. That one pitch is just inside. 4 more to the total. Cope 1 for 24. Would love to make it 2 for 24 here. Loose shot, but Boyan gets away with it. End of the power play. Something for everybody in there. 39 for 2 after 3. All right, well, let's get ready for some European Golf Network. EGN, that's a huge driver. That is a giant. Well, it might go 300 metres. All right, time to tee it up. You can always tell by people's reactions if it's a good shot. I found kind of teeing up in front of people at the first tee. Okay, watch your backswing here. All right, here we go. How many practice swings is she going? Wait for it. Okay, hold on. It was a practice. All right, here we go. 4. All right, she's having a good look. Geez, it's a slow game, isn't it, Got? Well, now she's getting a bit of coaching. Oh, first ball, not much happened here, but still, let's go back to the golf. What's going on over here? So, yeah, the practice swing obviously required some further instruction. All right, so now after that, this is going to be a rocket. Ready? There you go. Any applause? You've got to go on the reaction here. Not too happy. Maybe a bit of a slice. Anyway. All right, we're going to get in a lot of trouble now. Because we missed a ball, so can we bring that? This is a ball you missed. Probably didn't require the second replay of the golf. But anyway, it's a long day, and we appreciate it. Work from Spring Media. Now, how many of you would be enjoying the multi-sport coverage? Anyway, it's a bit of a Gundy ball. It is going to be out of the ground. Maximo for Boyan. Yeah, I've got some concerns about height here. What do you think? Oh, it's probably just okay. See, it's coming down with that angle. You see the halo of the ball, or the comet. It's going to be about box high, but Boyan dealt with it well. We will let you know if anyone else is teeing up anytime soon. So it's nice to actually see some golf here, because for a long time the golf course wasn't really in operation. Up in the air. Now, huge moment in the game. It's catchable, and it's taken. Very good work by Muiz, and Boyan goes for a quick fire 20. Meal with the huge wicket of the inform. Sazib opened himself up there, got very square on, got under it, didn't get the distance. Nice catch by Muiz. And Bohemians have lost their top 3 now. Boyan going, and it's 46 for 3. New batter coming out there, Hamidullah. So, I mean, they do have depth. They've got a really well-balanced side, I would say, Bohemians. But, yeah, Vinohrady, what a difference a win makes. Just a bit of confidence now about their cricket. And they'd also feel, obviously, with Muiz and Adnan in such good form, that they're capable of chasing something similar down. I suppose one negative, if you like, is Vinohrady, the middle order, not really having a hit, and maybe some concerns around that. But, hey, every chance it's the same batters might get it done again. Good catch that. Trip wants to know, can we get a picture-in-picture of the golf? We might have to wait for a little while for that. This first one's on target. Well, just pushes out. Hamidullah. I've seen him previously playing for Brno. High score of 36 against Bohemians actually last year. Pretty good in-swinger there from Meal. Pretty interested they didn't go back to Adnan after he was swinging the ball around corners. Maybe it was just doing too much for him. Did go for 3 boundaries in that second over. It started with a wicket. This is the end of 4, and Bohemians now are 47 for 3. Hello to Wayne. Good to have you with us. Hello to Kroom. Christopher Ward's in there. And, yeah, drop us a line. Always good to keep the conversation flowing. Last game of the day. I know I'm multi-screening and watching a bit of India, Afghanistan, the score at least in the background. I'll say big thanks once again to Phil G for his efforts today. And Danny Hudacek is off today. And tomorrow, Rico is in the country for the first time. Typically, I've always done the ECS here with Danny. And Terry did it before me with Danny. So Danny's a bit of a fixture here at the ECS Czechia. And we had some plans for Rico to get here last year, but the night series came up and he had to take care of that. So yeah, I'm really happy that Rico will get to experience the beautiful city of Prague for the first time. Kuteta is the new bowler. He's been pretty effective as well. It's a key component of Vinohrady turning things around earlier on. But he's going to start with a Gundy ball. It's going to be line drived into the centre field for 4. That's going to be a no ball plus 4 free hit to come. Your classic loosener, isn't it? Going 4 but goes 2 for. Get the warning now. 50's up for Bohemians. That's one you just got to shake it off like Taylor Swift. Don't worry too much about it. Free hit coming up. Hit into the gap, and that's going to be 4 more. So basically it's an ocean liner 9er off the first ball. 4 plus the no ball plus the other 4. Momentum shifter. Kuteta was so good earlier. But look, he's still got the ability to turn it round. You trade it for a wicket. I think you go back to yesterday where Socek went for, I can't remember, it was like 17 off the first 2 balls, but he did get the beast with Kramaseka, and you said that's probably a good trade-off. Oh, he's bowled him. Comes in, sneaks through the gate, and another wicket goes down. This time it's Hamidullah and Kuteta. Well, you would probably trade 9 runs for a wicket, and that's exactly what he does. See that front foot going away from the ball. Gets himself in an awkward position. Couldn't keep it out. He was only trying to defend in the end. So Kuteta fights back, bites back. Vinos flying the flag. And Bohemians really in trouble for the first time with the stick in this series. They're 56 for 4. Dave saying, what a difference a day makes. And yeah, that's a very famous song lyric. But Vinos, they're a proud club. They got character. I had to dig deep into the squad on occasions in the European Cricket Series. They were finalists here in 2021. Lost a tight battle to Prague CC. Played down the ground as this is Saklan Mukhtar, who's come out to bat at number 6. Gundy ball really gets away from the keeper momentarily. It'll be a couple of free runs. Well, another chance, or is it? Got to get in. Got to get it. Can't. Just 2 miss hit. In fact, they'll get Mac Vatuas right down the end of the bat of Mukhtar. Oh, he hasn't hurt you yet. Anticipation's 9/10 of the law, I think, when you're fielding down at long on or long off. Just didn't quite get the jump on that. And it's Tuwari down there. It's been a great comeback from Kuteta. Mentioned the 9er off the first ball. Since then, he's taken 1 for 4. Slower ball, but nicely cut away. Mukhtar makes him pay. And that's going to be 4 to finish the 5th over. Bohemians, 64 for 4. So despite losing the 4 wickets, they're still kind of on a slightly above average run rate. So tripped like my Ocean Liner 9er. But he says, was the Ocean Liner named Titanic? Got an interesting aside about that. Wait for a second. First, let's talk ECCW. 2 divisions this year, so expanded to 10 countries involved. Czechia are involved in the Challenger division. It's going to be a challenge for them, to say the least. No pun intended. But it's great to see their women's program developing. And the ECCW will be the last tournament, we think, on the program, 9th to the 20th of December. But don't quote me on that, because the schedule is subject to change and we may have something else pop up. Let's get back to the action here. This one is partially knocked down. It's good to see Alfie Socek out there. Bit surprised we haven't seen him with the... Oh, now we're going to have a run out where you wouldn't read about it. Oh, well, there was just a misunderstanding here. Check it out. It gets hit. They seem happy. And then Kranthi basically says, yeah, let's go. And then he knows that he's basically changed his mind. And Mukhtar trusted his call. Had to turn on his heels. It was good backing up. I will say that. He had to be clean. It was. And so Vinohrady, well, never mind what a difference a day makes. What a difference about 2 hours can make. Right now, everything's turning to gold for Vinos. And the score is 65 for 5. Here's Kuteta that backed up the throw of Socek that was a little bit wild, to be honest. But, yeah, Mukhtar, he doesn't really do anything wrong there. He hears the call, and hesitation kills. But I suppose Kranthi, he would have been out, I think, if he'd gone through with his call. Just a misjudgment to call yes in the first place. New batter, Nirmal Kumar, just works this off the pads. So what I was going to say is I went and saw, it's a band called Postmodern Jukebox. You can check them out, Postmodern Jukebox. And they had a concert in Prague about a week ago that I went to. And what their thing is, they do kind of jazz covers of popular songs. And one of their most famous ones is My Heart Will Go On, of course, from the Titanic movie. Well, bowled by Meal. Sneaks that in. So it was actually one of the encores towards the end of the concert. It was a really great crowd. It was nice to hear a different kind of take on some of your favourite songs. But they said, okay, now we're going to do one for you called Boat versus Iceberg. A song we like to call Boat versus Iceberg. Really slow ball. Somehow it's jammed out, and not too many races are won by human versus ball when it comes to this outfield. Cope isn't able to reel this one in. No surprises. A bit unlucky there. Meal, hands on hips in the classic mildly frustrated style. Work to wait. Cope does well to knock it down, prevents any run. So yeah, Postmodern Jukebox. I put a little bit about them, because I know I had a few questions about this when I brought them, when I talked about them earlier. Pretty well bowled. Also pretty well played by Kranthi. So end of the 6th over at 71 for 5. Kranthi now the top scorer in the innings. They've been much better on the extras, and I mean much better. Just 3 wides and no ball through the first 6 overs. I think they had 28 in a game. It was yesterday. Now we're going to get Nilesh Tiwari to bowl over number 7. Starts with a wide. And yeah, curious if we see Alfie Soucek. I was interrupted talking about him when I suppose he was the first of 3 fielders involved in that run out of Saklan Mukhtar. Interesting that Bohemians still considered favourites in this contest. Push and run well, chance, and he's gone. Another run out. Kranthi misjudges another one. He lost a partner, now he loses himself. And Nilesh pulls off a direct hit from a reasonable range. I think Kranthi, it's his idea. Let's just go push and run. Bowler very quick to cross the pitch. Quick look at the stumps and bang, hits the middle one. And Kranthi, well, he is very, very disappointed. Have to walk off. That may just swing those odds. 72 for 6. Kamaldeep Singh comes to the crease, so he's no slouch with about either. I mentioned earlier about anticipation being the 9/10 of the law with fielding, but just look how quickly Nilesh turns and recognises he has to field that ball. He's in his follow through, and he really had a quick first couple of steps towards the ball, and that's when Kranthi knew he was in trouble. Oh, and almost a 7th wicket. Yeah, bring those numbers back. Let's see how the supercomputer reacts, because I think they were 56% the moment that Venkateswamy hit that ball that eventually be run out. Now, yeah, Bohemians are behind. Vinohrady ahead in the game. Oh, similar kind of ball. Well, similar kind of run. This time it's further away from Nilesh. He was hunting it. Also, it's been a tight over. Knocked into the leg side for a single. Vino's hunting more wickets. Wow, tries to get inventive here, Kumar, and we have a bit of a misfield, but I don't think it'll cost him a run. Yeah, premeditated decision. Basically wants to ramp, then changes his mind to reverse ramp, but they got fielders there. They've got to find like in third. Okay, in the circle, but still there. And so Nilesh doing a very good job here. That'll be the end of the 7th over. Bohemians 75 for 6. Well, it'll be time to roll out the red carpet tomorrow because Ostrava are here for the first time in a European cricket series. Also, Rico Fool will be behind the microphone in Prague for the first time. You can join us for day 5. It's Pi Day Friday. It's Peacock Friday. It's day 5, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. I suppose now we've got the whole ECN universe to ourselves. here in the European Cricket Series. Tigers versus Bohemians first up. And then Ostrava versus the Dominators. One of those teams will have their first win in ECN cricket, because that's the first game ever for Ostrava. Dominators haven't been able to get a win just yet. Kateta comes back. Pretty well handled out there by Adnan. He's become a real leader of this side, you know, with his performances and his actions, leading the side as skipper. Follows in the footsteps of some big names in the Czech cricket scene to lead Vinohrady. Just missing the mark this time. Big wild swing. Come on deep, I should say. Likes to go leg side, we know that. This one goes wild from Kateta. Now, well, we're not going to get another run out, are we? Now we're going to get an overthrow. I suppose they kind of got a run out off an overthrow, so they'll take the trade-off. Yeah, Tripp saying he's seen that particular band on YouTube before. They play all over the world, it seems. Yeah, apparently they've done over 1,030 live concerts. This one's a bit more in Kamal's zone, and he's going to get 4. It's one guy you don't want to get too straight to him, I think. You know, just keep putting it outside the off stump, make him play a different shot. Okay, he probably would have castled him, but he's able to get bat on it. And this game right now is a 50-50. One thing we haven't had is golden ball in this series. And, well, Phil G, he was hunting one. Maybe he's left one behind for me. He just hangs about at this. Like I said, he's not really much of an offside player. That was probably most we've seen so far from Kamaldeep in that area. Steps across, just misses the mark. Close to getting some of the line, maybe it just misses. If umpires are in doubt, they'll call it a wide. Oh, well, that's a really nice shot from Nirmal Kumar. Generated a lot of speed on that carve, and he gets 4. Kumar on 8. Last ball of the 8th. Comes back towards him and he misses out. That's the end of the 8th over now. It is 90 for 6 in this topsy-turvy contest. Interesting. I've got a feeling the computer doesn't really trust the batting of Vinohrady, with the exception of Adnan and Muiz. Apart from that, they've really struggled to find performance. So if they stay in, I don't think this is enough runs. If they both fall cheaply, it's probably too many. Now, I do have to warn everyone, it may be Pie Day Friday, but we're not having pies for lunch here at the ground. That was made clear to me earlier, and we can't change that now. We go back to Tawari. Makes sense. That's the zone. That's where you got to be. Bowl 6 of those. Yeah, you got yourself a maiden. He wants the ball more at him. Come on, Deep Singh. But I would suggest to all of our fans out there, have a pie tomorrow. Let's make it Pie Day Friday anyway. Inside out. Bit of an awkward one for Weisby. Does well to keep it to 1. So everyone have a pie tomorrow. Not quite sure what we're having next Friday, but we hope it's a pie. Thing is, I might have a pie at night after work anyway. This has worked off the back foot. They'll hustle through for a briskly run single. Yeah, so we are actually going to the Australian bar tonight, the Down Under. I know that particularly for Vinohrady players, they're heavily involved there because it's run by Vojta Hasa, who's not on the side tonight, but I've seen him playing during the series. All right, in the air. This is touch and go, but I think it's out of here. It is Maximo. He gets a bit too close to Kamaldeep and he pays the price. You see, it's not quite as wide as the one he missed out on earlier in the over. Get some good elevation on that. Topsy-turvy contest. That actually puts Bohemians back ahead, according to the numbers. Oh, pretty close. Yeah, he's gone. His back leg hit him right in front. Hard to see what this was missing. So, Nilesh, he's been a really good performer for Vinohrady today. And look, yeah, there's a bit of an angle towards the leg stump. But, I mean, hard to believe that's not getting a piece of it. But hey, 6 and out. They'll take the runs, Bohemians. But they have lost a 7th wicket. Probably not as much of a deal now. We're into the kind of real final fling of the innings. But 98 for 7. 7 balls remaining. Here comes Wasim Sardar. Wayne says pie or pudding. Let's not open that hornet's nest just yet, Wayne. Pretty good ball, but guess what? It's going to be 4. There's the risk of bowling at the new batter. I know you might castle him. It's not a bad ball at all, but it's a good old-fashioned squeeze. Might have even gone through the legs of Sardar. It finds its way to the boundary. Can actually see it is slightly downhill when you go down towards the fields. 102 for 7 after 9. Bohemians bringing up the 100 with that boundary. 50-50 game right now. Hold on to your hats, folks. I think the last golden ball, it was me solo in Cyprus not too long ago. Golden ball number 63, Kipro Tigers Limassol against the Cyprus Knight Riders. 10th of June. Match 49 in the series. I remember it like it was just yesterday when it was, in fact, 10 days ago. Well, he wants to go with the ramp. Yeah, Adnan just swings it too much, misses that tram line. It's a tough call for the umpire to make, but he's got to pretty much imagine there's a stump that's banged into the ground where that blue line meets the popping crease. Anything that hits that stumper inside is fine. Anything that doesn't to wide. See, that I think is okay. Yeah, good umpiring. So yeah, you got to imagine, see that blue line, top left blue line. You bang a stump in and bang a stump in level with the crease. Now that ball is definitely inside that stump. But even the ball that hits the stump is now actually a legal delivery. Kumar moves to 10 with that shot. Vinohrady, they'll be disappointed if they don't get the win from this kind of position. Looks like they'll be chasing around about the 110, 112 mark. Projected at least. Pretty well bowled. Thinking about 2 here. They think against it in the end. Yeah, so I mean that's a very good ball. I know we saw one of those squeeze to the boundary, but if you keep bowling them, I think you're going to have more good results than bad results. Just a percentage game kind of thing. Close one, but yeah, I think it gets some of the line as well. I've got to say, the umpires, they talk a lot about these kind of interpretations, but yeah, for me, same thing. I don't think that's completely outside the line when it passes the pop increase. I think it's a good ball. Yeah, so smart. Batter sneaks across a little bit. Says, okay, let's see if we can access that one. Oh, he's going to ramp it. He's going to ramp it straight to the fielder. A little bit surprised, actually. Maybe a little bit disappointed Alfie Socek hasn't got a bowl in this. As, well, we're going to have a play late in the piece. So actually try and steal another run. I know we cut straight to the replay, but actually you'll see what happens here. They take the extra run, but then the throw comes out. I think that's out. Yeah, I reckon we'll have a look at this one more time, but I'm pretty sure this is Gonski. It is, and it's out by some distance, in fact. So, oh well, they grab a wicket from nowhere, really. It'll be Sada who's run out for 6. Oh yeah, can't take your eyes off the plate. And so it'll actually be 106 for 8 now with a new batter to face the last ball. Yeah. So Imran ul Haq will come out, just the one ball to face. Yeah, it kind of bounced off the keeper Naveen Kumar, and then the bowler Adnan picked it up, hit the stumps. Here's the last ball coming up. Big swing and a miss, and so they will end up at 106 for 8 off the 10 overs. So I think Vinohrady, they've got to be really happy with that. For me, it's about 15 under par. Bohemians, though, they've got a good bowling attack. They'll feel that, you know, if they can break through that top order and do that fairly early in the piece, that this 106 is very defendable. But let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of the first half of match number 20. Zahid Mahmood was out there with Sahil Grover. We know that Bohemians have been in banging form, but it was Joe Cope that blew up the stumps. Chalk storm ensued. And then we saw Adnan get that ball hitting the batter back pad, and he had Sahil Grover first ball LBW. Joe Cope, well, you can't doubt his commitment. He's been throwing himself all around the place. It's Azim Puyan and Kranthi then went about kind of trying to get things back on track. It wasn't always running Vino's way. There were a couple of Gundy balls in there. Now, they just had this knack to continue to pick up wickets. I think the fact they got Sazim for just 20 was a huge wicket. He's been in such great form. And some of the damage was self-inflicted. You have to say it was the old yes, no, sorry from Kranthi. Sucklane Mukhtar had to go. And then Kranthi, he actually did the same to himself. It was a good old-fashioned self-cook-up as the bowler went across and made the most of that opportunity. Tawari on fire. So credit to Vinos. They're starting to play a bit more of the cricket that we'd come to expect from that club. Bohemians, though, they continue to try and attack. That was late in the piece. I think that was a good decision for me on the back pad. And really, that last over, only 4 runs came off it. They go from 102 to 106 in the last. Even that bizarre kind of run out off an overthrow saves them a couple in the end. We saw 3 run-outs in the innings, 2 of them off attempted overthrows. But the top scorer was Kranthi with 22 on 15. Buyam with 20 in very quick time. Kamaldeep with 13. Nirmal Kumar, the other batters, to reach double figures. And Vino's a lot better with the extras. Just 10 wides and 1 no ball. I say just. Probably is about par for the course, but it's a lot less than they were conceding yesterday. The key was there. They got Zahid Mahmood. They got Sahil Grover before they could do too much damage on the scoreboard. So I think this one is looking a little bit unders at the moment. Bowling wise, I think Joe Cope did some good things early. In fact, it's a pretty good team effort from the bowlers. They all take 1 wicket. They had 3 run-outs as well. They had to pick one. To be a tough one. Either Tiwari or Meal. You can see the numbers even of Adnan. Pretty good one for 19. We'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. 107 for Vinohrady to go back-to-back and They'll be shouting the bar at the Down Under later on if they can do that. Can Bohemians keep the winning streak alive and make it 4-0? Vinohrady, he Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a sensational Thursday. I'll see you after the break to cap off things here on day 4 in Prague, right here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Scott Page Field here at the Vinohrady Cricket Ground. It is time for the last innings of day 4. It's Bohemians going out to defend 106 against Vinohrady. Vinohrady had an absolute shocking start to their series, really. And it probably includes today when they were over 100 behind after 6 overs, but they were able to turn things around, and a good chase against Prague Barbarians saw them get the points. They chased 127 in that occasion with 6 balls to spare. Right now they're chasing a lot less, 107 this time. Bohemians 3-0 on the series, trying to make it 4. But this is the equation for the bonus point. Look, that's not going to be easy. It's about 15 and over if they're going to chase it in 7. I think they're happy just to chase it, though. The other thing is Bohemians, they might still feel if they can get a couple of these key wickets early, put the top 3 back in the shed, they could potentially get all 4 by keeping Vinos to 74 or less. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Flying solo, but not for long, because Rico Full has arrived in Czechia, and I know that he's really excited to visit the ground for the first time tomorrow. Danny Hudacek off for a couple of days. Big thanks to Phil G for his help in the box as well earlier today. But right now, it's going to be Sazi Bhuyan to get us going. Naveen Kumar, again, has been given the opening job. I'll say again, we saw Paras Tanwar opening earlier. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just keep going with what was working, which was Muiz and Adnan. So yeah, a little bit of a curious one. Muiz is facing up right now, and you almost lose his stumps first ball. Abdul Muiz almost gets a gold, and he batted really well in that last game. 73 off 29. It was a late casualty, but yeah, the job was done really by then. Good start by Sazib. Now, drive. Good confident call and run. Yeah, so obviously with Naveen opening, you got to just basically, he's got a bit of a license, I think, considering they do have Adnan to come in, I'm sure, at number 3, even though he's not listed that way. Yeah, but Naveen's not a player we've seen a lot of on the network, so let's see what he can do with the bat. I suppose by not opening with the 2 that put on that big partnership earlier, what it does do, it makes your batting lineup a bit longer, but it's just so important that no one wastes too many balls here. He pushes at this, and he'll get a thick edge down to a fairly square third. Naveen off the mark. I love that. Just reading some of these comments, catching up on them. Wayne mentioning some of the run-outs, particularly that one, I think, when they were trying to sneak an extra run. Said how to turn an easy single into a run-out, ECN style. Love it. Trips going for Vinohrady. Oh, edged and goes straight past Grover. Did he have a play on this ball? I'm not sure if there's any glove on it. It flew to the boundary. It just gets beaten for pace here. Got a decent jump in, but didn't have the reaction time there. Bhuyan feels like he should have a wicket instead. It's a boundary to Vinohrady. I think this is probably one of the most even Czech series we've ever done. And you're seeing that Vinohrady, no one would have thought yesterday that they'd be in charge of the contest against Bohemians. Bhuyan pushes and runs, gets a single. And that's kind of the nature of the series. Each team will play 10 matches, and you have your ups, you have your downs. Obviously, Vinohrady started on a down, Bohemians started on an up, but things can even out quite rapidly in ECN cricket. Another push and run. They've been hustling between the stumps. Beats the direct hit out. End of the first over, and Vinohrady survived the first at least 8 without loss after 148 matches since the Golden Ball. That means we'll bring up the half century tomorrow, potentially, depending on the result of this game. And of course, we have the first game in the morning as well. Peacock Friday on the way. Kroom, I think, is off because there's apparently some football match on tonight. And I'm trying to keep up to date as well with exactly who's playing and when. Plenty of matches every day, actually, in the Euros. Got to admit, I've always enjoyed it, even before I was Europe-based. I enjoyed it a lot. So, yeah, tonight I've got Spain versus Italy. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good game. Also, yeah, Denmark versus England starting around now. Yeah, some good games indeed. Anyway, Ravindra Bist to bowl over number 2, starts with a wide. Oh, hits him a long way back. Maybe a bit of height. The issue there. There's been the occasional ball that's taken off a bit. Have a look. Really covers his stumps up here. Hits him above the pad. He's not a tall guy, but I think he's going over the top. Yeah, a long way in the end. One thing again with Kumar here, if he hasn't really set the world on fire, that'll help. But it's pretty well fielded. That's actually a very good how to do it from Hamidullah. He actually starts low, and then he knows it's going to bounce, so he just gives himself an opportunity to jump. Look at that. Starts low, ends high. It's actually very, very good fielding. Down leg side. There's going to be a couple of extra runs here. These are all helping. Ravindra Bist, the right hand now then. Oh, that's a very good ball. It's too good. Watch the late movement here. Kumar wants to hit this to the mid-on, but it leaves him, and I have no idea how that misses the off stump. So what I was going to say, if Kumar can't get going, I'm dragging him. I'm dragging him quick. Not because I don't like him, I don't think he's got the potential, but just because I think I want to reunite that partnership by choice. Having said that, he's going to whip this away and he's going to get forced. That's what you want to see. Yeah, you want to see that production. You want to see him scoring boundaries and being proactive. Really nice shot. Obviously, I don't hope he gets dragged. I want him to do well and show us what he can do with the bat. But you really don't have too many excuses to fall behind in the rate, is what I'm saying. At the moment, they're pretty much at the rate. Still early, I know. Reaches at this one, but it will be called a wide. Czechia actually play Saturday afternoon against Georgia. I guess I've actually got the weekend off, so I might find a cozy little place to watch that in the old town. Well bowled by Bist. Gets Kumar on the walk. So 7 off 7. Last ball of the second over. Crunched away. I'll take the one. And Moise hasn't had too much of the strike yet. Kumar will retain it, moves to 8, and after 2, it's 18 without loss. This one does have a bit of a tingly feel to me. What do you think? Quite a beautiful day again. I think hopefully the good weather sticks around. I think we're expecting something like 31 degrees tomorrow or something like that. So it'll be a pretty warm one. There's the table. Bohemians, they can win here. They go back to the top of the table. Vinohrady, though, what a day for them. They took 3 points out of their last game. I'm sure they'd settle for 3 here again, and they'd suddenly be up kind of top half of the table. That's a wide, swings a little bit too much. And Sahil is kind of saying to the bowler, yeah, I mean, get good movement there. It's Wasim Sada who's bowling the third over. So if I'm Kumar here, I'm really attacking this over. You know, you've got to be a little bit unselfish. You've got to take a few risks. It's the last over of the power play. And that's exactly what he does. Really nice shot. It's going to be up and over the offside. I've got to say, he's got a lovely technique, Naveen Kumar. I love the way he goes over the offside here. That's the right place to put this. It's swinging that way. Don't fight the swing. You go after that thing. That's well knocked down in the infield. They will get a single again. I like the way they take off straight away. Bit of a stinger. Zahid Mahmood there at mid-wicket. Muiz starved of the strike. Facing Sada coming around the wicket. He'll swing it in towards his stumps, towards his pads. And this one's hit straight back. He's in good form. It's a very compact, kind of elevated straight drive that's going to bring 4 runs to Vinohrady. Not a lot of foot movement, but the head's fairly still. Hits it with a little bit of a flourish there as well. Muiz, 10 off 5. Vino's creeping up on this target. With that, they're actually now fractionally ahead of the required rate. Hit through the offside. That's a really good looking shot from Muiz. Goes back-to-back boundaries here in the third over. That one's going to be 3 in a row. Sensational batting by Muiz. What a day he's having. Of course, coming off that 73 of 29. Now he's putting Vinohrady in the driver's seat. Back-to-back wins. Very good hitting and making the most of more gaps in the outfield. You don't have to go over the top in the power play either. Obviously in a field like this, the infielders have a very limited range they can cover laterally, because the field is so fast. Tripp will be happy with the way VCC's going at the moment. 83% favourites. Last ball of the power play. Not a good one, or won't be the last ball. That'll be bowled again. Would think, for Sada, would make more sense for him to go over the wicket. The way he's moving the ball, he can maybe swing it stump to stump, swing it down the line. He kind of wraps his bat around this. I think he's hit this like 3 times. That'll be the end of the power play. 38 without loss after 3. He completely mistimes this one. Look, I don't know how many times he hits this. Bang, bang, bang. Hits it a couple of times on the way down. But anyway, it is the end of the third. 38 without loss. Yeah, just think about what Joe Cope would do as a left armer, for example, to a right-hander, the way he swings the ball. Well, Sada swings the ball the same way, obviously reversed. He's a right-hander bowling to a left-hander, so I just think it'd be a better tactic. Magical over, though, in the third. 38 without loss. Pretty close on runs after 3 overs, but Bohemians had lost 2 wickets, and that was a bit of a persistent problem, wasn't it? As they found themselves 6 down with about 4 overs remaining. Hamidullah is going to bowl. He's been a good pickup for Bohemians. That's going to be cut away, and that's going to be 4. So Muiz bit of a heater right now. And he's hit 4 of his last 5 balls he's faced to the boundary. Good shot selection. So they move to spin, makes sense. Moiz 23 off just 9. Filthy full toss. I think this is high, to be honest. It's going to be 4 as well. Oh, well. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, he's got high trousers, so that's not going to help him. But I think that's a no ball. What's your call? Feels like it to me. It is going to be called. It's probably hitting him right in the belt. So it's waist high or higher. That's the playing condition here. So it's going to be a no ball, and it means there's a free hit coming up. Certainly wasn't where Hamidullah wanted it to be. It's a free hit and it's put away. Maximo! Moiz has gone past 100 runs in the day now, and he's not looking like stopping anytime soon. It's an overcorrection from Hamidullah, and it ends up in the golf course. 50's up, 50 partnerships up. I've liked the kind of technique and poise of Naveen Kumar, but to be honest, I feel like he should be charged admission to watch Moiz from 22 yards away, because he's putting on a show right now. 50 partnership in 20 deliveries. 99%. Now Vinohrady hitting their straps at the right time. Better ball. Also a very good shot. Pretty well fielded. Probably 2 there. Be looking for 2. Surely. As Moiz at the moment, he's owning the over. He's owning the strike as well. No, maybe not. He's going to give it away on a 3. Overthrow. To be honest, you'd probably pay 1 run to get him off strike at the moment. I know that sounds crazy. Oh. And now they're going to get an all-run 4. Well, you wouldn't believe what you're seeing here. Running them ragged here, so he gives the strike away, gets it back, and in the park 4 for Moiz. And Bohemians, they're all over the place right now. All right, back to the action here. It could be gone. Well, what a catch. Unbelievable. And he only got the strike back because he pitched a 4th run, but he's going to get out. And that's an absolute stinging catch by Kamaldeep Singh out there in the deep. Have a look at it. What a grab. Oh, it's not Kamaldeep. That's Sada that's taken the catch to his right. Kamaldeep was coming to his left. It was so fast for the human eye. Can't believe he's reeled that in. So Moiz goes the unorthodox all-run 4 and out. And the score 57 for 1. Mohamed Adnan comes to the crease at number 3. Hello to Jacob. Dead to you. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Trip as well. But, oh, crazy. Crazy kind of over this. I still think if you can get Adnan cheaply, they've still got to get 50 more runs. Vinohrady haven't had too many contributors with the bat in this series so far. One of them's gone just there. Adnan faces up. So they won't get the chance to bat together. Again, Moiz and Adnan. Because Moiz is the man dismissed, 37 off 13. 6 4s and a Maximo. Really good innings, really good start. That's going to be cut away for no run. That'll take us to the end of the 4th over. 57 for 1. Really interesting game. Does it have a golden ball feel to you? 97% to 3. Oh, no, make that 96 to 4. Seems like no chance, but I'm telling you, chance. Miles ahead of it right now, but Moiz and Adnan, they've pretty much been doing almost all the scoring for Vinohrady. Come on deep, comes on. Down the ground for one first ball. Cummington's got a really interesting kind of technique now where he hides the ball behind himself. Just doesn't give their batter a good look. It's kind of a subconscious thing. Batters do like to look at the bowler's hand normally coming in, but I mean, you can't do that now because it's obscured by the body. It's a really good ball. Doesn't really spin. If anything, it just nips away a little bit off the deck. Well handled by Sahil behind the stumps, but the foot stayed planted. Jake said he's had a little bit of a nap in Estonia. He's just woken up. Well, good time to wake up. I don't think we're putting you to sleep with the cricket we're putting on the table, but I guess it's a European tradition in some places. Fraction short. It's out towards the boundary and it's caught. So Adnan's going to go without scoring, and this game changes. Watch the percentages move. Went for it. Was there to hit really, but no timing. Puyan takes a nice catch, prowling round to his right. 58 for 2. There's Derek. There goes Derek. There's Derek again. It's a ball that I think most times Adnan would back himself to hit it out of the ground, but now they're going to need to dig deep into this middle order. Can Vinohrady keep things alive? You know, the world's a funny place. Their first 6 overs of the day were basically awful, Vinohrady. They got whacked for 102. Now into the last 6 overs of the day, and if they have a similarly bad 6 overs, they're going to lose a game that they were 99% chance of winning about an over ago. Nilesh Kumar Tiwari comes to the crease. Needs something out of him. Come up. We'll take the catch. It's a crack. I really like it. I'm going to convince the umpire there. Sahil is one of the country's great appealers, so if he thinks it's even a chance of being out, he's gonna go up. Umpire doesn't think that there's a noise there, or doesn't think that a noise is bat. It could be a variety of things. He won't be able to tell too much from this. But, you know, maybe flicks the pad with his bat on the way through. The pad flaps around there. Well bowled by Kamal. For a team that were 1% a minute ago, they're now 18% and climbing. Need a new hero, Vinohrady. Nice looking shot straight to the fielder. Putting the squeeze on, 5 overs down, Vinohrady 59 for 2. Bohemians not going anywhere. We are going somewhere though, pretty much all the time. We're in Czechia here. We already had the fantastic CE Cup T20IW, which was won by Gibraltar. And now we're into the ECS. We have ECIs in both men's and women's at the end of this 2-week block. And then we go to Romania for 2 weeks, Hungary for 2 weeks, Bulgaria for 2 weeks. Croatia's in there, just an extra weekend of cricket. There'll be various formats played there. Be great to be back at the Roma Cricket Ground as well. My carbonara habit will be back through August, and we'll also be showing the Valletta Cup T20IW in Malta. It'd be great to be there for the first time this year. Anyway, Hamidullah to bowl out. Oh, hit goes straight through the fielder, and that's going to be 4. Imran ul Haq is in there. He's pretty tight at cover, and I don't mind that. He's there to basically try and save any chance of a single. But this one kind of eats him up. Imran ul Haq has done some pretty cool things on the network. He's a kind of must-watch kind of player. Fortunately, at that time, couldn't make the stop. Maybe something going back to Vinohrady. Dragged from outside the off stump. Just a single. Singles are fine at the moment for Bohemians. The required rate's 9 and over, so every time it's only one, that'll creep up slightly. Imran has one catch on the network, but it was a really good catch. Takes on the fielder, and oh, he has to throw it away. In fact, I think he's thrown it for 4. I'm not sure what's happened here. We'll have to, yeah, I think it's been, but it's a great bit of athleticism from Nirmal Kumar. Check it out. He goes up and then throws it away. And he's great camera work. And actually throws it away. It bounces first and then bounces across the line. So, geez, did really well. I suppose he saves 2 runs in the end. Pretty well bowled. We've got the classic battle of the Kumars at the moment. That was Nirmal Kumar with a fantastic effort on the boundary. We've got Naveen Kumar batting with Nilesh Kumar Tiwari. Takes the pace off this ball. This time he takes on the fielder and wins. Nilesh goes Maximo. ECC asserting their dominance once again. I don't mind that he's taking the pace off and he's actually trying to spin the ball, but I think it's just a fraction too short. It was a comfortable heave away for Nilesh Kumar Tiwari. (32 off 25). But I like the idea of that kind of pace, but toss it up, try and get him advancing. Maybe you can get him stumped, maybe you can get him stumped through the gate. A bit short, he's able to go back and hammer it. There's like a split stop there from Nirmal. Attacked that ball incredibly. That'll be the end of the over. Vinohrady 76 for 2 after 6. Still 31 required off the last 4 overs. Who do they turn to now? Bohemians. They've used 5 bowlers, so they've got plenty of options. Probably go back to Kamal at this stage. It's probably what I would do, but I don't think it matters too much. I think whoever it is, though, they're going to have to bowl well. Looks like they're going to go back to Sazib Bhuyan. That did cross my mind as well. Bowled very well in the first over, and he went for 8. This game's still alive. Vinohrady back to 93%. But there's definitely a world where they lose a couple of wickets here and they've got a real tight finish. Things might unravel. Bhuyan, over number 7. Smart batting, hits, and pretty well run. I'm going to say this is in. It was a good pick up and throw, but well, my instinct says he makes it. Let's see what the camera says. Just in time, gets the bat down, no problem. Wouldn't say it was the greatest bat slide ever. But he saves himself there by backing up and running straight away. There's no hesitation. If there's any hesitation there, would have been run out for sure. It's a pretty good throw. Anyway, Kumar, Naveen Kumar that is, batted through so far. Well, he's not out caught behind. I feel he gets the bat down just in time, but is it behind the line? Let's have a look. Oh, it's closer than you think. I feel is he down? Yeah, there's the bat down. Because it's a stumping, it has to stay down, but it does. But yeah, Kumar almost caught napping. Third umpire, they'll be wanting a raise. So he's had plenty to do. Yeah, the key there, because it's a stumping, yeah, if the bat was to bounce and be in the air the moment the stumps are hit, then it can still be out. Anyway, Bhuyan again. Bowling off cutter, clever bowling. This is why they brought him back, trying to push that rate up. Vinohrady, they've got the right approach, I think. I mean, they're being pretty aggressive with the running between the wickets. They've still got 8 wickets in hand. It's almost like they might need a few contributors. You're close enough to kind of scramble over the line now, but you don't want to let that required rate get out of hand again, get that to kind of 2 a ball or more. This is a fast field, and this is going to be 4 runs away, nicely tucked away. Got to say, I actually think Naveen Kumar, with his kind of technical ability, is now quite a good player for this role, because they've had the heavy lifting kind of done by Muiz, 37 off 13. Nilesh Kumar Tiwari's batted pretty well since he's been there as well, but he kind of plays fairly sensible cricket to get over the line now. Elevates over the offside. This is a nice shot as well. It's going to be 4 more. And Naveen, he's actually turned out to be invaluable at the top of the order, hasn't he? Gets a bit of width, and I like the way he's quite aware there's no outfielder back there. So, yeah, he's going to get 4 runs. Really need to get him and get him quickly to Bohemians. Well, they almost do. Ball probably wasn't quite there to pull. And that'll be the end of the 7th over. We're going to the last 3 overs of the day. Vinohrady, 85 for 2. That means they need 22 off the last 18 balls. Coming up tomorrow, Prague Tigers will kick us off against Bohemians. So Bohemians playing back-to-back in matches 20 and 21. Ostrava are here for the first time as well. So match 22 will see one of those 2 teams, Ostrava or the Dominators, win their first ever match on ECN. Prague CC are going to try and make it 23 in a row with a win over Prague Tigers in match 23. United and Bohemians against Ostrava to close out the day. You can join me, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, who will be commentating in Czechia for the very first time tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. It's 1 o'clock in Bangladesh, I'll even tell you. That's 3 p.m. on the west coast of Australia, 5 o'clock in the east, and 7 o'clock in New Zealand. In the air, can anyone reach this? He's got to put in the big ones, and he will take it on the juggle. Sazi Bhuyan. Well, he's going to need to suck in some oxygen sometime soon. He runs the half marathon to get there. Anticipation, he actually catches it right at the edge of the circle. So it's about a 20-metre dash from Sazib, but he will come up with the catch. And the 8th starts with a wicket. Kamal does get brought back with good effect. I might have brought him back last over. In the end, Bhuyan did a pretty good job, only went for 9 in the 7th. And the 8th starts with that wicket. It's 85 for 3. Joe Cope comes out now. Big left-hander. I like this move, actually. Again, Joe can hit big, but he's also got a pretty good technique. I think at this stage, you don't want to be missing too many balls. If you hit plenty of balls, I think you get these 22 runs. Around the wicket. Cope, that's a beautiful swing of the bat, but is it far enough? It is. Maximo! Oh, Big Joe stones the Crows and goes over the top, backs his power. Again, you see what I mean? He's got a good technique. It's high elbow. Takes on the field and wins. Sazib, he's in, he's out. The ball's following him around. 16 off 16 now. And if Joe can go large a couple more times, this could be over with time to spare. Still, Bohemians on their last legs. Goes again, but this time hasn't got it. But there's nobody back here. And in fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo back to back. And Cope, who had a bit of a shocker earlier on. Not his own fault, really, but it seemed like nothing was going his way. But looks like he's going to walk away, perhaps hitting the winning runs and being on the right side of 2 victories for Vinohrady. 10 off 15 now. No outfielder back at deep square leg, so Cope, bottom hand, taking over. Now, hits this into the hole at deep mid-wicket. Newmar's fielded well in this innings. We'll keep it to 1. This is the beautiful thing about ECN cricket. You never know what's coming next. And who would have thought Vinohrady, after not really looking that close to a victory? I know last night they got close-ish in the chase, but they have really turned things around, especially after a shocking first 6 overs today. Now, I like what Naveen's bringing to the table here. He's just played the situation well. I said early on, when they had all their wickets in hand, you know, maybe he's got 2 or 3 overs to make an impression. If he's not able to score it, you know, kind of more than run a ball, maybe you switch him out strategically for Adnan, but they've needed him. They've needed him to bat well, and he's really done a good job keeping this innings on course. 8 to win now. Big full toss, but Cope hits it straight at the fielder. That's the end of 8. The game will live on. It's 99 for 3 after 8. That means 8 runs are required off the last 2 overs. Bowling options here. You've got Ravindra Bist or you've got Wasim Sada. Probably Bist is who I'm going for in the 9th. He only conceded 10. Sada did go for 20. Struggled a little bit with his control. The other thing is you've got left-hand, right-hand combination right now to deal with. Vinohrady kind of got ahead in that 3rd over with a succession of boundaries from Luiz, and really they've never looked back despite losing a couple of those key wickets. Again, smart batting, really smart batting at this stage. Field's still back, so if you score off every ball, you can't lose from here. Vinohrady come from the clouds today. Bohemians look set to lose for the first time in this European Cricket Series. It shows the brittle nature of form. Cope again just checks his shot. Doesn't have to try and hit everything out of the park. Solid looking drive for a single. 6 runs to win. Kumar hasn't hit a 6 yet. He's scored 29 of 21. I think he's played his role to perfection, hasn't he? Gets up and Grover rides the bounce. Dot ball, you need plenty of those. Well, now if you're Bohemians, you're just trying to stay alive. One more ball. Keep this game going. One more ball. One at a time. It's a long way across. And he's given him, well, this is probably borderline for me. Was it going down the leg side or was it going on to hit? It's very close. It may be getting a little chink of the leg stump. If I'm completely honest, I think it's probably a bit of an unlucky one for the batter. But the umpire does think it's going to hit. He sneaks past the inside edge. Cat amongst the pigeons, perhaps. We have seen umpires, you know, being pretty liberal with the LBW decisions. I suppose it suits this form of the game. Personally, I feel it might have just been going down, but I mean the umpire sees it another way, and who knows, he might have been catching a piece of that leg stump. But it does make it 101 for 4. Nitin Meal comes out, not a bad guy to come out in this situation. I'd probably say to Nitin, have a crack at these two. He's a hitter. Still got 6 wickets in hand. He's not able to, although gets away from the bowler. This is Sakle Mukhtar bowling. It's interesting they went for this option instead of going back to one of the paces. I mean, I don't mind it. Saklane's a good bowler. Banged into the ground. So 5 to win. This is where you start thinking, look, do we just try and finish it here? If it's not a boundary, we're going to the last over. It goes reverse. Don't think so, honestly. And it's Grover, his little cheeky smile tells you it's probably not out at all. He might have hit the ground. I think he hit the ground here. Let's have a look. Where would a noise come from? Yeah, he hits the ground. The ball does kind of jump up a bit, doesn't it? But I don't, unless it catches some of the glove there, I don't think he'd be satisfied that's out. It's a good take from Grover. But anyway, we're going to the last. 102 for 4. So Vinohrady so close, but still they're not there. 5 off 6 now. I think you do need to concentrate. You don't want dot balls. Dot balls the only way you can lose this game. Could we be heading for golden ball 64 in overtime? This is hit down the ground. First up. Oh, there's one of the ones they need. For the win, lifted up, and it is game, set, and Maximo! Joe Cope is the hero in the end. Everyone just saying settle down. Probably don't have to settle down when you win. I think they're sure about it now. But cricket's a funny game, and let me tell you, Joe Cope wasn't laughing earlier on this afternoon because it seemed like the luck gods were against him. But Vinohrady, they will end up with 2 wins out of day 4. And big Joe Cope puts the game to bed, just leans on this one. Bohemians fall to their first loss in this European Cricket Series. Not the end of the world for them, but certainly they'll be disappointed. There's going to be a lot of competition for places. But Vinohrady have come from right down to the bottom of the table, really, to be contenders. They finish in the top half of the table after day number 4. This is what's coming up tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Tigers versus Bohemians. So Bohemians, that's a bit of a danger game for them now. They'll play the first game of the day. They'll also play the last. So make sure you join us for Peacock Friday, and we decided Pie Day Friday. Time to rock and roll, have a look at the highlights. And we knew it was going to be really important for Bohemians to dislodge that top order. We saw Wiz get a little bit lucky, one that flew past Grover. And then at the other end, a bit of a surprise choice, Naveen Kumar, but I thought he was very, very steady there. It wasn't necessarily kind of being uber aggressive, but there was this period he ate up a lot of balls in the first 2 overs. But after that, I think he really came to life. Moiz, though, was a star today, and he follows his earlier innings of 73 up with 37 here. But that was an incredible catch after an all-run 4. Sada just plucking that one out. And then when Adnan went for a 4-ball duck, suddenly it was game alive. They went from 99%. That one had to be thrown back. It ended up being 4 runs. Great athletic effort from Nirmal Kumar. A couple of close calls there, consecutive balls. That was the second one, but he gets the bat down just in time. But Cope came, and he was just very, very steady. He's a guy I still think he could probably bat a lot higher. It really depends who's in the team. That one got over. This was probably a 50-50. Umpire thinks it's going on to take a piece of the leg stump. But Cope put the game to bed. Vinohrady celebrate. They'll be ringing the bell at the Down Under tonight, because they're right back in town. I think all credit has to go to Cope at the end, but I think as a team, they had more contributors, more people stepping up today. And after that first 6 overs of the day where it seemed that nothing was going right, I think it was 102 for 1 against them, end up grabbing that game against Barbarians and then outplaying Bohemians in the last match of the day. 37 for Moiz off just 13 balls, got them off to a cracking start. Cope late in the piece was the hero, 20 off 7, but don't underestimate the contribution of Naveen Kumar, 29 off 23. He was kind of the glue that held everything together, provided a bit of stability at one end, but still, found a way to score at an acceptable rate in the circumstances. It should give Vinohrady a lot of confidence as well that losing their captain for a duck, Moiz, made a good contribution, but it wasn't anything crazy. They're still able to get over the line against a pretty good quality bowling attack from Bohemians. Speaking of the bowling, well, they tried their hardest, didn't they? Sakay Mukhtar with 1 for 3. 2 for 16. Kamaldeep Singh, I thought, bowled a good spell. Hamidullah with 1 wicket, though he was taken apart at one point. Nirmal was brought on to try and close the game out, but it just wasn't to be. Vinohrady, the winners of this game. Puyan also, shout out to him for a good spell. 9 for 17. Took a good catch in there as well. Let's welcome you to the Cube one more time. I want to say big thank you to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's been fantastic having your company. Big thank you to Phil G. Don't forget, Danny is off tomorrow. Again, Rico will be in the house for the first time. And I know that he'll be thrilled to check out this ground in person and see what it's all about. I know the players and everyone's very excited to have him here as well, including me. But I want to remind you, no matter where you're watching from around the world, to like this video if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Big thank you to everyone in the chat. See Dave's there, see Trip's there as well still, and we're really, really thrilled to have such a supportive and wonderful community here at the European Cricket Network. But for now, I want to remind you one last time to go to our social media at European Cricket, check out the plays of the day, check out what's been going on there, check out also our website, EuropeanCricket.com. For now, it's Vinny Souter here, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Stay happy, stay safe, and thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Productions. Here's some of the best bits of day 4. But for now, it's hasta mañana.